my knees.
Welcome in. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. If you just saw white flash, it's because Helmsy has a white shirt on and he just ran right through the screen, the camera, and that's good stuff right there. I needed that. High knees early in the morning. We've got a busy show today. We thank you so much for being with us. Friend of the show, Charles Billingsley, will be stopping by today, scheduled to be here in about 3 hours from now if you're listening live. A lot of other stuff happening. Will a meat could spin? It's all there for you. rickandbubba.com, too. Don't forget to go there for all things Rick and Bubba. All right, so here we go. Over to my left is Greg Burgess, and to my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Hey.
I wasn't ready for you to be digging like that, Helmsy. Huh? I was not ready for that, my friend.
Didn't really have.
I loved it.
Didn't have the proper shoes on, but
good. It's okay. Look, you picked them up, put them down. Yeah. It's not bad. Not bad at all. All right, so hey, yesterday I felt got my hands a little dirty under the hood yesterday.
Here we go, Mr. Mechanic.
You fix his fog lights? Is that what happened?
Well, I talked to some other folks about the fact that I know how to change a fog light out.
That's a major move there.
And so people said you probably can do that because the way you talked about it with the what was it, the wheel fender.
You've already
fender well cover. There you go. But
see,
you ain't got a clue.
You done messed it up.
Anyway, there was talk about that, but then I realized that on one of my son's cars, he has a K&N air filter. Went and got the cleaning kit. Watched a video on YouTube. Cleaned it.
Why don't you just change a filter out?
Yeah.
But you can't. Well, you got to those K&N. See, Greg, that's just somebody. That's just somebody don't know.
I don't know.
And I'm not going to say that was a dumb question because I don't say things like
know.
that. But just people that know, like mechanics like me, you would know that that's just not something you change out. I mean, you could go buy a new air filter, but why not just get a cleaning kit and clean it? Come on, Greg.
Kit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm just going to tell you, I got a little dirt underneath.
When you going to start
fingernails.
mechanicking on the side?
And it's kind of scraped top of my hand a little bit, getting on in there.
Yeah.
That filter was tough to get back in. It has two of them.
Oh, boy.
Terry held the flashlight. Did it together. I'm just telling you.
Wow.
I mean,
I don't want any part of a car.
There I am doing it, and there all my buddies are. They're doing it too, and we're all doing it together.
that was my afternoon, buddy, Mr. Buddy. That soap couldn't get my hands clean.
No. Under your fingernails, I imagine.
Yeah. Just telling you.
Wow.
I'm going to stick to teaching tennis.
I'm just kidding. I have no idea what I was doing, but I tried. I tried really hard. You know what it's called, being a dad? And just adapting and making it happen. All right. So last night, I gave the World Series needed more from me. I tried to give it some, but it was just a lot going on. But
I've
the
kept
Astros
up with it through highlights a little bit, but I haven't seen one pitch. I'm not anti. It just hadn't worked out.
Yeah, the Astros pulled back. Now has tied the series. They shut out the Phillies for the first time in Major League postseason history. There has been a combined no-hitter.
How about that?
The Astros combined to no-hit the Philadelphia Phillies in their 5-0 win in Game 4 of the World Series, tying the series at 2. It was the third no-hitter in postseason history, two of which have been thrown at Citizens Bank Park, and the second thrown in the Fall Classic. But it was the first time in Major League postseason history that it was a combined no-hitter. And so now the series is even at 2, and Game 5 is tonight back in Philly. And then they'll take a break on Friday and travel and get back to Houston for the weekend. So there's your update for Major League Baseball.
Gave it a little bit. I got in late. It was like 15 till 8, and it was still 0-0. And I just got out of the shower. I was starting to eat a little bit, and I thought, hey, got the World Series to watch.
Yeah.
And then I went to the restroom and came back, and it was like Bregman had cleared the bases, and it got ugly quickly. And so anyway, I just said heck with it. But I didn't know they'd done the combined no-hitter until this morning. I thought I heard that on the way in. I thought, well, that's cool.
Yeah. It's amazing. I know we all have different things that, it's sports-wise that you look at and you're like, hey, wow, that's pretty cool. And we some of us are running by ourselves and we're like, hey, y'all should give this more or whatever. But the fact that Major League Baseball hitters and even collegiate hitters, I mean, they can just hit 100 mile per hour fastball like it's being thrown in there at 85, which is still hard to hit, by the way. It's just something else. Bregman hit a ball to right field that was at a 100 mile per hour fastball that he just stuck the barrel out and hit it to right field. It's really amazing because now 95 is the new 90. Where now the average fastball is around 95, which is sick. And then you got guys hitting triple digits like it's just no big deal, man.
And think about was it
100.
Was there 3 pitchers or 4 for the combined? No.
Let's see. We
Was it
had
3?
We had
Listen to me.
1, 2, 3, 4.
4
Yeah.
pitchers. So
because the starter went and then the relievers went 1, 1, 1.
So think about this. The night before, everybody was hot. Everybody was dialing up home runs.
Like a
Place is nuts.
home run derby.
And last night, those hitters didn't get a hit. Any of them.
None.
Not a one. And they got to face multiple pitchers.
Yeah.
Usually, hey, if we can just get to the bullpen.
Right.
Well, not last night.
No.
So that's pretty cool.
So how about this? You ready for this? Some meaningless stats that I won't bore you with, but the Don Larson threw the first postseason no-hitter on October 8th, 1956, in Game 5 of the World Series as a New York Yankee.
Bubba saw that one.
Yeah, as a New York Yankee against the Brooklyn Dodgers. In Game 1 of the 2010 National League Division Series on October 6th, Roy Halladay, then a member of the Phillies, no-hit the Cincinnati Reds. But here's what's funny: Dusty Baker, who's the manager of the Astros, was the current the manager of the Reds when they got no-hit in 2010, and now he's on the
Roy
other
Halladay
side
was the
of
one
it.
that died in that plane crash.
Yeah,
wasn't he?
he was a handle.
Yeah, but
He had
anyway,
some- he has some issues.
that's good stuff. And I tried to give it a little bit. I'll be honest with you. After the 6th inning, I didn't watch it.
Yeah, that was kind of me.
Yeah, I just
went on to bed.
Yep, too
kinda-
much
I
going
watched
on.
all
I thought
9.
about what was going on today in my life, and I thought you need to get some sleep.
Right.
I watched all 9 innings as usual.
Yeah, Greg overheard us talking and came in and goes, "Man, I saw that combined no-hitter, stayed up all night watching that."
Kind of tired.
That's good stuff. Huh? Yeah, kind of.
I'd like you just to give a couple innings.
I'm not anti. I'd like to.
Yeah.
I just some reason I keep forgetting.
And it's this other weird thing. I heard, I saw college
Classic.
football was on last night.
And I say I won't. That's
I think
not,
there was 2 games on.
That's
last night.
not allowed.
I think Bowling Green was on.
It's not allowed.
And then there was another game on.
How do you get ready to go play on Wednesday?
I don't know.
See, I feel like
Unless you're on junior high.
here's what I'll put in this category. Okay, and y'all are going to disagree, and that's fine. That's what we do that on this show from time to time. Okay. But just like we don't put food in categories, like you can't eat ribs for breakfast or waffles for dinner. I don't agree with that. I think you eat them anytime you want to. I think you can consume college football whenever you want to.
I know I've tried. I just can't.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, I get
and
it.
tonight,
I just can't do it.
Tonight, you're going to be frustrated with Thursday night football.
Yeah, I'm not ready for that. I just now got where I started accepting college on Thursday. I remember they started that, and that's been a while.
Right.
But it used to be throwaway games. Now the Thursday games, a lot of times, are pretty good.
I got a Thursday night football question.
No, it wasn't
for you.
Bowling. It was Ball State who
that
was
was
playing
to
last
them
night.
and Bowling Green are the same team as far as I'm concerned.
Wait, no, that was Tuesday. Hold on, wait.
Tuesday, even worse.
My gosh, there was-
JV.
I've seen that.
My
I've seen
gracious.
Tuesday.
JV plays on
I've seen
Tuesday.
Ball
Tuesday
State,
games.
Kent State, Buffalo, and Ohio played Tuesday night. Last night, Central Michigan and Northern Illinois played. Central Michigan won. And
So
then
we play every
also
night
was
of the
Bowling Green played Western Michigan and won 13
I
to 9.
that.
Tonight, it's UTEP and Rice and Appalachian State and Coastal Carolina.
Real quick, before we go to break, because I want y'all to be thinking about this, is QFTA question from the audience.
All right.
We don't like wearing jerseys as adults,
Right.
NFL jerseys, but if you had to wear a jersey in here for a show, what player for the NFL would you wear?
Okay.
Don't answer now. We'll do it later. I
might
want you to
think
think
about
about
that.
this.
Yeah, okay.
That's tough.
I got one. Can I?
One
ta-
jersey,
Okay.
one number, one name. It has to be an NFL player.
All right.
Rick and Bubba.
From cringing at the pump to getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant, inflation is hitting us all where it hurts. That's why we use Upside to earn cash back on every purchase. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out, which we all do. Download the free Upside app and use promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of your first tank of gas. That's 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first tank of gas using the promo code BUBBA25. And find a link at rickandbubba.com RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. If you've thought about protecting your home with security, but you've been waiting for the right time, you want to listen up. Right now, listeners of this show can get 40% off Simply Safe's award-winning home security system. We use and trust Simply Safe to protect our home and family because at Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. Get 40% off your order when you visit simplysafebubba.com today. Customize the perfect system in just a few minutes. That's simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply. Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. Fall is the tastiest time of year, and HelloFresh makes it easy to savor all the season has to offer with 35 weekly recipes and fresh ingredients delivered right to your door. Not only does HelloFresh spice up your cooking routine while saving you time with fewer trips to the store, it saves you money too. HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping or takeout. Get 65% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com. If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa, and folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble, and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere!
Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 five-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Knock out holiday gift shopping early and snag some of the best deals of the season on Raycon. Raycon's wireless earbuds, headphones, and speakers offer premium sound, a comfortable fit, and up to 54 hours of battery life, perfect for anyone on your gift list. Just go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and use the code EARLYYBF to get 20% off site-wide, or save even bigger and get 30% off Raycon's holiday bundles. That code is EARLYYBF at buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com. Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
Waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be a big star.
Rick and Bubba.
Fat will get you very far.
Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in a hurry.
23 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. All right, so I'm sorry, we just shooting the bull off air, trying to get caught up with each other, and the news of the day is crazy as ever. We've given you an
About the
update.
World Series?
We've given you an update on the World Series. The Astros throw the first combined no-hitter in MLB postseason history. So now the series is tied at 2 tonight. It's Game 5 before they take off Friday back to Houston for the weekend. And Helmsy, we went to break, and you said
Question for that.
you said for the World Series.
No, for this
Okay,
question.
you said, I know
I
we're
gotta ask a rule.
I know we're adults here, adult men, and we don't wear jerseys around of other men.
Yeah.
And some of you do, and
that's
your
fine.
thing.
I'm
That's
not
your thing.
saying
To
that
each
you're
his
a
own.
bad person.
But you
Right.
said if we were to wear a jersey of
In here,
one
yep.
one NFL player,
Does it have to be current?
I knew
player?
you were going to ask that question. I'll rule this. It doesn't have to be.
Okay.
current.
Okay. Well, I got mine.
What do you want it current?
I tell you
Let's
what.
do
No,
this.
but I don't really follow it currently.
it's what the Helms.
I don't
whatever.
follow it currently.
Well, in this guy's Aaron, who sent the question.
I
Thank
think
you, Aaron.
that's an
for-
open-end
for
question.
Did he
questioning. He
specify?
actually did say it can be current or past.
Okay.
And I
okay.
changed it to current, so it was kind of what the Helms
Well,
anyway.
now I
but-
had my mind
well,
on current.
We'll go current, and then
Dak Prescott.
that's what I
Cowboys.
figured
There's
you
nothing wrong with current. I'm not going current. I'm going back when I was a
Well,
kid,
that's just taking the easy route out.
and I'm going to Terry Bradshaw and the Pittsburgh Steelers. They were my
Interesting.
favorite team when I was a kid. I loved them, and they won like 4 Super Bowls.
All right, well, I'm gonna go stall-back then.
Fine, that was a big
Right there.
rivalry.
You want to fight?
Of course, Steelers owned them, but yeah.
That's good.
Dang it.
And I'll rotate it with a Lynn Swan 88.
Yeah, I might even throw on some Montana. You don't know it.
Wait a minute, 58 Jack Lambert. I may throw it on there.
If
Can I rotate 'em?
If I go back in the day, it would be Emmitt Smith for me.
There you go.
Yeah.
But if I'm going current, I'm either going to go Josh Allen because I like the colors and I like
Pick
I
one.
like that, or Tom Brady.
All right, if I have
All right,
to
I'm
go
changing
current,
my former one.
If I have to go current, let's just do both.
That's why
I've done my current,
He's
Okay,
Dak
if I have to
Prescott.
do current,
buddy. I have an idea where he's going.
no, it's going through my mind right now.
I notice.
I really don't.
We always do this. We gravitate to offensive players. Y'all notice that?
Yeah.
I think everybody does, and that's
Aaron
fine.
Donald. Aaron Donald.
Yeah.
I'm going defense because he's a bad A.
You
He
say?
is.
Did you
That's a
say
bad
that
man.
because of what I said?
Probably.
A little bit.
So I influenced you. What was really going to happen?
I was just grasping. I don't know why. I couldn't really. Right now, I'm a casual NFL fan, but I'm not locked and loaded.
I think I might go
Tua.
Tony Dorsett for the last.
You went Tua?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I thought you were going to go to make Ryan happy.
No, I wouldn't mind Tua.
Mm-hmm.
Got to pull him for him. Got slammed on his head. He's still playing well.
Sure.
You know? How about that?
All right,
Everybody
so there
thought
you
he
go.
was done.
There you go. Now, what is this story that Amanda texted me about? Ask Helms about Publix.
You mean it ain't involving a dog?
She wasn't there, but she knows.
She
'cause-
She lived it
yeah.
because she's
Well,
embarrassed of you.
Well, she should be. You try to do the right thing, and then you cause another issue for something. You have that domino effect.
Greg
if you
does
will.
that every day.
Oh, that happens all the time.
I don't know if it's called domino effect. Just threw that
I
out
think it
there.
is.
But so here's what happened. So I have a
thing
little
leads to
little
another.
routine, 2 or 3 days a week. When I leave here, I run to Publix, and there's a couple things
I'll
that
get
they
you something
have
to eat.
that I like. Sushi Wednesday,
Sushi.
$5 sushi.
yeah.
It's good. Tear it up. And
Now, when you
I,
say sushi, do you mean them like
California
little
rolls,
okay, that's
spicy.
different.
Yeah.
I've tried all of it. When you're eating just bait, like
Yeah.
just chunks of fish,
I'll
I can't do.
I'll get the tuna rolls, the salmon rolls,
Yeah, I
the,
can
the
eat
shrimp
those.
rolls.
Don't want to, but I can.
Yeah, I actually like that, and I
you
go by
squid.
there a couple days a week and get these things, and then I pick up.
I don't know.
always send a man a text, say, "Hey, head to the Publix."
Publix
anything
known
you
for
need.
sushi?
Well, it's close to the house, and they do have good sushi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whole Foods
You don't
has
think
good.
J.C. Wilbur's all over this? Good night alive.
It's all about
Do
convenience.
they have
with
the
me.
sushi chef back there chopping it up?
They do. They
yeah,
got,
pretty much.
Yeah,
Because it gets gone so quick, they're constantly trying to get it back on the shelf.
Okay, now you know.
Oh, you don't think I've had to go? You don't know.
Yeah, look, why don't you fix cars?
Well, I did.
So I got
work into the sushi later.
If it's just a sushi run, I'll hit Whole Foods by the house.
Yeah.
Because it's, I'm
look
just
at me.
right there.
I'm rich.
But if I'm going
Look
to
at
get
me.
more, it's the same
rice.
price, maybe like
look at
50 cents more. Okay.
I'm
But if
high
I got to
dollar.
get a couple other things, I'll go to Publix. So this was one of those days where I needed, Amanda answered the text in due time. Which
No way.
is-
Really?
Yeah, which is amazing in itself. Usually I'm at home already, been to the grocery store, hardware store, and I get home and she says,
Ooh, I've got a
pick
house."
this up. And I'm like, babe, that was an hour and a half ago. I've already made that trip.
Right.
I've already
Honey,
put
I'm home. I'm
I've
pulling
put it in
in.
the refrigerator, cooked the gluten-free pizza. It's all done. Like, what are you talking about? So not yesterday, 2 days ago, I go in. I get a couple items. The only reason I didn't go through the self-checkout was because I had 2 cases of water, and I didn't want to have to pick them up and run those
and full
through
moon
there.
winter lager.
And so I left them in my little cart I had, and so I get there.
All right, and pause.
Okay.
I cannot wait for this. I cannot.
I just
wait
caused
for
a big handle for several people trying to do the right thing.
Cannot wait for it.
And now
Good
I'm thinking
intentions,
that
you know where they end
I
up.
should not have done this, even though it was an act of kindness. I
Good
shouldn't have done it.
intentions.
And sometimes you shouldn't do acts of kindness
That's a fact.
because of what I caused.
I've been trying to tell y'all.
I know. Thought of you, Greg. I thought Greg would be so mad at me right now.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If all home purifiers are the same, then why did the U.S. Department of Defense select EnviroCleanse to protect and purify the air on board our Navy ships? Because EnviroCleanse advanced mineral technology goes beyond ordinary HEPA filters to destroy airborne illnesses causing cold and flu viruses, yes, including COVID. EnviroCleanse is the new science in air purification, and now you can order one for your home. This is how you help stop colds and flu from taking your whole family down. This is how you destroy allergy inflaming toxins and mold from the air your family breathes. In fact, this hospital-grade technology is so powerful, it promises far fewer colds and allergies and better sleep. Visit ekpure.com, use the code BUBBA for 10% off your EnviroCleanse home purification unit. You'll also receive a free air quality monitor plus fast free shipping. That's $150 in savings. So that's ekpure.com, code BUBBA. That's ekpure.com, code BUBBA. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. If you've thought about protecting your home with security, but you've been waiting for the right time, you want to listen up. Right now, listeners of this show can get 40% off Simply Safe's award-winning home security system. Now, we use and trust Simply Safe to protect our home and family because at Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. When a threat is detected, Simply Safe's monitoring professionals promptly contact you and dispatch first responders to your home, even if you're away or you're unable to respond. 24/7 professional monitoring cost under $1 a day. That's less than half the cost of ADT's traditional professional installed plans. Simply Safe blankets your home in protection with advanced sensors for every room, window, and door. Don't miss this chance to save big when you protect your home with the best. Get 40% off your order when you visit simplysafebubba.com. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers go to LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. Hey, folks, our friends at TheraBreath have some good news. If you have bad breath, try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. Over 25 years ago, he created an oral solution for his very own daughter and her struggle with bad breath. Now, today, that expertise is available to your family with oral health solutions and a range of clinically proven products. The stuff works, and TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. TheraBreath has a gentle yet effective mild mint flavor that is, and listen to this, alcohol-free, free of gluten, and is certified kosher. Plus, no added dyes or colors. If you need one more reason to believe TheraBreath is effective and worth a try, they offer a money-back guarantee. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Just look for that bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can also find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath. Confidence in every capful. Okay, folks, listen up. It's buy one, get one free time at MyPillow. The MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who've changed the quality of their sleep with the MyPillow pillows and sheets and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company. MyPillow delivers style and comfort with the good old American products from a great American company. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. They even have dog beds for your pets. So what are you waiting for? Go today to mypillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings and discounts. And don't miss the buy one, get one free specials. Once again, mypillow.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be a big star.
25 minutes until top of the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. All right, so we're just going to pick up a story, mid-story here. Helmsy has ran to the grocery store,
Yep.
and that's where you left it. So tell us what happened.
So went in and got what I needed. I had like very few items, like 6 items total. But I had
so it
two,
only cost you $200.
but I had 2 cases of water, and that's why I went through the checkout line versus doing self-checkout. And I get all my stuff out, and other than the water, and I look up, and there's a bottle of syrup sitting next to the scanner.
Oh, no.
And I said,
That's sticky.
is that the lady's syrup? Did she forget her syrup?
The one ahead of you?
The one ahead of me. And the lady running the register said, oh, goodness. And I said, just the first thing came to my mind, do you want me to run it? You want me to catch them and run it out there? Just my first thought.
I'd have never even mentioned this.
And she actually, I was hoping she would, honestly, if I'm just being honest, I was hoping she said, no, we got somebody for that. They'll do it. She goes, yeah, that'd be great.
Oh, so you didn't mean it. You didn't mean it.
I didn't, really.
No.
I mean, and so I grabbed the syrup.
See,
hey,
Speedy.
hey,
He didn't. No, he didn't mean it.
No,
you
but-
would have said it too, but you wouldn't mean it.
But Greg, I thought it was the right thing to
You
do.
don't know me.
Why?
That's
It's
the
just
thing.
syrup.
by the
Nobody's
way,
going. Nobody's
it was
life
the
was on the line.
I just thought, you know
It
what?
was the right
I
thing.
hope
Nobody
that-
was gonna get
I
injured.
really, I'm just being honest. If I'm being honest,
Greg,
I
just
was
help
hoping
others.
the register lady would tell me no.
Right.
But I thought by asking it was the right thing. But she said yes, that'd be great.
I'd have said.
So I grabbed the syrup and I start
you
running
can't
out the
find
door.
them.
Do you even know what the lady looks like?
Yeah,
Okay.
well, because she's got like half a dozen kids, and I felt bad for that too. Because
Oh.
I thought, man, her day looks a lot different than mine. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna go home and eat this sushi and watch a
Did you
television show, and then go teach some tennis. She's got 6 kids to deal with.
Did you start screaming, lady with kids,
Well,
lady with kids?
so here's the
syrup,
thing.
Syrup.
Evidently, more time had gone on than I thought it had.
Oh,
You know what I
running
mean?
around the parking
So you
lot?
couldn't find
So
her.
I go out the door.
Meanwhile, since you're helping everybody, the people
Don't
behind you
get
aren't
ahead
being
of me.
helped.
Well, first of all, when I walked out, Greg, there's nobody behind me.
Yeah.
Okay,
Lady with
I want
syrup,
you to think
lady
about
with
that.
syrup.
And a bunch of kids.
So I walk out the front door. I don't
Heathens.
see them.
Oh, no.
Okay,
I don't
that's
see-
that's when I just
I
set
would
it
say-
down. Listen, I set it on the
and
curb
all
and
of a
go in there and tell
sudden-
that girl I found
well,
them.
No,
all of a sudden-
Greg, you just take it back to the cashier and say, I couldn't see her.
I throw it in the
couldn't
trash
find
can and go, I found them. They're good.
So all of a sudden,
That's what I do.
I look up. She couldn't have parked further away from the building.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Ma'am, that's far away.
Again, I look
So-
to my right. There's a trash can. Kadoom.
I first of all holler, "Ma'am, ma'am."
And the whole parking lot turns around. and
Well,
looks at
there wasn't that many people out there. But here's the thing too. You know how this particular grocery store, if you need help to the car, they'll go with you and help you
Sure.
with your bags, and that's what was going on.
Very kind.
And it was two ladies. So it
Oh, you
was the
should've
lady
got
with
one
the
of them
grocery.
guys to go
Well,
with that.
see, there wasn't one because they were out in the parking lot. Normally, that would be what
You
would
got to
have
admit, as it went on, and the
Oh.
further it got, you thought, why did I do that?
happened. 100%. Greg, it was about the time I hit the door is when I started thinking that. Hey, ma'am, they can't hear me.
Right.
So now I find myself I'm running in the parking lot. So I'm not going to let it defeat me. Well, then
Meanwhile-
I get 10 to 15 feet.
How much time's gone by, do you think?
Probably 60 seconds.
Okay.
Something like that.
That's long.
Hey,
You're
but
waiting.
a lot can happen in 60
Let me tell you, if I
seconds.
was in line behind you and you ran your butt out the door, I'd be
Greg,
mad.
I want you
Yeah.
to keep in mind about something.
I'd be mad.
Okay? I want you to keep in mind. When I left, there was nobody behind me, not one soul. Okay? Now, it had been a couple minutes, so I finally get the syrup, whatever. Hey,
Was it
hey,
hers?
ma'am, forgot you said it was.
I was
Hey,
hoping it wouldn't even be hers.
And all I could think about was she probably got some Eggo waffles, and she's going to take all these kids home, and they're excited about waffles, and they're not going to have any syrup. That's all I could think
Were
about.
you
I
out
wish
of
she'd
breath?
said syrup.
No.
Hey, here's your syrup.
And so you wish you would have said that.
Syrup? I didn't
So
buy syrup.
she goes, "Oh, thank you so much," and so I didn't. That was it. I just handed the syrup and I sprinted. I had to sprint back.
Hold on, what if he
Well,
would have
you were a hero to her.
Man, what's your look going?
So to your point, Greg, to your point,
I got kids. Get away.
this
Ma'am,
lady
ma'am.
is so nice and so complimentary.
Oh, she chip you?
But when I get back inside,
Oh, no.
there's 8 people deep.
Eight
waiting.
people. Eight people.
I'd be
Eight
so
people.
mad.
8 people over a
8
dang
people.
syrup. It ain't
Yes.
your job to worry about it. She
I
can't
know,
get enough
Greg.
sense to get her own
I
syrup.
know.
Greg,
I
she
know.
forgot it. Do you not make mistakes?
Well,
Hey.
yeah, but I don't have
Hey.
put myself in a bind to
And
do
so
something about it.
And so the lady at the register's kind of looking around like, is he coming back?
Had you already
And-
rung your stuff up?
Huh? Yes.
Oh,
She was
no.
ringing it up as I left. So
Dude,
she's in the
show me the
middle of
looks
that.
on all
hey,
their
Oh,
faces.
they're not happy.
Oh, I wouldn't have been.
They're not
I get
happy at
mad when
all.
somebody fumbles through their checkbook.
Hey, and so I go over there, and I don't want to even look at. Hey, I don't even want to look at them, Greg. I don't even want to make eye contact.
I don't
And
even
so-
know they had to do a go get a price check.
Are you
the
sweating?
lady,
Are you hot?
The lady at the register bailed me out. Okay, sorta. She said, "Thank you." She said it loud too, because I think she was
They thought you
realized,
just left your wallet in the car.
Yeah.
or
which
that I
I've
had
done
gone
that. I have
gone
to.
back here and got something. One of those things. And she goes, "Hey, thank you so much. There's no way I could have run out there in that parking lot in time. You saved their day." And I just looked at
bottle of
everybody.
syrup.
Hey, I looked at everybody in the line, and their complexion changed with the exception of one person. One person was still mad. They were frustrated.
That would have been
Yeah.
me.
And
Because
so,
I would have said, wait a minute. So,
so-
you've been holding us up because you're chasing someone around with a bottle of syrup?
the moral of this story is,
Like I say, nobody's life was on the line.
acts of kindness does affect other people negatively if they don't go well.
That's right. See, it's kind to syrup lady.
Yeah.
Right.
But the people in line that probably had somewhere to be,
I thought I was doing something right and ended up
I've tried to tell you.
having a negative impact on 8 other people.
I tried to
think
tell you,
I think
y'all don't
ultimately you
listen.
did do something right. I do. I do. I think you did the right thing.
Yeah, because
Now,
they
if
hadn't had
they-
that syrup at the house.
Now,
I
I don't
would've
know
happened.
what other people's days like, and I'm sure it might have been frustrating.
Sure.
But now, once somebody realized, oh man, he was helping a lady out. I'm kind of stupid for being so mad right now.
What
know?
if this lady faked
I hope
it?
they rationalized it like that.
Yeah.
What if the
and-
lady faked it and it really wasn't her syrup and she just got some free
Ooh,
syrup?
yeah.
She thought it was a good chance to get free syrup.
and somebody came in after he had left and said, "Hey, I left my syrup
my
here."
syrup up here. And my mother has to have it because she takes it like medicine.
The lady working in the register was convinced it was her syrup, and that's why I
Running around.
called into action. I felt like Superman for a minute.
You try to help people, look what happens.
I thought,
Yeah.
hey, here's my act of kindness
You
today.
ain't Superman to them
And when
people
I
standing
walked
there that's
back
got somewhere
in-
to be.
when
I
I-
guarantee you some of them had somewhere to be.
Greg, when
Right.
I
And you
well,
hate
yeah,
that.
I had somewhere to be. Everybody has somewhere to be. Hey,
Greg.
when I walked back in, and hey, chest
bet.
tie,
Oh,
thinking,
yeah.
did something good.
Done that good.
And I turned the corner, and they're all staring at me.
Oh,
and I hear the lady at the register from like 40 feet away go, "Oh, there he is." And I thought,
Which
oh, this
means
has
she
been a
had
big topic of conversation for the
She
last
had to
minute.
go, I'm sorry, y'all. He's
Yes.
chasing this lady with this syrup.
Could she have closed your transaction out and moved your stuff over to the side and kept going?
I think probably so. I don't know the answer
How much
to
longer
that,
do you think
but-
she would have done? It would a couple
Yeah,
of
she
minutes.
was, she
think
was
we're-
thinking to herself, I'm fixing that.
Oh, I think manager was about to open up another aisle.
Wow.
Yeah, I think that was about to happen.
Are they going to put your picture at the front of the store or anything?
yeah, patron of the
Hey,
day.
I'll say this. We'll ignore it from now on.
Yeah.
No, don't do that.
It's just a bottle of syrup.
I know.
Okay,
but
they
it's
didn't
the
like
thought.
it was
It's the
something.
thought that
All right,
counts.
Greg, let
Other
me ask
people
you
saw
this.
that kind gesture and went, you know what? I
Hey,
need to be.
let me
They
ask
probably
you
don't
this,
need to eat the syrup
Greg,
anyway.
What would have had to be sitting there for you to run it out?
I got to go.
A heart and lung machine.
I had one that was too easy, and I'm not even going to say it.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that. Oh, it's good stuff right there. Hard lung.
I think it's something.
Oh man. All right. Well, good job, buddy.
Not doing it again.
Don't do that.
Well, I mean, I caused such an uproar for everybody else.
Well,
It snowballs. It
I wanted these kids to have
and
their
this in
Eggo
here
waffles
needs to
and
hear
syrup.
this story because
No.
he'll go headlong into stuff.
You know,
like
I
that.
think this story, some other people need to hear it, and I think you need to hear it.
No, you do because
Huh?
you
You need
that's
to-
got you. Except you would have went and like they'd left the parking lot.
It
You
needs
just
to
found out
be-
where they lived and followed them home to give it to them.
It needs to be less about Greg and more about others.
Okay, yeah, about them people standing in line. They'd love Greg. I said, thank you, Greg, for
There was-
holding us up.
Hey.
Think about to what Helmsy's saying. She'd have got home with all those kids.
Oh, it's just syrup.
Oh,
They'd
but-
have been fine.
right, but
the little
the-
fat
I
kids
don't
probably
know.
didn't need it anyway.
You got her kids being fat.
Well, Helm said they were.
I did not. By the way, I did not say that the kids were overweight.
That's
Greg
what I
did
heard.
not say that
you
at
got
all.
them. You got them overweight
Yep.
and not needing
They
syrup.
probably don't need the syrup.
But
Now, if
hey,
you'd have took them a bag of apples, you might have done.
you
some
ever
good.
had a kid and no syrup? It's not a good day.
And I bet they weren't completely out at home. They
She
had
probably
a
was going to
little
go
bit.
home and have.
You know what? They
break-
probably wouldn't because they had a little bit left in the jar at home.
You think?
Yeah, you're never completely out.
And I thought, I did think about this too. I thought some poor husband's going to get a call today. He's got to go by and get syrup. You know what I mean?
Y'all, syrup,
Hey, I forgot the syrup at the store.
Syrup's
Can you
not
stop
that-
by?
Yeah.
we don't use syrup
So
every day.
I get that, but I was sitting here thinking all these things out, and then when I walked back in, I wish y'all could have seen this one lady. I thought when the
I'd have been
register-
mad because see stuff like that. Like I say, when people
I
pull
think-
out coupons, that makes me mad.
I think this whole thing's on the cashier. She could have paused the transaction.
No, I think it's on everybody. Just said, I hate that.
pause
lady
the
missed out on that
transaction.
syrup."
You go do a good deed. You're being a kind young man. Who's next? He'll be right back. He's going to. He's catching. A
There
lady.
he is.
She's got 6 kids
That's
and
what
needs
she
the
said,
syrup.
Greg.
That's so
Oh,
good.
there he is.
There he is. My goodness, thank goodness.
Yeah. Wow. Didn't I think you'd ever come back?
Didn't know people could roll eyes the way they were rolling them at me.
What if you had left? Just got out there and left and said, I don't need all
Yeah.
that.
What?
Well,
the
I needed.
the
What if
I,
you
lady-
came
I
in
wanted
and-
that sushi really bad.
And the guy behind you had ate part of your sushi.
Yeah. And you know the mother would have gotten home and gone, all right, who's ready for pancakes?
Oh,
All right,
y'all see, y'all act like syrup
get
something
the,
that's
get
in
the
your
syrup
everyday
out.
life.
It
Get
is
the
for
syrup
kids,
out.
Greg.
Oh.
Get the syrup out. Oh no. We don't have any syrup.
You know how many times that we've been at the house
It's okay. It's all right.
and I've had to go get syrup?
I'll call Dad. He
Syrup?
Yes,
I've
it's a-
never been called to go. I tell you what, we need some syrup.
if you're gonna have pancakes or Eggo waffles, you better have some syrup.
Syrup lasts a long time in my house.
Well, yeah, because it's you and Lisa.
I like syrup.
You don't have 6 kids.
So now she's got 6 fat kids.
We've been talking. I said 6. It may have been 4 or 5, but it seemed like she had half a dozen kids.
Well, you weren't seeing clearly.
No, I was just trying to get the syrup to her.
Right.
Wow. Thank goodness you did.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve. deserve. But passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuit seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-611-3437. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-611-3437. That's 800-611-3437. Again, 800-611-3437.
Why wait to save? Dell Technologies Black Friday event arrives early with select deals on top tech to power business productivity. The savings start now with up to 48% off performance business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, including free shipping on everything. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Black Friday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Attention, do you suffer from severe fried chicken-related cravings? If so, Kentucky Fried Chicken's $6 two-piece drum and thigh combo may be right for you. The combo contains tasty chicken, creamy mashed potatoes, a flaky biscuit, and an ice-cold drink. Side effects may include more money in your wallet, happiness, and the urge to lick your fingers. Order KFC's two-piece drum and thigh combo in the KFC app for just $6. That's finger-licking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
You know, if you feel like you're stuck with a healthcare plan that isn't affordable, or you simply just don't like how it works, well, right now, during open enrollment is a perfect time to switch to MediShare. The typical family saves $500 a month when they join MediShare, and what's more, they like it. MediShare has double the customer satisfaction rate compared to the industry. That's double. And MediShare is the most trusted name in healthcare sharing. It's been around for 30 years. It's shared more than $4 billion in healthcare bills. And here's why now is the perfect time to make the switch. If you join MediShare Complete by January 1st, they will waive your new member fees and you'll save an additional 10% off your first year. No fee to join, 10% off every month for all of next year. But again, it's a limited time offer. So yeah, you're not stuck. You've got a great option. Call now, 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
Well, if we're being totally honest, we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. But if you're like us, we don't always have the time or energy to make that happen. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you'll have more energy, you'll feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that when we take our next physical, the doctor compares our old lab work to the new lab work, and he says, hey, keep doing what you're doing. This wonderful product is powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. So join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without him.
All right, 8 minutes until top of the hour. You know, Greg and I were just talking the other day. about LinkedIn, and he had turned somebody onto LinkedIn, and it really helps, especially if you need a potential hire for your company. Maybe you're in charge of hiring and firing, or you own the company. LinkedIn.com/Bubba could really help, because these days every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You're making a big investment on the person and want to be 100% certain that you have the best qualified person to fill the job that you need. And LinkedIn Jobs at linkedin.com/Bubba can help. This service helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Just add your job and the purple hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy on focusing on the candidates that are right for your position when it comes to skills and experience. So it's why Simple Businesses has rated LinkedIn Jobs the #1 delivering service for quality hires. And other leading competitors, they might try to match LinkedIn Jobs, but the surveys are saying that they just aren't, because this is the #1 rated delivery service when it comes to qualifying hires. So check them out right now. About every week, nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn. I don't know if you knew that or not. Join us and post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. That's free now. Who doesn't like free? I know I love free.
You love free.
Especially when it comes to help and it makes sure that you're more successful.
It's the world's largest professional network.
It is.
Y'all have LinkedIn accounts?
LinkedIn accounts, yep.
Do you have one?
Yeah. I don't know when. I haven't activated it in a long time, but I built one. It's been a minute.
Okay. All right.
It's been a minute.
Greg, I'm sure Greg does.
Yeah.
Look at that look. I actually updated mine last week. I need to change my picture. That's an old picture.
Yeah.
But I need to change the profile pic. But I added a few things
if you
the other
remember
day.
back when you were hiring the old school way, it was you put your business card, or you put something up on a cork board,
Apply.
or some lobby or whatever, and you just hope somebody sees it. But now, everything's digital, so just do it there and let everybody check you out, and maybe you can find the right person that you're trying to get.
LinkedIn.
So, do you remember back earlier in the show today, we talked about the World Series and the Astros throwing the first combined no-hitter in Major League Baseball postseason history last night against the Phillies. And so now the series is tied at 2. Game 5 is tonight. And we went back through Major League Baseball history about the postseason no-hitters that were thrown, and Don Larson threw the first postseason no-hitter on October 8th of 1956, and my dad texted me. Because we were just going through some Major League Baseball history when it came to postseason no-hitters. Says, "Good morning, son. By the way, you guys sound fantastic again." But actually, he put absolutely fantastic. So I just want to let y'all know y'all are sounding good.
Do you think he'll ever? Do you think we'll ever do anything to disappoint him, where he'll reach out and be?
There's been a few
negative?
segments that he probably had to rethink it.
Yeah. There's times that we'll
Speedy
be
gets,
too much
edgy.
of a negative Nancy on here.
You
And
get a little
he's like,
edgy.
I don't know why y'all can't just celebrate things.
Yeah. I bet he loves my positivity.
Yes, he does actually.
Told me he didn't like it.
He says, "Hey, I was a junior in high school at that time, and me and a buddy went to another guy's house and actually watched the Don Larson no-hitter on an old black and white television with a high antenna. How about that?"
They had peg aluminum foil squeezing on the antenna.
Yeah.
Don Larson.
How about that?
Wow.
All right, so
been
I
a while
started-
since that's happened.
Yeah. You call my dad old?
No, but it's been a while.
I'm just-
1950. What'd you
I'm
say?
kidding.
19.
I'm joking, Greg.
What year was it?
What'd I say? 56?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah. October 8th, 56. All right, real quick, I know that Rick's going to celebrate it, but your mom, speaking of year, it's your mother's birthday,
Yes,
right,
it
Greg?
is.
I know,
It's my
and I know
mom's birthday today.
Rick will make a big deal out of
Yeah,
it for you
we'll
guys
talk-
on the
we'll
main
give
show.
her-
But just a little kickoff hour shout
Yeah,
out.
how about that?
To
She
mom.
is 81, I think.
Uh-huh.
I could be wrong.
It is amazing how our parents match up so much.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
crazy.
Exact same age.
Yeah.
Married the exact same day in the exact same year.
Yeah, within a few hours of each other.
Crazy.
It is. We really help each other remember
Yes,
things.
yes.
But happy birthday, Miss Burgess. Love you. All right, so just a few more minutes here till top of the hour. And I'd really like to interview her about you and
Oh,
what
I'm her
you were
favorite.
like.
Don't worry about it.
And I don't know, Greg, that Rick terrorized you on breaking things and setting you
Yeah,
up and all that. And
You got boys. You know how it is.
right, yeah. So
It
anyway.
happens.
Yeah, it does.
I'm
ahead.
texting
her
your
heart,
dad.
I'll
I'm
tell you
texting
that.
your dad back. He just
Are you
texted me,
really?
yeah.
The best part is when she used to take us to ball games when we were really, I'm talking about really little.
Right.
And we were, we're less than 2 years apart in age, so she had her hands full.
Oh, I
But she
bet.
could handle it, though. I can tell you that.
Uh-huh.
She took care of it.
Was it amazing? Did you feel like your mom's arms were as long as I mean,
And they'd
like they
reach
could
out and give you that
stretch?
pinch.
Yes.
Hey,
Settle
settle down,
I'd be
boys.
acting up in church, and all of a sudden my mom's arm would come out of nowhere, and she'd grab some skin and pinch me.
Oh, yeah.
To where it made your eyes water, and
Yeah,
you're like, oh my gracious. And then sometimes we'd be in the back seat, and how she could find us.
Oh, yeah.
It's like
yeah.
her arms could just stretch.
And just keep right on driving.
Yeah.
You ever hide in the clothes rack in the department store?
Yes.
And
all of a sudden that
all of a sudden
hand come in
here
and
and
get you.
yank you out. You get in the middle part,
Yeah.
I was real little, so I get in
Right.
the middle part.
Uh-huh.
And all of a sudden that hand come here and drag me out.
Golly.
What are you doing?
Somebody sent something out yesterday, and it was like this thing about when I was young, I used to get spankings or something like that, and people were like, I'm sure that traumatized you, whatever. He goes, no, it actually just taught me how to respect other people.
Yeah, it actually works.
And,
Now they want to make you think it's got something to do with your mental health.
Yeah, yeah, but
no, it actually just taught me right from wrong.
Yeah, it did. It did.
Pretty simple.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
you got the message. There was
Yes.
no,
Right,
you couldn't
yeah.
go, I don't understand what you mean.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Are you
And-
seeing a therapist now? No,
No,
Actually,
actually-
just make good decisions in life.
Right, right. Actually held me accountable and let me know there was repercussions for some of my actions.
Yeah.
That's kind of strange, isn't it? And it was in a controlled atmosphere where I knew exactly why I was getting in trouble.
Sure.
That's missing today, isn't it? But you can always tell the kids
Get
that
you a look at
don't
society
have that.
today.
Yeah.
Get you a look.
Yeah. Oh, wow. So that's your
Wow.
parents. I see now. Okay. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To Barry. Barry, thanks for your patience, buddy. Welcome to the show.
Oh, I was calling in to tell y'all about that exact spoof right there. When y'all started talking about that, I was like, man, they got to see about this.
Hey, that's good.
That one is dead on with the names because I have slaughtered it.
Barry, I don't know about that. Let's go to Brett Gadsden, Z93. Brett, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, you can ask her. I don't know where she gets her information, but who is this or what is that, so forth and so on. But when you get home this evening, ask her who Jesus Christ is.
What will it say?
That he's a fictional character.
Oh, really?
Oh, wow.
Well, I have to.
You know what I
say?
say? I don't know about that.
Yeah,
I don't know about that.
I don't know about that.
I don't know about that. 866 We Be Big. Daniel in Georgia. Daniel, go ahead. Welcome to the program, buddy. How are you?
Good. I was just listening to you guys every morning, enjoy the show, and it seems like we've lost our affiliate in Dublin.
All right, hang on a minute. Hang on. I got email about that.
It might be iced over.
And I got the answer for you.
I do.
Do you have it already, Speedy?
Yeah, I believe they're moving to 102.1.
Yeah, they switched us to a different frequency there.
Oh, great.
Yeah, because somebody started that on the break, and I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. And
they
Alexa
moved
scan
from big
for Rick and Bubba.
Alexis, find us where we are.
Try 102.1.
Great. I want to lose you guys.
Yeah. Speedy's right. They've moved us to 102.1.
All right. Great. Happy New Year, guys.
Hey, thank you. Very much. We'll put that out on social media today.
But Rick,
I've asked their programming to send us some stuff on that so we can knock
with
that
the
out.
thing that like Alexa or the Google does, it's really amazing how far this has come. And you look, and we still got the little robot vacuum cleaners you can clean your house with.
Oh, yeah.
If we ever got all that married together so we could have a robot that would talk to you,
oh, I know.
we're getting close.
All right, let me ask you this,
a little
okay?
weird, though.
And we definitely, I understand the whole thing about iHeart and tune in on the
Right.
affiliates. But
you can enable iHeart too. It has them both.
But what I'm talking about, on our tune in, we have a tune in channel that is just Rick and Bubba.
Right.
And it plays us 24/7,
Right.
even best ofs.
Right.
Could you just tell her to go find that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's a good question. I was just calling radio stations by call letters before, but I don't know. We'll look and see.
Because somebody just texted me, said when you said to do that, it did it on theirs. a minute ago on the radio.
Right.
It's
very sensitive, by the way. You can be all the way across the room and holler at it.
Somebody tell it to just go find Rick and Bubba on TuneIn and see what comes up.
Yeah.
But I'm amazed now just at what I've been able to learn, playing with it for a week or so. I can't imagine what all's out there I don't know,
Yeah. Well, there's all kinds.
I need a real Alexis genius, to clue me in on some of it.
Richard in Alabama.
You called it something else again.
Richard, go ahead.
I said Alexa, didn't I?
Is that
No,
what is
you
it?
said Alexis.
Which one is it?
Alexa.
All right, Richard, go ahead.
I'm changing it to Alpha.
I was calling it the wrong thing too. I got called out about it.
Richard, go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hey.
Hey, I was wondering if the Google has the same type product, and if
Yes.
y'all saw the video of the Italian grandmother trying to use it on YouTube. It's pretty funny.
Oh, so
check that one out.
and somebody sent me a YouTube now one called Alexa Christian version.
I saw that too.
Oh, well, now we got all kinds of.
The best I can tell
It's rolling now.
that all of these personal assistants, especially to our senior citizens, is a lot like having a laser pointer for a cat.
Yeah, you're right. It's just something.
You can't help but watch.
Oh, that's that guy that does the funny
that
coaches.
That's the Christian one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? That's that same guy
Oh, well,
that does the different kind of coaches. That's that same guy.
Rick,
Kissy face.
I'll wait,
emoji.
back it up. Let's hear that.
Is that really guarding her heart? With advanced situational recognition, Christian Alexa is here to encourage.
Philippians 4:13 I can do all things through Christ who gives me strength.
He can't open.
Always wanted to be a better Christian? Well, now you can with Christian Alexa. Ah, shh.
Let no unwholesome talk come out of your mouth.
And each Christian Alexa is uniquely programmed to help you with your individual struggles. Hey, you want something to drink?
That better be a Coke bottle.
Order your Christian Alexa today and begin seeing immediate life improvements. Let's eat.
How about let's pray?
From the makers of Pure Flix and GodTube comes Christian Alexa.
That's funny.
The New York and the Hollywood thing, it just doesn't.
It looks different, doesn't it?
It's just I don't know.
I know, and I'm a miserable mess because of the live show, and I'm
gosh.
especially when Ryan Seacrest was trying to talk to New Orleans and they couldn't hear that he was trying to talk to them and
Lucy
ask
Hale.
questions, and they're talking over each other.
Hey Ryan, I get it. It was cold. I got it.
Right.
You don't have to keep
Right.
telling me the windshield for
Right.
it.
And Jenny,
But I
slow
wanted to
down
know.
on all the procedures you're having done to your face.
Jenny-
Slow down. You're starting not to look
she
like.
blamed it on the cold weather, but actually it was that's her face.
Jenny,
She's a pretty girl. She doesn't have to do all that.
Hey, you've gone too far now.
Come here, Donnie, kiss her.
Yeah,
It's so cold. We're just can't hardly move our lips.
Hey, plastic surgeon people. Once you begin to look like the Joker, that's when you need to stop. It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Brand new hour. Let's go. A lot to do on the program again today. Anxious to talk to you. But first, this hour starts with our national anthem. It is 7 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. From sweet home, Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, they've given you a kickoff hour along all the Rick and Bubba platforms. And now we will join them going forward. Eddie Van Adler has the YouTube option, both live, archive, best of hour every day. He's ready to go. And all that is missing to get the entire team on the field today, we have no intern, is the silver tongue one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
Hey! I hear something somewhere.
It's off in the distance, isn't it?
Well, there she is. There she is. Let's do it again. Yeah. Run it back. Fix it.
You and I were just bragging on this technology. We were just bragging on it. You know what I mean?
You got to have it plugged in.
Well, it was plugged in. I had to unplug it, plug it back in again. All right, let's try it again. Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome to the little party.
To stand up and feel alive. Somebody say, oh. There he is. So, Bubba, how are you?
I'm good, sir. How about you? Glad to be here.
Well, I'm looking forward to hanging out with one of our old buddies, Mr. Excitement, Charles Billingsley. He'll be dropping by today. You and I interviewed him a few podcasts ago about this new tour that he has embarked on with this new album. Only a couple of these concert stops will be in 2022. One of them tonight, Birmingham, Alabama, at the Wright Center, Samford University, and then he's got a full tour on for this album coming up in 2023, where he's going to hit, I forget how many cities he told us, 23 maybe, something like that. But anyway, it's Billingsley doing the American standards. So he's got everywhere he goes, he's got the symphony with him. Understand that Adler's daddy, Michael Adler's involved in Birmingham's stop tonight. Had some guys in the Bible study yesterday from Shades Mountain Baptist Church that say, we're singing with Billingsley tonight. So we've got the Alabama Symphony. We've got Shades Mountain Baptist Church, Michael Adler, Charles Billingsley, and I'm taking Mama to it for her birthday. Mama's
that's awful nice.
Mama's 81 today.
She'll love that.
So that's going to I'm trying to Charles is willing to serenade Mama tonight, but I tell you one thing, Mama will not want that. That's exactly why we're doing it. So taking my 81-year-old parents to a concert tonight, just go ahead and have me a few segments ready for tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Just block them off now.
Right. So, as our reality series continues.
Yes,
Nan and Pop. So anyway, Charles reminded me last night. He texted. He said, "I don't know where the new place is."
Oh, right. He hadn't been here.
Yeah, and he's never been here.
Hand it to me.
Yeah, I handled it. I sent it back to him.
Oh,
yeah,
but
and I told him, I said,
didn't tell him where he's going to end up.
I said, tell him where. Text Speedy or me when you get here. So.
Charles, text me. I'll get you.
Yeah. So I've been sending people the address.
Who, Charles?
And what happens is they get here. Now they have no idea where we are, and then they just text me, and I go find them.
Yeah.
The little golden ticket signs help.
Yeah.
That helps.
If you can get them to look that direction.
Well,
it's hard to explain.
Yeah. The problem is if you just send the address with the suite number, they're going to the front door up there.
They are.
but that's all right. I went and got a guy there yesterday. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
So
we can get them if we know to go look for them.
Well, the good news is if they go there,
hunt 'em down.
If they go there, you can let them go ahead and use the bathroom once before you bring them back.
Right. Before you bring them back, and maybe that'll tide them over.
Right.
Everybody defaults to the big Rick and Bubba truck. They'll
Right.
go, well, I'm out
They
here by
do.
the truck.
Yeah.
And I'll
Yeah.
go, well, you're
Yeah.
way off
Yeah.
where you need to be.
But Charles is looking forward to coming by and saying hello. And Greg, as you know, whenever you're taking your 81-year-old parents anywhere, everybody involved that has been so kind to try to make it a special night for Mom. I keep saying ease of operation is the key, and to that, Charles says, "Why don't I just bring you your tickets?" I said, that sounds fantastic. So I said,
man, hand delivery, Rick.
Yeah,
that's VIP treatment.
Listen,
there. Huh?
You know what I'm talking about? Ease of operation, baby. And when you got your parents with you, or when we were in the other era of life when you had all your kids with you, the ease of operation is the key. Yeah. So right now I already have anxiety about where to park. But that's
you gotta get there early.
By the way, did you see Babylon B's thing about dads and husbands? He says dad gets pulls off getting family to the airport before it's ever even built. and you look, and the whole family's got their luggage, and they're looking out at the construction site.
That's good. See, that's getting there early. I like that.
Yeah, so we got that going on. Wheel of Meat's in play. That could happen today. We'll update a number of stories. A lot of you have let us know, and Bubba's trying to get information on this. Speedy is too, on all the details. But it goes into that category. Sadly, it's not the first time that a guest of the Rick and Bubba show's in jail now.
All right.
So we'll I wish I could say it's the first time that's ever happened.
Yeah, I know.
But sadly,
it happens, Rick. If you're out there on the cutting edge of newsmakers,
right? And of course, the timing of him being put in jail.
Yeah, isn't that funny?
Right here,
isn't that funny? Right during the midterm,
right before the old.
Don't want them out there watching anything, do they?
Yeah. By the way, I had a weird thing happen. I had a friend of mine with the midterms coming up on Tuesday. There's all kinds of other things you got to vote on that are tied to Tuesday based on where you live. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I just get this text with all the amendments: yes, no, no, yes, no, yes, yes, no, no. And I sent back. I said, "What is this?" And he said, "Oh, I'm just kind of getting pummeled by people asking me about these amendments, so I thought I'd just go ahead and send them to you." I said, "Well, I haven't asked you about it." But I thought to myself, "All right, well, I'll just." It didn't have a this is what this is. This I just all of a sudden, and I'm looking back. I think he might have accidentally texted that to me, like somebody had asked him. You know what I mean? I said, "This is really kind of a random text here." But
it'll get crazy next week because how many amendments are on the ballot for us locally? You know,
it looked like based on this about 10.
Oh boy, that's a lot to fight over.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you John Cougar Mellencamp, Weakest Moments.
Yeah, about it.
Yeah, spent a couple of weeks. Greg and I actually been going back and forth. We've been trying to find obscure songs that we'd forgotten about that we dig. Yeah. Or how about this? Songs we missed.
Some we missed.
Yep. I found a Tom Petty song while I was gone from 1999. I totally
thought
missed
it was new.
I totally missed it.
That's funny.
Yeah, so we've had fun with that.
Speaking of that, Spotify is being sued for $1.6 billion and one of the groups are representing Tom Petty's music that they're not getting their royalties. So.
Yeah, this is always the thing. Way back when Bubba and I were just young punks wading our way into technology, when the huge thing came out.
Back with our Sony Walkman cassette player strapped to our hip.
What was it called, that first thing that came out?
Napster.
Yeah.
And everybody went crazy. And what happens is the technology always gets out ahead of people who need to be paid.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, look, this is all great stuff, but you can't just store stuff around and not pay us now.
Right.
If everybody wants to have access to our stuff, we're all in, but you got to pay us. It belongs to us. You can't just go handing it out.
And Spotify, they're maintaining that they want to compensate people. They say, but it's tough to figure out who owns the rights to the songs. That's where the problem lies.
Well, I think
they don't know who to
no,
send the money to.
I think that could be taken. I think that could be easily done. When you add the song, you have to fill out name, artist, genre, all that. Put who owns the copyrights in there. I think that's pretty easy.
Yeah, because you got artists.
Because you have to get permission to do it to begin with. So somebody had to say it's okay.
You know, when you go to the whole thing about publishing rights, you know that's how in the early days you hear about all these artists that were taken advantage of, and what it was in the old days is, you know, you'd have the guy with the cigar that'd show up and like your band, and you're all fired up, and he'd say, "I'll tell you what, boys or ladies, I'm bring you in the studio. Now studio time's expensive, so what we're gonna do is you don't have to pay for studio time, and you'll pay us with your publishing rights."
Yeah.
And then they
or
give
we
them,
advance you. Here's some cash.
you hear some cash, but
you
now
live on while we're recording.
But now the publishing rights are ours. That's how we get paid.
Yeah.
And what they were discovering is those publishing rights were a lot more money.
That's where you make your
than
money.
what the artists were getting. You know, in the beginning you think, man, free studio
Yeah,
time,
right.
and we got a little apartment
Got
over
an
here.
advance.
Yeah, we got a little advance.
We're singers.
And then all of a sudden they realized, wow, we had some huge hits, and it's huge money, and somebody else got it. So the newer artists learned that and started saying, no. Matter of fact, I couldn't believe it because I wasn't familiar. I really wasn't. Didn't even know that song, what's it called, That Thing That You Do? Tom Hanks, you know, did that movie about the band and what, and it was based on
catchy little song.
It was based on the Dave Clark Five. I didn't know.
I didn't know that,
and I didn't realize what a big deal the Dave Clark Five really were because that was before my time. Yeah. And they were one of the first bands that said, no, we're going to have our publishing rights. Yeah. And of course everybody was like, well, yeah, well, y'all gonna crank out. At that time, people were doing like one hit and moving on. They were like, okay, whatever. And of course, it turned out to be huge. And they were one of these bands, first ones that had their own plane and all that kind of stuff. And everybody was like, wait, what did y'all do different than the rest of them? And
especially in those days, they really got. They'd get like 2 cents a record or something.
Yeah. So, and of course now that's also more important because what we just talked about, the artists can't make money on just selling music anymore. Yeah. There's very little money in that.
Well, this publishing group, it says Wixon Music Publishing of Los Angeles, $1.6 million. They filed $1.6 billion. They represent people like Tom Petty, Neil Young, Steely Dan. So they got some big hitters.
Yeah, they do.
Well, I wonder, like when it comes to Apple Music, where you pay a fee and you just have access to the library. Yeah. It used to be before then you would go on and purchase the song for $1.99 or whatever, and they would get a cut. But like, let's just say I just have a subscription. I almost said prescription to that, and I pay a monthly fee. Do they see which songs I've pulled into the library and give them a cut, or are they?
I think they would have to. I don't know. You know, they would say we got a pool of money for the month. These are the songs downloaded, and you know, break it up that way.
But I don't have to download them. I can just I have the option. I can download them.
They see what you're just like.
They got to.
Yeah, I would think. Okay.
There's no way Tom Petty and Tony Basil are on the same level ground.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, Mickey, you're so fine. Can't be the same as Tom Petty's library.
Yeah.
Especially on the year he died.
You're right. Yeah. So you're right. They see the touches. Surely that's. I'm like you.
Anytime.
What a great service. $9.99, especially what we do for a living, grabbing bed music and stuff. It was life changing.
Right.
But yeah, everybody can't be on equal. 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So things you need to know. Archive from yesterday's Bible study now available. Genesis 43. So we are fully into the narrative of Joseph and power in Egypt and dealing with his brothers who've come for grain. Be sure and catch that one if you haven't caught it from yesterday on our YouTube channel or our podcast archives. So that and another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today. We're going to have a really, really fun conversation and interesting with a former air traffic controller. And we'll walk through some incredible stories. By the way, he's already told Speedy and me he's no fan of the Smithsonian Channel showing plane crashes one after another. He hates that show. So anyway, we'll discuss that with him as well.
I made the mistake of bringing up air disasters to him.
Yeah, and he is no fan of that show.
No, he's not.
Yeah. So anyway, you can imagine being what all he's done for a living, and
sure.
He has some incredible stories. So we'll interview him Tom Messer coming out this weekend, so catch that wherever you get podcasts. And it'll publish on Saturday morning. All right, so do you want to keep gathering stuff on the guest of the show that's in jail, or do we want to jump right in that?
Rick, let me say this. It's very complicated.
It is complicated.
At best.
Yeah.
They could describe it better for. I'm looking for my headphones here. I'm fumbling around.
Turn it up. Turn it up. Turn it up.
The True to Vote folks that were at the center of the 2000 Mules documentary,
right?
Who, rather, if you believe that or not, they uncovered what I thought was some interesting data, and facts involved in that I think at the very least deserves a good look. Now, William Barr, who was the Attorney General, and we talked to Greg about this, came out and said, look, this data of tracking cell phone pings is just not reliable. It's just not to the level that you can really count on it. And that's where a lot of people have kind of left the trail, I think, on this. But apparently it is accurate enough that some of the people, most of the people being charged now with the January 6th uprising at the Capitol, evidence that they were there is being presented as where their cell phone was.
Right.
That's how the federal authorities are tying them to that event, and they're prosecuting them and putting them in jail on that data. But at the same time, they're saying that data is not reliable for people stuffing ballot boxes. I find that disturbing.
Yeah, now
it can't be both ways.
And let me be clear: the Greg that Bubba's referencing is not Greg Burgess.
Right.
I was about to weigh in.
It's Greg Phillips, and Greg Phillips is with True the Vote, and the founder Catherine. I can't pronounce her last name. Is it Engelbrett? Whatever. Anyway,
isn't that it, Speedy? You know what you said? Good guess.
So both of them are in jail.
Yeah, they are being held in contempt of court in California.
Right.
And it's a case dealing with a software company there that it appears has deep ties to the Chinese Communist Party, and they believe has played a role in the subversion of America's elections. Well, in gathering, and I'm going to go extremely nutshell on this, Rick, because look, I have the story here, and it's about 12 pages.
Yeah, it's a lot of pages. Yeah.
That they're being held because they will not give up the source of a meeting that they had that the judge thinks they got critical information, and they want to know where that information come from further up the chain, and they will not give up their source. So they're not in jail for breaking a law. They're in jail for not giving up a source that they got as they were investigating the election.
Yeah, and as you said,
and that's as simple as I think you can boil it down.
And you should. The thing the audience is wanting us to be sure we know, and we do know, that Greg Phillips is in jail. And he was on the podcast and on the big show.
Yeah. Right.
So they want us to know that he's in jail right before the midterm elections, which makes everybody feel weird.
I would like to be able to talk to Greg. I don't know that that's possible, Speedy.
You talking about why he's in jail?
Yeah, I mean, doesn't he get a phone call every now and
You
then?
think he's going to call us?
Why wouldn't he call us?
Well, I would think there's other people he needs to call other than us. Wouldn't you think?
Well, he's probably getting more than one phone call.
I don't think he has his cell phone with him, and that's the only.
Don't they let people go? And I do find it strange if you're held in contempt of court, they actually lock you up.
Yeah.
Where if you burn a courthouse down or you kill somebody, you fill out paperwork and you don't even pay bail and you're out. Do y'all find that a little strange?
Yeah.
I don't think that Greg is a threat to anyone personally.
Please say Greg Phillips, because Greg Burgess is.
Greg Phillips.
Right.
It's not a threat to
Don't
anybody
you forget
personally. Greg Burgess,
ain't no threat to me.
That's a different topic.
Yeah, but you're right. So they obtained information that did lead to the discovery and later evidence that this Eugene Yu, who was trying to flee the country, his ties to China, and they're saying, where did y'all get? Who gave y'all this information that led to us getting this guy? And they won't say. And so contempt of court is because they won't give up their source. Just
they won't give the judge an answer he wants.
Right. So there you go.
So they're both in jail. I mean, what happened to no bond jail in L.A.? Where's that at here?
Who knows? Apparently, when it comes to criminals being prosecuted to the full extent of the law, it varies with the left on who it is. They're all about it if it's somebody they don't like, but they're not for it if it has some political agenda for them that may help them regain power. As you said, when it comes to the Pelosi's and all this, it's the ruling class. They get to decide what is important and what's not.
Right.
And they live a life different than the rest of us.
It is disturbing because, like I say, we've had Greg on a couple of times. He's a very interesting guy.
Yeah, he is.
And when he is saying we've got some problems with our elections, it just seems odd to me that he's locked up the week before we're about to have a midterm election.
The timing is timing's creepy.
And Rick, I'm gonna call it a minor charge.
Yeah. The timing.
Don't you think so?
Well, the timing it's creepy. Let's just say it. And
it really doesn't. If you're trying to say that what True to Vote is doing and what they have done and their research is a bunch of
phooey,
phony baloney.
I like when you say phooey.
Phooey. If it's a bunch of phooey,
right?
Locking them up right before the midterm doesn't really play to that scenario to me.
Not saying this.
It looks like maybe they're on to something and you don't want them to tell it.
Well, it also
what it looks like. Rick, I just got to call that.
It has that feel. I'm not saying that this is even true because I don't know what's true and what's not.
I don't know. I'm not following this case.
But it does have the feel that somebody said, anybody got anything we can lock Catherine and Greg Phillips up over? And everybody's like, what was something we could charge them with? Somebody said, I'll tell you, what about that informant they won't give us? There you go.
This has to do with poll worker data.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And it may have nothing to do. It just may be a bizarre coincidence. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, welcome to Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Look, this conversation today, it's very, very important, especially about the future of our country. In the earlier segments, some of the audio is not great, but just stick with it because we do fix it, and the rest of the podcast you'll be able to hear clearly. So enjoy today's edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. And what you're going to find with this unique podcast every week is there's going to be times when somebody may have already been on the big show. And as we're talking to them, we're like, you know what, we need to get you on Rick and Bubba University so we can sit around and just have a long-form conversation, which the podcast offers. And we're doing that today. Greg Phillips is going to be with us again, former head of the Mississippi Department of Human Services, of course, the open database of the corporate world organization, his part in the documentary 2,000 Mules with Dinesh D'Souza. He's just started, which we'll ask him about, a new podcast we'll talk about at Greg Phillips on Truth Social. And he's joining us today for kind of an update from some things that we talked about, but also we really want to look forward. We've looked back, and that's important, with the documentary and all that. But really today with Greg, we may get an update on that. But we're really talking about looking forward now. What do we do now with the state of our country? So Greg Phillips joins us. He just recovered from the latest variant of COVID. Greg, how you feeling?
Man, I feel so much better today than I did even yesterday. So appreciate y'all indulging me being still 1,000 miles away and being able to be on your show, but I appreciate y'all so much.
Well, we're just glad to have you. We're glad you're doing well. Can you share with us, because this is a hot topic, of course.
Sure.
What have you done as far as your treatment?
Man, ivermectin, zinc, vitamin C, and I would love to say that I also rested and I slept and all of that, but we really didn't. Just kept on working and tried to make our way through it, and took a nap here and there. But man, this ivermectin thing is legit, guys. I mean, I know that I talked to Dr. McCullough last night, and we got talking about this sort of the whole virus thing in general, and he and I don't want to put any words in somebody as significant as he is in his mouth. But this was an op that was run on us, and the very idea that they kept something so important to the life of, or to people's lives is outrageous. And you still can't. It's still hard to get, right? I mean, you can get it, but it's still hard to get.
Yeah, and so I assume, have you had any of the vaccines or boosters or anything like that?
No, I'm not a vaccine guy.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to get that on the record. And really, it sounds like what you did, which I was telling Bubba, and we've talked about on the show, from what I'm seeing right now with the overwhelming majority of people that I know, they are, they're sick, they don't feel good, they treat the symptoms, and then, 5 days or so, they go back to work and they go back to their life. And that's kind of the way we used to handle, the flu and other viruses. You got sick, you stayed home, and you felt better, you came back. And it sounds like you just treated it as you would have treated any virus that you've had throughout your life.
Yeah, and that's what I did. And my oldest son has it, and he's kind of going through the same thing. His symptoms have lingered a little bit, but it's like some people one way, another. Some people might get knocked out a little bit by it, but the chaos of intubating people and providing medicines that are known to kill, it's just outrageous to think that this country somehow fell into that. But you know what? Our view of it is everything's an information operation, info op, and this was just part of it. And now I understand they're trying to make monkeypox a thing. So I guess as long as you don't hang around with monkeys or do some of the things that these people are doing that are getting it, I guess we'll all be okay. But you're never going to know that, right? They're probably going to try to lock us down, put masks on, gloves on, and hazmat suits on, and everything else. It's outrageous.
"35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show," and here we go. As we come back, HelloFresh.com/Bubba, teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show, and man, are we loving this product. It's the thing that I believe you may be underestimating, if you're still kicking the tires on this, is how good the food is. Don't get caught up in, the only thing that should intrigue you about this is how convenient it is and how much money it saves you. But really, at the end of the day, there's still what's the quality of the actual food I'm going to be preparing, and the quality is fantastic. You're going to love these dishes. I mean, really, really good stuff. And they're simplifying the grocery shopping experience. Yes, they're saving you 25% off of your total food bill. Anybody want to save any money on your food bill right now? Now, I know the Biden administration tells you that things are not more expensive now, even though you can clearly see that they are. But it's wow, what a strange world we live in.
It's a strange approach to win an election, isn't it, Rick?
Well, it was just so funny to hear my mom discussing this the other day. She gets real mad about this. She goes, "Do they think that I don't know that when I went to get coffee a few weeks ago, it was this price, and then when I just got coffee, it was this price?" I'm seeing it myself.
Rick, I think it's the first time in American politics that we have a major political party trying to use a Vulcan mind trick to get their way back into office. No, you don't see higher prices.
Right. But so we know they're
Your
there.
Your prices are dropping.
Right. Yeah. Well, no, they're not. And right now, how about 25% cheaper if you're using HelloFresh.com/Bubba? You go there. The chefs throw out every week incredible recipes. Right now, we got a lot going on with the fall time of year, which, for those of us that are grubbers, we love fall. It's a great time for people who love to eat. Harvest Dinner Series. It's a limited time, but you're going to love these. And they send these directly to you. You order them. All you do is follow the recipe cards, which I love the way they lay these out. They look great. And then all the ingredients you need for each meal is in the bag with the recipe, and then you just prepare them. So right now listen to this. This is the kind of stuff that as I've said, makes Speedy pay attention. 65% off. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. We get you 65% off. Some of us, let's face it, when we hear some percentages, it just doesn't get our attention. But 65% gets everybody's attention. Also, we're going to have free shipping too. So we're going to save you a lot of money. So go right now to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Get the family back around the table and enjoy delicious meals and also save yourself some money and hassle at the same time. Bubba, we have a Bubba Health Update.
Well, Rick, good news. We had our first post-operative CAT scan this week. Got the results yesterday and all looking good. So that and blood tests are good, the ones that we have back. Everything clear, and very thankful for that.
So if you're thinking about those of you that may be going, what's going on here? So you may or may not know that Bubba did have a surgery to remove cancerous, what would you call it?
It was a tumor.
It was a tumor.
Tumor, yeah.
And some of his liver, which is, think about it, right now as we speak, it's growing back inside your body.
Yeah, I know.
Is that weird to you?
Yeah, and hey, how about the tumor look like a mushroom in there? Too?
Didn't like that at all.
Isn't that wild?
Stared at it. Don't eat mushrooms anymore.
I look at it and I go, wow, so you're a little mushroom growing in there.
How about this? When I walked out in, for some reason, when the weather gets weird and we've had to put down a lot of sod at the house because after 20 years of living there, our trees have gotten so large. We've trimmed them back now where there's so many shaded areas that all of our grass died. So we've had to replace that, and they love sod, by the way, with a bunch of sod. And I guess the fact that we have to keep watering it so much, it must be a good environment for mushrooms. And so I was walking to get the mail, and I looked over to my left, and there was just bizarre stuff in the grass. And I was like, that looks like Bubba's cancer. And I went over there and I leaned down. I'm not talking about like
mushrooms are not scary. I like to eat them, but if you get a bunch of them, they're scary to me a little bit.
Well, what was weird about
wow, a lot of you here.
What was weird about these particular mushrooms, because all mushrooms don't look like your cancer, but some mushrooms do, a certain type.
Yeah.
And these were the ones that looked just like your cancer.
Yeah.
And I walked over there, I'm like, wow, this is like Bubba's cancer. And then I didn't know what it was. I thought somebody had thrown something in the yard. And then I looked down and I was
Slender Man left something behind.
But anyway, so praise God that surgery was successful.
Yeah.
And what they're doing now, and also, which to me is another miracle, is that right now they don't want to do any other treatments other than just scanning you. So this is the first scan to kind of put down the baseline, and the scan and blood work all say looking good.
All good, liver working good. We don't have one of the blood tests back. It's that new high-tech one. It's called Sigma Terra.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's interesting. I've been reading on it. It's amazing what has been developed. And this is a fairly new test. I mean, it's just been around a couple of years. But, any living organism, all the way down to a cell, has to have something to feed it, and it leaves byproducts. Every cell in our body does that, and so does cancer cells. So they've really zoomed in on being able to look at what that cancer cell is spitting out, and they can find that in your blood and know what it is and where it's going. It's just amazing where that's gone. Of course, it's a very expensive test, but when you look at being able to catch cancer in somebody in the microscopic realm, as opposed to before there's even a tumor that you can find.
So important.
That you could go ahead and treat that. That's you talking about saving money and saving lives. That's going to be a big financial savings long term as this becomes more available. So we're very blessed for that, and thank you everybody for your continued prayers. And we'll have another one of those, and I believe it's late January. We're gonna have it every 90 days for a year, and be sure that there's no more of those mushrooms growing, Rick.
I know.
But it's great to read, what the radiologist, how they write it up, and they said, yeah, we see where you had the surgery and we see this, and, but nothing else. Everything is clear. Everything's clear. So,
and also that is abnormal with the type of cancer that we're dealing with. So that just continues to be something to so much to celebrate.
Yeah. We talked about it a little bit. Usually, and this is the doctors talking, what they're telling me, you do not have a cancer that starts in the liver, because the liver is the filter.
Oh, yeah.
It filters your blood and does so many other things in the big chemical warehouse at your body, all the things it does, which is amazing. But usually, if you get cancer there, it caught it from somewhere else. It was moving through your system. It landed there, and then it took up home. Started making housekeeping,
Yeah, all the gloom and doom email I got was, this is a secondary cancer. It's usually always a secondary cancer. Right. That's what they kept calling it.
Yeah, well, they can tell. Like I said, trust me, they are scanning and looking for anything anywhere else. Right. We had a bunch of those tests.
Oh yeah,
and praise the Lord, they haven't found any.
Sure.
But the when they got the path report, I mean, they can go in and they looked at the cells in the cancer cell and said this is a liver cell that has gone amok, that's run off the rail. So they know it started in the liver, and that's rare. And it's rare usually that they just have one. So that's why we're keeping a close eye on it. But again, divine providence. The Lord takes care of fools and drunks, I guess, that I had that gallbladder attack, that they found it, because no symptoms whatsoever, and probably would not have been until it was too late.
Right.
So very, very lucky. Divine
Man.
providence, however you want to classify it. I don't mean to, when I say lucky, to take away anything from the other. It's just, the phrasing we're using for it.
Yeah, well, and we get, we all got an email overnight that when you and the rest of the guys, we had a discussion about, God doesn't change who He is, whether you get good or bad news.
Yep.
And so don't hear us saying that either. But we certainly want to say thank you.
Yes.
That conversation Adler has out there, and again overnight we got another email for somebody who saw that and was watching that, and so understand that we also understand the balance that God is sovereign no matter what news you get.
Yeah.
And He's working in all of it.
And all of us eventually will get bad news.
Oh yeah, we all
at some point.
Yeah, well,
and we're all living under the curse of Adam, and we have a definite amount of time we're going to be here on Earth, and designed for a mission while we're here. And I think we're the most fulfilled when we find that mission and execute it.
Ain't nothing better than that.
And then we hopefully go on to even a much, much better place. We've been studying in our Sunday school class heaven a little bit. And Randy Acorn, I believe is his name, wrote a book about it. And it's really amazing. And I'm guilty of it. I don't think about heaven enough. If I did, I'd probably do things a little different here on Earth.
Well, I think things like what you went through, and speaking from experience, sometimes God allows these things, because I assure you, in my family's life, we're much more heaven focused than we were before.
Right.
Because it'll make you heaven focused, because you start thinking, "Boy, I hope this isn't it."
Well, and
if you have somebody there you love, and you're like, "Well, they're not coming back to where I am, but I want to go to where they are," and sometimes I think the mistake that we make, and God loves us enough to correct us, is that we think that this is heaven, and God has to remind us, I wouldn't think like that.
Yeah,
that's a mistake,
and we're holding on to it.
Right.
I mean, we're holding on to
right.
it with a white knuckle grip,
Yeah.
And sometimes He has to pry those fingers a little looser,
Well, even the Apostle Paul said, to your point about what is your mission here. I mean, he's writing to the Philippians. He wants to go. He wants to die, because he knows to be with Christ is better. He said, but if it serves all of you better for God to keep me here, then I'm good with that too. To live as Christ, to die as gain.
Rick and Bubba.
All I can think about when I said touch is Beth Moe, and I'm so sorry.
Really?
Yeah.
Touch. Yeah. So anyway,
Lord,
we got Will of Meat. We got Will of Meat going today. So we're gonna spin that baby. Got some prizes on the wheel. Your phone calls are coming in 866-WE-BE-BIG. President Donald Trump is tweeting again. We got a big tweet today that's a biggie. People are talking about concerning North Korea, the Olympics in South Korea, and all that. So we'll jump into all that today, and look forward to chatting with you. You got the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba.
Proud of myself.
You can't always get
Donald Trump.
what you want.
Incredible. Really amazing. Don't be stupid.
But if you try something, you might find
Deal or no deal?
you get what you need.
don't wear a toupee. It's my hair.
All right, so I walk into the office today, and that phrase that a cold chill goes across your entire body. Bubba said, "You see Donald Trump's tweet last night?" I'm like, "What? Oh my gosh, what? Is this how it feels to be Cliff Sims?" So anyway,
well, Rick, let's set the stage here a little bit, okay? We
right.
have the Winter Olympics coming up in South Korea. Okay,
why are we doing that?
South Korea, a little bit of a hot spot right now.
Mm-hmm.
We've got troops, we've got missiles, we've got fleets all over the place.
Sure.
We've got Kim Jong-un shooting off missiles like we shoot off bottle rockets around here. He claims he's got nuclear devices. He apparently has some crude ones at least.
Yep.
And he's exploded several to the point now that he has a radioactive mountain there in North Korea that's unstable, and they expect an earthquake to cave it totally in here before long.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know what, Rick, just in general terms, we'd call not necessarily the most stable situation for an international event.
Not sure when we're having the Olympics. I was telling Bubba, I said, you're just going to have to deal with him through this whole process. He may not do anything, but he's constantly going to be saying stuff.
And Kim Jong-un made a New Year's speech, and I think the North and South Koreans especially, are trying to reach out to him to bring him to the table of at least being civilized. Which I would put him not at this point.
Correct. Yeah.
And they've got the Olympics. They just want I think, a calm environment to get through this. Of course, this is a great time for him to show off, to get attention.
Oh, sure.
But, he doesn't realize the rest of the world will just look at him as an idiot by doing that. But anyway, they've made some outreach to him, and he made a speech on the January 1 and basically said that, he wants to do this and that, but he reminded him he's got the nuclear button on his desk.
Right.
So South Korea responded and said, hey, let's sit down, let's get a delegation together and sit down and talk, and they're going to meet at one of these border towns. Now, that will be, when you have high-level diplomats coming in and a lot of weapons and stuff around them, that's always a little antsy time. But they're trying to get that done. Kim Jong-un agreed to do that. He even said that he might send athletes to the South Korean Olympics, which before he said he wouldn't do that unless it was recognized as just the Korean Olympics. And that's not happening, obviously. So,
no, and plus I hope the athletes are in better health than the people who keep fleeing from there. But anyway, yeah.
So Donald Trump had tweeted out, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un just stated that the nuclear button is on his desk at all times. Will someone from his depleted and food-starved regime please inform him that I, too, have a nuclear button, but it is much bigger and more powerful than his, and my button works.
There it is, right there.
Well, now, there will be a lot of people losing their mind over that.
They'll have a meltdown.
It's kind of like when we were at the Huntsville event, and he gave the speech about the players, fire them, which I agreed with, but I nudged Betty, and I said, well, there's your story next week.
Sure, yeah.
It won't be the election, that's for sure.
No. Well, and like you say, I mean, this will be so troubling that CNN is currently smoking pot again.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. This they won't be able to deal with this. But if you want to know why he won, this is why he won.
Yeah, absolutely. Because listen, there's a lot of people that go when they hear that, they go, well, yeah.
That's what I wish we would say.
Yeah. Yeah, if we'd have said that in 1952, we wouldn't be dealing with it today.
Right.
But a lot of people, in all fairness, I understand, think that, well, the U.S. president shouldn't be talking like he's out at the hot dog stand at Trade Day.
Right. Yeah.
And I understand that, but I also appreciate him saying what he really thinks, and I like that too. It's kind of like how people complain.
Nine minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is our number, and we thank you for being with us. Charles Billingsley will drop by a little bit later on in concert tonight, Wright Center, Stanford University. We'll chat with him about that, and just catching up with Charles is always fun. And he's never been to this studio, so that'll be cool. And your phone calls coming up as well.
Rick, why don't we tell him it's somewhere else and watch him look for it?
Well, you know what? Looking back when he texts me, I should have done that. I should have done that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Watch
I
him out
should-
the window.
It just popped in my head. I shouldn't have said
I
that.
know. I should have done that. I should have told him if somewhere we could see him. I should have told him we're set up in that building where Edgar's and all that is across the way.
Right. Send Speedy out there to video it, like hiding behind our truck.
If you're standing in the parking lot looking across the highway and you see our truck, you're in the right building.
Right. Just walk into Edgar's and ask where we are.
I don't understand.
Hey, grab my breakfast while you're there.
Yes, I don't understand these instructions, but in this next story that we have, and there is a package because when I was in Africa on a safari, I was told by the guides completely the opposite of what these people are being told.
Yeah, well, that's because they're just thinking escape the danger. They're not thinking about what they're really talking about.
Right. I was told by the guides if we are approached by a lion, that we are to stand our ground and let them shoot the lion. Do not run. The quote is, because if you run, you will just be tired when you die.
Ooh.
It triggers their instinct to kill. For you to run from them.
Well, they're just a big cat. Think
Right.
about that.
Yeah.
Cats love when something takes off running.
What a great line. You'll just be tired when you die.
Yeah.
But here's a package. We have 5 lions have gotten loose in a zoo. And unfortunately, the guests there were just told to run. So here we go.
And the breakout that had the city talking. 5 lions on the loose.
This is quite unbelievable what's coming to us at the moment. There is a police operation right now underway at Taronga Zoo.
5 lions, 1 adult and 4 cubs were located outside of their main exhibit enclosure at 6:30 a.m.
Triggering a lockdown, alarms ordering staff to safety, and up to 20 people, including a group from Camaray Public School, sleeping in tents beside the lion enclosure.
They came running down the tent area saying that there's a code 1, get out of your tent, leave your belongings behind, run, come with us, and we had to run to this. It was only about 50, 70 meters. They opened the door, everyone got in, they counted us, and they locked the door, and we were staying inside the building.
They did the code 1 thing, and there was an alarm, and we had to stay in like a safe room. At the start, I was a bit scared, but then it kind of wasn't.
The overnight roar and snore attraction offering punters an unforgettable experience, but this was something else.
We realized, okay, something's outside, what is it? And they said, it's the lions. So we're like, ooh, scary.
An army of zookeepers, police checking the outer fence, nearly 2 metres high, the last line of defence protecting the public from the animals.
The second containment fence is a containment fence for people to have that safe barrier.
The mystery is how so many lions got out of an area that was supposed to be secure.
They did breach the containment fence. We don't have the exact details of how and why that occurred.
These were today's escapees, filmed only this week. Father Ato and cubs Kari, Lazuko, Malika and Zuri. At 16 months old, the cubs still stand around a metre high. Zoo officials say the emergency ended when all the animals but one returned to the enclosure themselves. One rogue cub tranquilised and taken inside. The lions were locked away for the day, a stint in solitary after their getaway attempt, the main gates opening at 9 a.m. to nervy guests.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know really. I mean, have they found them yet, or are they still?
No,
I'll have
they're
my
still
camera
roaming.
ready just in
Hopefully,
case.
yeah.
Take some selfies with some lions.
Tonight, Taronga Zoo officials are emphasising their response was swift and the lions' freedom short-lived.
We have received video footage and we confirm that it was less than 10 minutes between the lions exiting their main exhibit and the full emergency response being enacted.
No breach of the harbourside perimeter, but the Big Cat jailbreak has been labelled a significant event.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I bet it was.
Well, it was.
It's much
so
as-
you get to spend the night in there? Is that what they were saying?
Yeah, they had a group spending the night.
We were
also
told to run.
Then they come to the tent and say, everyone run, please.
I don't know about that.
I love hearing the British accent, but I still didn't understand how they got out.
They breached the fence.
Yeah. Is that Australian?
I think it's an Australian
It's
accent.
very close, though.
It's an Australian accent, mate.
Yeah. It was down under.
Well, not all of them.
Four
on
of
there
them went
were.
back.
There might have been visitors.
Pretty sure they were Australian.
Four went back. We tranquilized why he back now.
I believe this is now Sydney.
They don't
The lines
have
are still
a
roaming.
speech impediment.
Yeah, they're not. They're not. That was not a reporter with challenges.
Thought it was a lion.
They said it was a lion.
Let's put
So
another
I-
shrimp on the barbie.
Run for your lives now.
We call them cubs, but they're huge.
So where was this
1
story
meter.
at?
1 meter
Where was
high.
the story at?
I think it was
Over in Carrollton,
near
Georgia.
Sydney, Australia.
Taronga Zoo in
With
Sydney.
Dowie.
Sydney, Australia.
It was in Sydney.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's that park in Ohatchee that used to be out there.
Right.
Tallahatchie Farm.
How about if you were sleeping and they said, "Hey, get up and run. Let's go. Get all your stuff. Just
I'd
leave
be too
everything."
tired. I'd just sleep.
I love what the dad was saying, or he was a counselor or whatever he was with the school. And when and we wondered what we knew something had gotten out, and they said it was the lions. We went, I mean, because you would really go, okay, so the giraffes out. Yeah. They can be dangerous, but I mean, when you heard lion, you're
Yeah. 4 of them went back in. That one decided, no, I kind of like it out here.
Well, and I didn't like the fact when they said cubs, I thought we were going to have a female with a bunch of little cubs. Not good, but at least the cubs are not dangerous. No, these are like juveniles. They're
teenagers.
We got 5 that can get you.
That big one.
You see him? You see him bite that pumpkin?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Rick.
And I heard one of the guests pulled out a knife, and the lion was like, "That's not a knife."
I love what he's let us know they were only out for 10 minutes. Yeah, that's all it took.
Yeah, which means about 30.
Yeah.
Right. It also means that's all. Hey, it's all it takes.
Yeah.
If I'm in the wrong place in that 10-minute window,
10 minutes, plenty of time.
That could be your head. That pumpkin.
Yes.
Playing with the pumpkin.
yes.
Hello, country bumpkin.
Where's the line we got from the line?
No, you're exactly right, because what that is when you see him throwing that pumpkin around, that could easily
That could
be your
a
head.
head. Right there, look. That could be your head.
That could
right
be
there.
your head all day long.
Those cubs are so big, they just look like big females to me.
Yeah.
They don't have their manes yet. They're big.
Yeah.
They'll get you.
Yeah.
They got a lot of
on the
energy.
Barbie.
Yeah.
Lot of energy.
Lots of energy. So, it looked like
Spinner and Cubs?
Greg, it looked like they got out in the night too. That's even worse.
yeah,
That's when they get
stupid.
active.
We got them by
Using
Speedy,
the
what is
moonlight
that?
to
What
hunt.
is that, Speedy? That was you didn't. That's
They were all out 10 minutes.
okay. That's
Speedy,
terrible. That is
It's
ridiculous.
not. You're not talking.
Let's hope.
Rick and Bubba.
Right.
About football coaches. And they call it coach speak. Well, we're just going to strap it on, try to do it when do it. Other team good. And,
Right.
We'll be lucky to get out here with a win.
Yeah.
40 points later, you
Right.
go, why did you even say that?
Right.
You will never say, gosh, this is what you want. You want a coach to go, look, we still got to go out and win. We got to execute, but we're at least 6 touchdowns better than these guys, and we ought to be playing the third string by halftime. And you go, well, thank you for that. But nobody's going to say that.
Well, you know why? And to the other point, if somebody said that, they would be vilified.
Yes, they would.
You say you want them to say that, but then when they do, you vilify them and talk about what an arrogant. No, they shouldn't have said that. Who says that?
And Ricky,
you're like, which one?
About weird things like that.
Right.
And all I can attribute it to is we have a strange mix in the American blood. We have the explorers, the seekers, the fighters, and we also have the British. We got to have tea at 2:00.
Yeah,
it's in
right.
all of us.
Right.
So we have a bit of civility mixed in with a bit of frontiersman that has to fight and scratch and claw and get the bear and kill it and eat it and tear the skin off. We got that, and then we got to sit with our tea glasses. We must sit proper. We have a powdered wig on, and we take our tea. And you see those two sides come out in all of us at different times.
Oh, sure.
Although Trump appears to have more frontier in him all the time.
Well, and the key, what you hope you do is you pick the situation you're in, and the moment you're in, and you have some wisdom.
Right, you would hope.
On how to balance these two things and when they should be appropriately used and used in an appropriate way.
Now you're talking like the Brits now.
Well, I'm not. I'm actually speaking like like the Bible. But you know what I mean. But that is what we are supposed to.
You're speaking King James,
right? You're supposed to have some
double meaning.
But if you want to know why he got elected, as he came along when you had enough people who vote who were tired of being too far the other way. They were sick of it. and they were like, where is somebody who speaks the way I speak, and where's someone who stops apologizing for all the things that we have worked hard to achieve, and for the and quit acting like that we also haven't been placed in a position of power and shown huge restraint, and also have been very helpful to people all over the world, and really kind of tired of all being treated that because we have had some prosperity that somehow we're evil and it was ill-gotten gains. There were a lot of people who were tired of that. And they're also tired of paying tax dollars to have a great military that seemed to always be on standby and never being used to stop some of this stuff.
Well, and our latest intel on exactly what they're capable of is they do have some crude weapons. They do have some missiles now capable of getting at least close to U.S. mainland. But they have a problem with the re-entry. They've got to get into space to make the distance, but then they got to survive temperatures coming back, and they haven't perfected that. They think they're going to try to do a test this week.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Six minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang is all here. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Well, it's almost daily now, especially with the midterm elections coming up Tuesday. Biden updates. Biden. Everybody say it. Hey, Baseman Joe. All right, so what he's talking now
Well,
about?
Didn't he address the nation last night?
Did we have a nation? I didn't even know.
He did something.
Which is odd. We had like the World Series on and all this, and he's in there.
And his wife was at the game. She said she watched his speech between innings.
So we had the president do some address the nation during the
she
World.
Was I think she's a big Phillies fan or something.
Yeah,
they are. Well, we'll have him address the nation in the middle of the World Series.
Was it an official? Yeah, there he is.
Was it? And his own wife's at the game. I mean, what do we? What do we?
Blame her. I wouldn't watch it.
Yeah, he did a big primetime speech last night. Yeah.
While the World Series is going, and your wife don't even go.
I guess so.
And Speedy, I know for people who suffer with secondhand embarrassment, any time the president's addressing the nation, you can't be part of it.
No, I didn't even watch it because they had said this was a last-ditch effort for him before the midterms to pretty much do a doomsday January 6th. I'm going to focus on this. If the GOP wins, it's dark days ahead. Of course, not one time does he mention anything that's important as far as the economy, inflation, the border, crime.
According to people who were monitoring the speech last night, I was not one of them. He did not mention one time these topics: crime, inflation, supply chain, gas prices, China, education, military, police, or fentanyl. Not mentioned one time. And by the way, I think this is a bad use of the office. You know, they try to separate your job when you're a congressman or the president between your official duties as president and politicking. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I know even Trump caught grief about this when he had his acceptance speech at the White House, you know, for the nomination when they were doing that.
Mm-hmm.
They said, "Oh, you can't mix these two," even though we had the pandemic going on.
Mm-hmm.
But you interrupt primetime TV to do a political speech. This was not a president talking to the country. This was all about don't elect Republicans. It was 100% political, and he is interfering and getting primetime coverage on that. See, that's bull. I mean, that's bull. Yeah. The networks ought to have to give equal time on that one, by the way.
Right. True. Yeah, you're right. All those rules are there, and we've had to deal with them ourselves and deny people being on the show because we said we can't violate those rules because we don't want to bring everybody in here. But I will say this. Don't miss, and you're going to see this, the left are masters of this. They will warn you about themselves and convince you they're warning you about the party that opposes them.
Yeah. Always watch exactly what they're saying. That's usually what they're up to.
Yeah. This clip we have, and there's another one. I'll tell you too, Adder. We may try to find it involving the Marco Rubio race, where they bring in an actress, and her speech makes no sense. It's just a bunch of things that would garner applause. But it has nothing to do with Rubio. But here is our president.
But don't you think if you're going to address the nation, you need to talk about crime, inflation, China?
Inflation's a big one.
Supply chain's a biggie.
Don't you think that ought to be covered?
North
gas
prices?
Gas prices.
Bombs at South Korea,
right?
No time for that.
Now, he's going to say, and this is what you're going to love, think about the current state of the Democratic Party. There is no higher Democrat in the land than Joe Biden. Okay, because he's currently sitting in the executive office. Mm-hmm. He's going to convince you that voting for Republicans is a vote against the rule of law.
Yes.
Is that not crazy?
Dark,
Which
evil,
makes no
thirst
sense.
of power.
Think about that.
All right, so here we go.
We, the people, must decide whether the rule of law will prevail, whether we will allow the dark forces to thirst for power.
Oh, boy.
Put ahead of the principles that we've long guided us.
What a bunch of gobbledygook.
It sounds like your group is the one that's thirsty for power, Joe.
You know
saying anything, trying to convince us we don't have inflation. Just bold-faced lying.
It's almost like he picked up a Republican speech and didn't know it.
Yeah.
Warning against continuing to give the Democrats power.
Golly.
I mean,
speaking of warnings, and I don't believe in mojo, okay, but if I did and I was a Phillies fan, I'd keep the Bidens completely away from that stadium, and here's why. You went from having the hottest bats on the planet to getting no hit last night.
Right, you did.
Keep them out of the stadium,
Thanks,
Phillies
Dr.
fans.
Jill.
Quick sidebar here, but it goes perfectly with what you guys are talking about. Bill Clinton is stumping in New York City, in New York for that race. And this is exactly what you guys are talking about if you want 20 seconds from Bill Clinton last night.
Bring on Bill.
Oh, we don't want to hear
The Republicans are pretty simple, actually. And pretty straightforward. They say, I want you to be very miserable. And I want you to be very angry. And I want you to vote for us, and we'll make it worse, but we'll blame them.
What?
Do you guys see what I'm talking about?
It's the way they operate. It's the way they operate. Yeah. Yeah. No, you're right. None of the activists on the left want us all to be miserable, and they're not angry at all.
No,
and they're not going to make it worse, and they're not going to blame it on the others.
No,
they're definitely not going to do that.
That never happened.
Unbelievable.
What is this next clip?
Let's get all of Biden in here.
What is he trying to say?
Let's hit 1B, Addy.
This is just, it makes you feel so good about the democratic process in our country.
Okay.
We want Americans to vote. We want every American's voice to be heard. Now we have to move the process forward. We know that more and more ballots are cast in early voting or by mail in America. We know that many states don't start counting those ballots until after the polls close on November 8th. That means in some cases we won't know the winner of the election for a few days after the election. It takes time to count all legitimate ballots in a legal and orderly manner.
What ballots?
Wait, back this up. I'm gonna tell you what he's thinking. Run it again, Adam. Run this again. Run this again.
We won't know until we can find
every American's voice to be heard.
As long as they vote for us.
Now we have to move the process forward.
That means
we
they
know
know
that
how we're doing
more
it.
and more ballots are cast in early voting or by mail in America.
By us.
We know that many states don't start counting those ballots until after the polls close on November 8th.
That's when we know. That's when we know how many votes
we won't know the winner of the election
until we add in the votes.
Until a few days after the election.
Because then we'll know exactly how many we
Takes time
need.
to count all legitimate ballots.
Takes time to figure it out.
In a legal and orderly manner.
Yes, legal and orderly manner, of course.
Is he saying count the general votes?
Generally,
what is he saying? He's mumbling something.
I feel better about our elections after that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Well, it's just because you're one of the dark forces that thirst for power.
Y'all, Trump would be called racist if he said the words dark forces.
Yeah.
100%.
Dark forces.
We didn't get.
Please, I'm begging you, fellow Americans, do not let these people run our country.
We didn't get the Biden gaffe from a few days ago, video 2, Adler, where he refers to one of our senators as a member of the House of Representatives. He gets what she is in the government wrong.
And so she was one of my biggest supporters in helping me not only pass but draft and move some of the legislation we're going to talk about today, a couple pieces of it. And I don't have a greater friend in the United States Senate, and I don't have a greater friend when I was vice president nor as president. So Debbie, thank you, kiddo. I don't know anymore.
Debbie is a member of the House.
She's a representative.
But other than that,
and he says that she's in the Senate.
Yeah.
I don't have a greater friend in the Senate.
In the Senate.
All right.
Yeah.
If she's your friend in the Senate, she's up there just walking through because she's not a senator.
How about this? You may be right because she's not in the Senate.
She's not there.
So you don't have a greater friend in the Senate because she's not there. I mean, that may be one way to say it, right? I know.
I don't get it.
I know. Well, you don't let it get to you. I mean,
no, it's frustrating, and I have to move on.
Let's go to Georgia when we come back. Raphael Warnock. We got some quotes from him from 2009, 2015, some dillies as that election's coming Tuesday as well. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A quarterback in the NFL, great guy. The way he's handled his knee injury, nothing but class. The way he's represented his faith, nothing but class. And he posted a picture of his hunting dog that he loves on the dog's 5th birthday. And in the picture, he's got a picture of the dog as a puppy. And you would think that all the feel-goodism people would just love this. You know what I mean? He's got his puppy in there. He's got the dog at 5 years old, the way the dog looks. Oh, but Bubba, he's put the 5-year-old dog behind a bunch of geese that have been killed. Y'all do realize we're talking about adult people, and sadly, in some cases, men who are bothered by this situation. So Carson Wentz, who is an avid hunter, I said, wish his dog, Henley, a happy 5th birthday. He's got the photo with the dog behind a great harvest of geese that day. I guess they were hunting. He says, and then he gets a follower of his Twitter feed, I guess, who says, as a friend, I wanted to quickly highlight that a man in your influential position. Now, is this a man talking to him?
Yeah, Rick.
Mike calls offense, puts the word sick in parentheses. Through the posting of your first picture, I support its sentiment. However, the context and content of the pic could offend. Meaning, I'm offended and I think it's sick. This is a man who's following an NFL quarterback who plays football is going to say,
Rick, and for the Philadelphia Eagles,
right? Yeah, and we know how kind and gentle.
Yeah, how loving, how the city of brotherly love responds.
Carson Wentz says, I appreciate that, but offensive and controversial ? Two of the main things I tweet about are Jesus and hunting. Now, keep in mind, he's a follower of Jesus, meaning he tries to live his life by the way Jesus said to live it.
Right.
Okay, and he said, that's really what I tweet about, that in hunting.
Right.
That's what I'm passionate about, and that's not ever going to change. When you love something, you talk about it, stay convicted about it, and don't worry what others think, which I agree with that wholeheartedly.
You know, I am still, gosh, do I want to start the year like this?
I know, right.
My mind, I cannot wrap my arms around the people who are so offended by somebody who would hunt birds, deer, or fish, but they're so unoffended by other things.
Oh, yeah.
That are so much bigger on the picture of what's really important.
Oh, yeah.
But they don't see it that way. And I can't even, I see it so 180 degrees different from you. I wonder if we're both from the same planet.
We lived in a city that was built on human waste.
Yeah.
But anyway, they're just north of Oxford. At one time, if you look at the nation's history, this used to be the booming city there in this part of Alabama called Anniston, Alabama. And there's some story that Jennifer Aniston's last name is named after that city.
Yeah, her dad stayed there or something.
And he had a Greek name that was hard to pronounce or something.
Actually, he played the bad guy on Days of Our Lives, the soap opera. He's a guy that used to wear the one black glove, and I can't think of his name.
Bubba, I never saw it.
How about Victor Karyakis?
Come on, Bubba.
Never saw that.
Victor Karyakis.
Right.
Am I
The
right?
fact that you knew that.
Yeah. But no one.
Look, I have admitted I arranged my entire college schedule so I would have lunch available to watch Days of Our Lives.
That's a look.
Bo and Hope.
TMI.
Loved it.
Hey, TMI.
I'm just being honest.
Right.
I'm not proud. I'm just honest.
Yeah,
I'm trying to be
understood.
just honest.
We all have things that we shouldn't mention.
Right.
Yeah. But anyway, so now
Victor Karyakis.
there's a newspaper there. It was funny because it was always called by all the old codgers sitting around the hardware store the Red Star because it was so liberal.
Oh yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah. And he actually this family owned the newspaper and the broadcast facilities there that we worked at. They had to divest of those due to FCC rules at the time.
But this story is
they owned everything.
But I want to prepare y'all. This story is bizarre.
It is bizarre.
Rick, I glanced at this. This could not be right. Am I reading this wrong?
And again, 40 years ago.
Yeah, this is 40
Well, it
years.
doesn't matter, Greg.
I know. Isn't that crazy?
Write it down again. Remember why this is building up for.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I
anyway,
got you.
H. Brant Ayers is the former publisher of the Anniston Red Star. And so there's now a story 40 years ago now, okay, where a woman has come forward and said that she was mistreated by Mr. Ayers, including being spanked by him for discipline.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
21 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number as we make our way back. Some highlights, the midterm elections coming up on Tuesday, so the political grandstanding and propaganda at an all-time high right now. And it can be sad, but at the same time, funny to watch. and there's some races that we'll touch on a little bit here as we come back. Let's go to we've got Herschel versus Warnick. Now, my goodness, what a show this is. But we have to at some point remember that when the ruling class or socialists reveal themselves, we need to take note of that. Here's Raphael Warnick. Now, remember this whole thing with him claiming to be a pastor, but then saying things that I'm not sure what he's the pastor of. It doesn't appear to be the Word of God on things he even says about redemption and justification that are quite controversial. That little speech he gave us about Easter, it was bizarro. But here he is in 2009, and he is going to say, and remember this as you go to the polls on Tuesday, he's sick and tired of people criticizing socialism. Okay, so here we go.
I'm so sick and tired of all of these folk talking about socialistic medicine. You're giving in to socialism. And I really get upset when I hear Christians in the midst of this debate talking about socialism. They ought to go back and read Acts chapter 2, where the Bible says that the church had all things in common. We don't have all things in common, but certainly we have some things in common, and there are some things that you can't build a gate around. Folk talking as if they know what they're talking about, using words and labels instead of engaging in analysis. You don't solve the problem simply by calling something socialism. There are some things that we have in common.
I don't have any idea what he's even trying to say there other than socialism is not a bad word, but the part he's missing about Acts chapter 2 is the government wasn't even involved in that.
Well,
that was the church.
That is the entire point of this.
That's the entire point.
He is trying to equate the socialistic sharing of things in the early church with the government forcing you to do it at the end of a bayonet,
right,
or at the end of a lawsuit, or at the end of being locked up in L.A.
Yeah,
There's a big difference. There's a big difference when we do something as a group because we want to do it versus we're made to do it at the end of a gun barrel. Let me give you an example, okay? Most all of us have insurance, car insurance, some of it is mandatory, but we have other type car insurance that is not. We have health insurance, most of us, through our work. And we come together to do that, to try to the folks who are healthy are paying in, the people who are sick are taking out. MediShare, you have these other type organizations to do that, but it's a volunteer thing. When you are forced to do it at the gunpoint of the government and they're telling you what's good and bad and what can and can't be, then it's a totally different situation. It's like when you say you love somebody and you do it freely versus you say you love somebody and somebody's holding a gun to your back. It's a totally different thing.
Yeah, what Raphael is missing is what he is saying would actually be in conflict with Acts chapter 2. Acts chapter 2 teaches us we should not point to the government to do the church's job. And that part he has grossly missed for all the reasons Bubba just mentioned. And I wish that Raphael would unpack the state of the government that the church in Acts was living under, Nero and all that bunch. That was a fun bunch.
Yeah.
The imperialistic Roman Empire. He's leaving that out, too. But anyway, all right, 6B, 2015, if you're for the Second Amendment, you're really for white privilege. Here is Raphael Warnick in his own words.
In other words, it's legal in Ohio, like it is in Georgia, to walk around carrying a gun. And we got folk talking about they're protecting their Second Amendment rights. No, they're protecting their white privilege.
God.
Make a note of that. That's 2015. That's him in his own words. I mean,
I'm
it's not us.
confused how that is protecting white privilege when
it makes a good sound.
When anyone, white or black, gets to enjoy the Second Amendment rights.
Let me tell you,
it's not a white-only amendment. I don't even follow that. Anybody help me with that?
I will say that during the bigotry and hatred and abuse of black people in this country, if more of them had been able to arm themselves, they wouldn't be hanging from trees.
No, they wouldn't.
Mm-hmm. So no, this actually allows black people to protect themselves as well. It does not. White people, not only people get the ability to protect themselves, then that would be white privilege.
Mm-hmm.
But when the Second Amendment says that all people that are under this Constitution have the right to protect themselves, that would include black people as well.
Yes.
But I mean, that doesn't sound as good when I'm trying to get everybody to amen and clap and say, tell it. You know, so that you might just
it doesn't even make
sense. That is just not true.
Mm-mm.
And so this is how Warnock sees the world. So just know that.
That's
And,
your sitting senator right now from
and-
Georgia.
Right, and he's
I just don't think that reflects the prevailing thought of most Georgians of any color.
No.
I don't think that reflects.
No. If it does, then it's sadly based on ignorance and not under. Don't let this man manipulate Scripture, and don't let him manipulate the Constitution, because that's exactly what he's trying to do. And those kind of people are very, very dangerous, and you can find them throughout world history, and they're always bad news. What Warnock is trying to set up for himself is to be part of the ruling class. That's what all this is about. Yeah. And I say that based on the fruit he is bearing, and I'm not out of line to say, based on what you're saying, that's what that looks like to me. Right? Because he's the one saying it. He's not hiding it. No. Right? And it's not me saying he's saying it. We're hearing him say it. Right?
There is nothing biblical about forced socialism by an overbearing government. Not in there. Doesn't say that.
No.
You're absolutely not telling the truth if you say that.
Right.
Now, if we decide among ourselves to help share this or share that through insurance or whatever, voluntarily, we're free to do that. That's what the church was doing for the common good of spreading the gospel.
You know what the church and Acts would have done? We understand we have some elderly people that are part of our church and they can't afford their meds, so we're going to go to our benevolent fund and we're going to go buy their meds. We're going to pay for them. That's what that is. That's not socialism.
They took care of those too young, too old, physically or mentally unable, or temporarily down on your luck. They did not make it a lifestyle.
And if you go to socialistic countries around the world, and I have been there, they think the church is gone, and they think this is the job of the government. And if the church points to the government to do the church's job, that's sin, is what that is. And it always leads to trouble.
They'd rather have that position than let the church have it.
Yep. Bottom of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And the response from Mr. Ayers is more bizarre than the claim. Yeah. Would y'all agree with that?
Please read why.
The whole
and how
thing
this
is
happened.
bizarre.
He said that the employee had been out of work due to a psychological ailment. And he said, I contacted her physician that she had become difficult to deal with. I called the doctor and asked what we should do to calm her down. Mr. Ayers told the paper that he once published. He then asked the doctor if spanking her would work.
Yeah.
To which he claims the doctor said yes, but he doesn't remember the name of the doctor, so he said, I was simply spanking her on doctor's orders. Did y'all? Am I right?
But then he later goes on to spank other women at the store.
Yeah, right.
Don't
Well,
miss that.
yeah, then
that was the first spank.
Then I guess he thought good enough for this one person, good enough for them all.
Right.
He said, I spanked her multiple times with a metal ruler.
Yo.
And
well, apparently there were some other women that had the same disorder.
Yeah,
That's what-
I guess
yeah.
he figured
Is
any
that-
woman that he thought was acting up, he would spank her. Now, this other lady, Veronica Pike Kennedy,
Right.
the first reporter who went public, said that she was working there one Saturday when he approached her about an editorial he had written, and he told her she was being a bad girl and he would have to spank her.
Oh, my
and
goodness.
listen to his response to that allegation. Let the accusation stand.
Yep.
That's his response.
Yeah, he just said on that one, I don't have any other comment than let it stand. And so undoubtedly, he said, look, it all started when a doctor told me to spank this one woman.
Right.
And
So I just figured that
Right.
prescription covered all bad behavior.
So, after I did that, I kind of dug it.
You got to be kidding me.
So,
What a joke.
What the times we're living in.
And of course, they said that they did report it to some people. Of course, they kept it down home, but
Yeah,
they
yeah.
did complain. They were like they wouldn't go in his office without a supervisor with them and stuff. That basically they said, look, y'all not going to do anything about it, so we're just going to try to protect ourselves.
Right. So
what a
anyway,
what a
So, but
weirdo.
what's so weird is that don't think all this happened in the office. I mean, he would make house calls.
Guys, when he went to the
he-
one who claims that the doctor told him to do it, he went to her house.
Yeah.
And then
the,
her house.
And Rick,
the other one, he went to an apartment and said that she had been a very bad girl.
Oh.
and needed a
That's his
spanking.
thing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You know what he was? He's a little sicko. What he was.
He
You
said,
big old
he got to
perv.
get that ruler out and do a little tap, didn't he?
Yeah.
Golly.
How about this? He says he has no intentions of resigning his position as chairman of the board of
No, he didn't.
Consolidated Publishing, or Publishers, I guess, which operates the Star now and some other newspapers.
Well, Rick, in his elder state, he said he has realized that when he was younger, he did things that he shouldn't have done.
Well, the question does come up again. Can you say to an 82-year-old man, 40 years ago, you didn't behave well, and you're going to pay for it today? I mean,
Well, I do have a related topic on that I want to bring up.
Really?
Did he spank you?
No, I
When
was
you
not
worked at
spanked.
WHMA?
which stood for Harry M. Ayers.
you
by the
realize
way.
that, don't you? The
I
A
didn't
stood
know
for
that.
Ayers.
Oh, yeah.
Harry M. Ayers was his dad.
They were
There's
they were a monopoly that was busted up.
He was H. Brant Ayers, right?
Yeah.
There's buildings at the university that named after him.
Well, they were.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You gotta rise up. There we go. A brand new hour starting with the Willow. Talking to Adler, and when we left this and we went to the break, Adler was asked to play drums by, the church where his dad's the worship leader, and he went to I think it's probably that groom's room. Is that where you went?
Exactly.
Where it's just off from the stage, and you went there and you were working on your next few songs you were going to do. The fill-in pastor, one of the younger members of the staff that was filling in that day, ended the message earlier than you thought. When you went to rush back into the drum cage, you realize as the click track is clicking and everybody's looking at you to start playing drums on the next worship song, after the message, which is a really important worship song, by the way, you don't have any drumsticks.
It's Revelation song, Rick. We were doing Revelation
Oh,
song.
my gosh. Holy, holy, holy
Good night.
is the Lord our God Almighty, who is and was to come.
Yeah.
Or was and is to come.
That's it.
That's the one.
Y'all,
No pressure there. People are basically going to use this song to respond to what they've heard. "35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Thank you for being with us today. TheraBreath, boy, I tell you, it's such a great product, and they've got a full line of products for your overall oral health. Go to TheraBreath.com, find them all there. We love the oral rinse that keeps your breath fresh. Dr. Katz developed these formulas to say we need to address what's causing bad breath, not just cover it for a little while and have things full of alcohol and all of that. We can do better. And he developed these products that are just fantastic. They really work. They don't mask it like the burning alcohol mouthwashes. They actually go after the problem. And then you have the lozenges that you can use, after you've gotten clean breath and maybe you eat something or drink coffee and you need fresh breath. These lozenges are also really good if you make presentations and they help you with dry mouth. Really, really good. No dyes, no artificial colors, nothing like that. And they also have a TheraBreath's new Healthy Gums oral rinse. That is FDA approved, proven to fight gum disease. That's a breakthrough. Also, a TheraBreath whitening oral rinse that's better than the other things that we have on the market. It's doing a better job of getting rid of stains that the others just won't. So you can get all of this at TheraBreath.com or just look for these products at retailers everywhere. That orange cap always draws you to them. Find that wherever you shop. TheraBreath and the Rick and Bubba Show. What a great combination. All right, so, Bubba, I know yesterday we celebrated, was it yesterday, the successful launch, or was that the day before?
A couple of days ago, wasn't it?
I don't remember when it was. But we talked about that SpaceX successfully put the Falcon Heavy, it had the liftoff. Did it get where it was supposed to get?
It had the secret military satellites it was putting up.
That wasn't secret because we all talked about them.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
right.
yeah, what they're doing is
Right.
secret. But
Right.
the part of the beauty of the whole SpaceX Falcon program is the boosters returning back on their own, which no one really thought could be done.
Mm-hmm.
And Elon has done this. And with the Falcon Heavy, you have two of them coming back.
Mm-hmm.
And they come back very close to each other. This is footage. There's all kind of footage of them returning that people have shot. And I'm not sure which one this is, but you listen to the audio. You can hear the sonic booms. You hear the engines roar. But check out the speed that they're coming in, and then how quickly they stop and go into landing mode. It's really pretty awesome.
This is the one you sent me, Bubba.
Okay.
And then I've got another one that's on the ground level where they land right after that, if you guys want it.
Watch them coming in, Rick. This is cool.
Oh, wow.
Have we got audio on it?
This is the one you sent, and I don't know if it has audio, Bub.
Oh, that was.
Look at those coming in, though. It doesn't look real.
Yeah.
It
Really?
looks like something from a movie or something.
Bubba, you said
It looks like everything's in reverse. For those of you that are on radio and can't see, we're looking at the sky, and it just you can see them coming from the clouds, and it literally looks like somebody's put a rocket launch in reverse, and they're coming back
Didn't you
down.
say you could hear the sonic boom from there?
Yeah.
Yeah. You could on one of the clips.
How about the fact that if you were someone who gets spooked when you see things in the sky,
yeah,
and you saw this,
right,
and you think would you not think aliens in a second?
Well, it looks like you're being invaded.
Yeah. That's incredible.
But the fact that they can land them back and reuse them, and it takes so much cost
Right,
out.
yeah.
Let's see.
Oh yeah! Wow.
Hey, sonic boom.
That's a good shot right there.
Wow, it's amazing.
Well, they just sit right back down too.
How about you remember the first ones they were trying to do this? They were totally out of control,
Oh,
and they
sure.
would blow up.
Well, you
and
got
all
to
that.
dial it in, Bubba.
Hey, they got it dialed in.
You got to
now.
dial it in.
It just looks like that thing touches down like a feather, doesn't it?
No, it really does.
It comes from breaking a sonic boom, 1,200 miles an hour, basically, or 1,000 miles an hour, round figures. Don't start emailing me.
Okay.
And it comes in and just lands like a feather. I mean, that is just amazing.
It is.
We had another one that had been sent to us. It was at one of the parking lots down there, and all the cars start going off, all the alarms.
Oh, sure, yeah.
When the sonic boom hits them.
Absolutely, yeah.
You guys, this booster is 230 feet tall. That's very tall. That's a big thing coming back.
It's bigger than a cell tower you see around.
Mm-hmm.
So that gives you some size, and the way it just slows down. I mean, that's just amazing to me.
It really is.
I wish we had that other one that you could hear the booms too. Gosh, I thought I'd sent it to
Yeah,
you.
we heard it on that one though.
Yeah,
didn't
but
we?
yeah, we heard it on that one.
Oh, I can't hear it enough. Though.
Yeah, you
Can't hear it enough.
I can't hear it enough.
There we go.
That popping noise that the rocket's making, you hear from the exhaust.
I thought that was on our studio.
No, I will say
I'm here all week.
From the shuttle launch that I saw, the audio does not do that justice.
Right.
The noise and how it pops, and when the compression, the wave hits you, you just feel it in your breathing, and it's just in your chest. It's amazing, and you see the power of these things. It's incredible.
It really is. So
Pretty cool stuff.
Pretty cool stuff. And a shocker, I'm actually going to talk about baseball.
No way.
And the World Series, because I told Helmsy and Speedy when we were all just kind of getting ready to get started today that I am very impressed, and I'm picking up a little momentum from the baseball guys. I think this is a bigger accomplishment than just one pitcher throwing a no-hitter, that the Houston Astros have tied the series 2-2, and they have a combined no-hitter And how many? It looks like what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pitchers.
Oh, it was 5.
Is it 5?
I thought
it was 4.
But
Well,
either way,
there's 5
impressive.
guys in the pitcher, but one of them may not be.
He's the catcher.
Oh, he's the catcher. Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
so 4 pitchers rotate, and none of them give up a hit. And as y'all said earlier about baseball being a game of failure, is that the night before the Phillies hit 5 home runs.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then they get completely shut out with no hits in the very next game.
Correct.
It's amazing.
Over 4 pitchers.
Yeah. First,
One guy,
first
like y'all
combined
were
of
saying in the break, one guy can get hot. That's impressive. Don't
Right.
misunderstand me. But you're changing pitchers and nobody's giving up a hit.
One of the things that baseball coaches will tell you, hey, let's just get to the bullpen. Give us a chance. If we get in their bullpen, we'll have a chance to win this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, got to the bullpen, and they no hit you.
Nothing changed.
Wow, that's good. So that's never been done in postseason history.
It's
been
the first
done.
combined
Combined,
no-hitter in
That's what I mean.
postseason history.
Yeah, okay.
How about that?
That's a big accomplishment. And then of course, I love this. I love when fans are real fans, and I know
Yeah.
Bubba, you're also a fan of this. And the fact that Philadelphia stands for brotherly love.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And
it's about as opposite as you can get.
2 restaurants in Philadelphia turned down catering the Astros. They would not feed them.
There's nothing more Philly than that.
See, I love that. See that's
That'd be no.
That's true fandom right there. The Astros want us to feed them. Now pass. No
I'm
matter.
out.
Think about how much money they would have made.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a pretty big
Yeah,
check.
yeah.
Right.
But they're such
We don't want your
fans
money.
that we will not take Astro money. I love that.
right.
I mean, to me, that's what sports is all about right there.
Who wants to cater? No.
Yeah.
No. How
Hey,
about no?
Got a catering request. Who is it? Astros. No. Will not feed them. Not as long as they're in the city of brotherly love. They will not be fed. We love the Phillies, and we will not feed them.
Right.
So I love that story too. It says was one of them that this is in South Philly. No way you're getting Angelo's Pizza. And you know,
Yeah.
if you're in South Philly at Angelo's Pizzeria, you're not gonna get pizza for the Astros.
Right. Right.
And then of course Jill Biden went there and mojoed the Phillies. While her husband was giving some bizarre state of the whatever it was. I don't know what it was.
It was a scare everybody
It was
before the
a-
midterm speech.
It was use of presidential office for politics.
Loving Angelo putting on his Instagram, if you think I'd cook for the Astros, you're out of your mind.
Well, they're doing their part, to help the Phillies out.
That's great stuff right there.
Of course, then Jill Biden ruined it. But all right, we'll come back. Phone calls next. All 10 lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
We know she was there for a cancer tribute. I know that, but still, she was there.
Yeah. Well, when you say that your husband's speaking to the country, he shouldn't be doing it during the World Series. I think they did that so they could say, well, yeah, he spoke. So. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines available.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, real big important moment in this really big
No
important
drumsticks.
church service.
And you're not playing bongos. You're sitting behind a kit.
I'm sitting behind a drum kit.
Dum,
And-
dum, dum, dum.
All right, and so this is what I do when I play drums. I bring 3 drumsticks with me because a lot of times if you're playing, you get hung up in a cymbal, you'll lose a stick and it'll go flying, and then you got to have that extra.
Yeah.
And I remember that I had that 3rd drumstick, so I'm like, where is it?
You never thought of maybe bringing 4? But anyway,
Well,
go ahead.
I kind of blame you because good drumsticks are kind of hard to come by around here because somebody plays drums kind of loud.
Understood.
Looking at birds. No,
Understood.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I'm happy.
So I try to find 3 good ones with 3 good little heads on there. Okay, so I remember I have that 3rd stick, and I reach down in my cymbal bag. I have 1 drumstick.
Oh, no.
I'm halfway there.
Def Leppard to you.
Oh my.
No, you're exactly right. I'm like, okay, I have 1. Am I going to play with my hand? Am I going to grab a pencil from my music
pencil.
stand and play with it? What am I going to do?
Oh, no.
And so I just rested my hand on my chair right here next to me and just played with 1 arm, guys, this whole song.
Rick Allen, let me ask you
Like
this.
the drum for Def Leppard drummer.
All right,
It's
but
horrible.
except you didn't know how to actually play the snare with your foot.
No.
Let me ask you this because that was the question that I when I heard about this, I wanted to know, but now you've answered it. Are you going to use the 1 drumstick for the snare? Are you going to use it for the hi-hat, the cymbal, the ride? Are you going to play at all with your hand and hit the snare? What are you doing
would
with
a
the hand?
pencil on the snare work? And
Not
save the
really.
stick for everything else?
It wouldn't have gotten
What
it
about
done.
pencil on the hi-hat or on the ride and snare with the one stick?
If I could have
It wouldn't have gotten it done. So what I had to do was just do all the duty with one arm.
Oh, no.
So I was just like ting ting clack, ting ting clack, ting ting clack.
Wow.
I hate myself.
All right, now here's what's funny, Bubba.
Boom, chick, boom.
I was told that Logan, who is a great musician, great singer,
Logan Creasy, great guy.
is
Good
over
guy.
there playing guitar. And you know how the guitar player, he likes to say, "Hey, we got something going. I'm gonna go over to the drummer.
Yeah, look
and
at him
I'm
while
gonna
he's
get I'm gonna
playing,
get
yeah.
in my crouch.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna jam with you." And he looks and he said Adler's head is just down. He won't even look up.
Guys.
He's not jamming. And he
Guys.
wants to know where is the drum sound? Where is the backbeat?
I might as well have just gotten on stage. The feeling that I felt would just drop my pants. Like that is how I felt in that moment, y'all. And it's supposed to be a big song. It's a good song, really important song. Practiced it a lot. Really was really excited about some drum fills I was going to do in there, guys.
really cool.
And I had Logan's like looking at me like trying to rock out, and I'm just like I couldn't look at anybody or anything, and it was a horrible experience. One of those ones that you just think about it for the rest of the entire day. And people are like, my wife would be like joking with me later today. I'd be like, but not really laughing on the inside, laughing on the outside, but not on the inside.
Did your dad have anything to say about it?
I talked to him about it, and he was like, "Whatever, man. It's cool, man." You know.
Could the audience tell? Like, could the audience?
I asked my brother, and he was like, "I thought you were just kind of told to hang back. I thought you were told to not play a lot." I was like, "Yeah, I played half as much as I would have normally because I had my drumstick."
I hate to tell you this. I had no idea this happened because I did not. Because I can't where I sit. I can't see in the.
That's a
cage.
good thing. That's a great thing. That's why I asked the question.
But no.
Oh,
What I'm about to say now is this. I remember because I love that song.
I know.
It's one of my favorite.
You
songs.
play it on the show all the time.
And you know what? You know what I said? God, we gotta get the mix better. Where are the drums?
Well, I only had half the drums there, guys.
So I'm sorry to the sound man.
And y'all, and I afterwards, and there are pros on this stage, you know, that do this every single week. I'm going up and apologizing to them. I'm a stinking liability back here on the drums, just like
way to fill
just
in.
hating myself.
How about
you know what they think? The fill-in guy just ain't got it.
You know what they say?
He got the job because of who he is.
When your dad said,
nepotism
hey,
is
no
a bad
worries,
word.
don't worry about it. What he really meant was it ain't gonna happen again because I ain't gonna ask you to do it again.
Yeah.
Well,
next time be my bad. It'd be my bad, not yours.
Yeah.
Luckily, I was already on the schedule for Christmas Eve because our drummer couldn't do it again. So, Christmas Eve.
Did you bring it?
2 drumsticks. Oh, come all ye faithful, never rocked harder, gentlemen. I'll tell you that.
But you were telling us that you had a deer processing situation go bad. What happened?
Well, not that I want to be dog like Wentz for getting out and hunting, but we did hunt a little bit. We had had a lot of fun.
You busted. You're busted.
Yeah, the week after Christmas is usually my
All right, here we go. All 10 lines are available. The phone troll music is playing. The real Greg Burgess is screening phone calls. Minions, don't bog down with Greg. And we're going to hear what's on your mind. Make comments, ask questions, bring information to the table. The largest number of people in the shortest amount of time. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close. Somebody else gets an opportunity. Make a note of things going on this week. The real Greg Burgess, Friday. He will be in Birmingham, Alabama, the home of 104.7 WZZK, 11 to 1 at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall. Go have lunch with Greg and Grip and Grin Minions. A rare opportunity for you to have 2 hours with Greg. So that's coming up on Friday. Also on Friday night, Rich Wingo. This is from themanchurch.com. If you want to get info, we'll be speaking at my home church, Valleydale. Honored to host one of my dearest friends as he comes in to speak to the men of our church. We will have a chili supper at 6. Wingo, and the service starts at 7. We'd love for you to join us if you're going to be in the Birmingham area or you live in Birmingham. And certainly, if you're one of the men of Valleydale, you need to be there. If you haven't let us know you're coming, it would be kind if you would just go and register your name. It doesn't cost you anything. We just love to know what kind of number we have. For those of you that have already registered, thank you so much for that. On Saturday, there goes Speedy. He'll be at UAB's home game at Protective Stadium in Birmingham, Alabama. If you're coming in for that or going to attend that game, Speedy will be bringing the hype. So be sure and say hello to Speedy in Birmingham, Alabama there. Then on Saturday as well in Crestview, Florida, at First Baptist Church Crestview, Mark Garnett from themanchurch.com speaking at their next Man Church. Men in that area make plans to attend. And then on Sunday, I'll represent the show over in Americus, Georgia. Bubba, I'll be with our old friend Mac Powell. He'll be in concert. It's a fall festival. Everybody's invited. And I'll be emceeing that and bringing the message for that event coming up on Sunday afternoon into early evening there in Americus, Georgia at Central Baptist Church. Find those details either at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events or themanchurch.com. Let's go to the phones. We have Mike standing by in the beautiful state of Alabama. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy.
There's a video out there of Josh Heupel, the head coach of Tennessee. It's a fake video. I'll admit that. It's fake. But it's a video of him saying that if Tennessee beats Georgia, he's going to stand in the middle of Georgia's field, find a red wig and put it on, and sing like Reba McEntire, "That's Night the Lights Went Out of Georgia."
Of course, she didn't sing that song, so he needs to get that right. It was actually Vicki Lawrence. But did she do a cover of it? She did a cover of it, okay.
Yeah.
But it'll always be Vicki Lawrence to us, sir. Fake video.
But you said it's a fake video.
Yeah, so. Is he just saying it's a good comedy bit, I guess? Yeah, because if it's fake, I mean.
Someone keeps putting out videos of Heupel, and you know how we do the lip thing where we change what they're saying? They're doing that with Heupel. They did it about before the Alabama game, and he was trashing Alabama, but
it's an unfair edit.
It is.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is.
Okay.
They're funny,
Yeah.
but, it's fake.
Well, a big game Saturday.
Sure.
Let's go to
a couple of big games.
Rachel in Alabama. Rachel, go ahead.
I just want to point out how ridiculous it is that our government's been going to space since 1969, and Elon's the first person to bring boosters back.
Well, Bubba, I stay out of these kind of conversations.
Well, the technology has certainly come forward. Our engineering ability has come way forward. I mean, if you're wearing an Apple Watch today, you've got about 100 times more power in that than the lunar module had that landed on the moon.
Here
so
he goes. Yep.
It's a lot better. I do think it is a case of the private sector trying to save cost.
Yes.
Versus the government, who they have a set amount of money allocated for a project and they use it all.
Yeah.
And they don't look at it as, saving things for the next project because they just kind of go back and ask for that. And some people may think that's unfair characterization of how that happens. But it's clear that no one even attempted this before. They didn't think it was possible, and now it is being done and done very well. That was the 50th SpaceX flight of the year, Rick. Of the year, 50th.
Well, I will say this, and I know we have to walk a fine line here because we have great respect for NASA, but there is a glaring thing that we've been saying for years on the show. The private sector versus watching the government work, it is a different dynamic.
Yeah, and
there's a lot more freedom in the private sector.
NASA's kind of a strange animal anyway because they do some things internally, but most of their stuff they contract out to the private sector.
Yeah, so you almost have to look at SpaceX as a contractor.
Yeah, they're kind of a management thing, and NASA helped SpaceX get started. I mean, they gave them a lot of seed money, gave them a lot of technology.
And they did that wisely because of government red tape. SpaceX doesn't have to jump over the same hurdles that NASA has to jump over.
Yeah, and see, I think this is great because we're using the private sector to do what it does best, and that is move the needle forward on some of these things. So it's really a fun time. It's going to be next year. It's going to be fun if you like to see rockets go up because we're going to have a bunch of them.
Barry in Gadsden, Z93. Barry, 30 seconds. Go.
Hey, bud. Hey, I don't know if y'all talked about it or not, but I caught the tail end of the story yesterday on Fox News where Peter Ducey questioned the press secretary, Jean-Pierre, whatever her name is, and they got in sort of a heated exchange over some questions and stuff. So I didn't know if y'all had already played that or not.
We haven't, and I'm looking at our videos today, and I don't really know what you're referencing.
What did he say?
He said Jean-Pierre and Ducey got into it again.
Oh, is this when she was? They've been claiming a bunch of stuff. Now it's just not MAGA Republicans; it's mega MAGAs.
Mega
MAGAs. That's just
mega.
MAGA's not enough. But she had to
have another level.
She had to walk back the White House tweet that you mentioned, Bubba.
Yeah.
Well, actually, we haven't mentioned it about Social Security benefits going up, but actually that has to do with the economy and the cost of living.
It's cost of living raise.
Has nothing to do with what they
because of inflation.
Right.
It's not something that Biden has done good for the senior citizen.
Right. Twitter actually called him on that.
And the problem is that you don't gain anything, though. See? It's a wash.
Right.
You probably end up losing.
Yeah.
Right. To Brian in Alabama. Brian, go ahead. 30 seconds. How you doing?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Bubba, speaking about NASA, what is the latest on the Artemis launch, and do you think the third time's the charm?
Well, I hope so. We're going to try to go down and see that launch. It'll be right at midnight on November the 13th, which will be a Sunday night / Monday morning East Coast time. And we hope they get it up because it'll be the largest rocket we fired, and it'll be at night. So it ought to be quite a
Space
sight.
Bros are going.
Space Bros are in.
Space Bros are going.
Space Bros headed to the Cape.
Zach in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Zach, go ahead.
Hey, Monkey Grass and Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, buddy. What's on your mind?
Well, I was calling to see if you guys had heard about the attorney billboard outside of Philadelphia.
That sounds familiar. I think we have. Refresh us.
So this guy, he's kind of like their Shannara. He has a billboard that says, "I had a funny son, but the Astros stole it."
Oh, that's funny.
That's really
no,
good.
I didn't know that one. That's
That's
actually I did not know that one. That's very, very funny.
Solid.
See, I love when rivalries are mean.
Yeah.
Are mean.
Well,
I like when they're mean. I like when the people who are for one team totally despise the other team.
See,
You
if
know,
I was the Astros, I'd want my picture made under that billboard. You know,
Yeah,
let's get a group shot.
That right there is such a good one.
Some of those original members still get booed every time at bat wherever they play.
Yeah, and I love that. They need one after they got shut out with a no hitter last night over 4 pitchers. They now need to have some kind of billboard that tells Jill Biden not to come back.
Yeah,
they need something that says there is no ticket for Jill at will call. Okay, so something along those lines.
And if your signals are being stolen, maybe you need better signals.
Right.
And did I see another player taunt the if I have my teams right, he pulled up his shirt to show that he wasn't wearing a wire.
Yeah, the other night. Yeah,
He had a good hit, and as he was running the bases, pulled up his shirt to say, "Hey, we're doing it without a wire," basically.
Look at you doing sports talk.
Well, people call me Steven Adler Smith. Steven Adler Smith.
Oh, Bubba, guess who's with us?
Oh, watch out.
Charlie Billingsley's here.
Uh-huh.
We'll talk to him when we come back. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hunting sabbatical, where we go out and spend a little time in the
me too.
woods,
Me
and
too. I love
we have a hunting place. We hunt, and we have
Killer.
a really good processor there. A little shout out to R&H Process, and do a great job, Mr. Ritchie. And usually when you get your deer processed, you get it somewhere. Excuse me.
You okay?
Choked up thinking
all
about it.
Are you?
You get your deer processed kind of close by, where you're actually doing the hunting.
That'd be nice. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and we used to have a guy that did a lot of our stuff when we hunted over close to you, Rick, and Jemison.
Love him.
And I don't get to see him that much now.
I see him a lot.
And usually once or twice a year we'll run a deer over there, just check in, say
For old
hey.
time's
But he's
sake.
the best summer sausage processor I've ever eaten.
He does a good job with that. He really does.
Seriously, just-
And so, most of the stuff goes to my local guy, and then every now and then I'll carry something over. Well, we had some guests down, and one of them was Ryan McCorkle, who is a good friend of mine. And Ryan had casually mentioned that if we get a few deer tonight, that he would volunteer to run that over to David Davenport's, who is our other processor.
Can I stop you right there? So what's the thinking on that? Why would you go
far away and take some of
Well,
it.
our local guy that does most of our meat and does a great job does not do summer sausage. So if we
there you
want
go.
summer sausage, we have to go to
now it
David's.
makes sense.
And it's good to go and visit because we we don't get to see him like we used to. So so he had volunteered to do that, and he was going to do that, and I hated for him to drive over by himself. And we had several folks there. I said, "Hey, Ryan, look, I'll ride over there with you." Because he didn't know the way.
You say it like that?
Yeah, I said,
ride
"I'll
over
tell you
there."
what, let me get my boots off. I'll ride over there with you."
Even though you don't, it sound like you really wanted to. You
Right.
said,
No, I thought it'd be a great time to catch up and visit. When somebody comes to hunt and you say hello and everybody gets out and stand, you really don't get a lot of time to socialize.
Right.
So
That's
I thought
why
that'd be
like
good.
it.
And I know the way over there. And when I give directions, it's like go down to the stop sign, take a right.
Yeah.
When it tees, go right again. Go over the interstate, go by up to the high school, take a left. You'll be right there.
Right.
Now that's an hour and 15-minute trip.
Right.
That I just told you.
That's all you say. And you,
So-
do you ever throw in Greg's line there, right where those two black and tans are tied up?
I try to stay with more, bigger landmarks like stop signs and highways. So we're going to go over there, and it was the first trip for the year, and I knew how to go there. I drove it myself. And I thought just as a backup, I'm going to, because I know you go to a high school and you take a left, and he's about 4 miles down that road. So I thought just for backup, I'm going to Google the way to that high school. Just to have a little backup, right?
I know.
Right.
So I get in there and I say, Google, give me directions to this high school. So, okay, we got it. And we're going along. We're getting the turns. And, we're out there. I thought, it seems to me that this the road is a little more out in the country than I remember
This doesn't
it
feel
being,
right.
Mm-hmm. So we're going along, and it's just right here. I mean, it's just a few minutes away. All right. Well, we were making turns, and I'm like, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, I don't remember this many turns on this trip.
Oh, no. Real dark, too, probably.
Oh, dark and cold, dark and cold. So, hey, 1 mile away, the school. I said, well, we get 1 mile. It's one turn to the left. We'll be right there. Mm-hmm. So we pull up to the school. And we're at the school. The phone is saying you have arrived. Mm-hmm. And I'm looking and I'm going, this ain't the school that you turn at to go to the process.
You put the wrong name. Nothing.
And I get to looking on the scoreboard and it says Isabella High School.
Oh my goodness,
Isabella.
I thought Isabella.
It's bound by the farm.
Yeah, I thought no, I want to be at Thorsby High School, and this is not it.
Those two names don't even sound the same.
Oh, I know.
I can see how
Where'd
you
you
made
come
that
up with
mistake.
Isabella?
Well, Isabella is close to the Lenores.
Right.
And
real close.
So
David's not.
we've been by there a lot of times.
Right.
And in my mind, I just thought Isabella High School. I don't know why. When it's clearly
He just
Thorsby
grabbed a
High
random
School.
landmark in that area.
you ask
high
Alexa?
A high school
So-
he's happened to have driven by one time. On the way somewhere.
And it's dark.
Hey, Ryan,
it's
I'm
dark.
going to go with you so you don't get lost.
Yeah,
it's
I don't
dark.
want you to get turned around.
It's dark and cold.
Let me get my boots off. I can take you right to it.
We're right over. Hey, you pull your pants. All right over there, will you?
Yeah. I know how to get there. As a backup, I'm going to put
Give
this.
Daddy a
So
I know where we're going, but as a backup, I'm going to hit this landmark. Simplify.
So we try to get back on the phone and figure out the quickest way to go from that high school to the high school I need to be at. Yeah. Well, this is that point, just like you were talking about earlier today in my office. We have no cell service.
Not there,
So
you don't.
Your maps and all don't work without any cell service. You can't do anything with it. So I said, well, Ryan, let's just drive this way, and we'll see what we run into or get back in cell service. Well, we're going down the road. It's not looking good. I mean, it's going from road to driveway kind of look.
Right. It's
I
getting
said,
later
well,
and
this is the wrong way.
later, too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're already late. We should already been there. So we take another turn. We're driving around, and we're lost as we could be out in the county. And I'm trying to figure out and get cell service and see where we're at. And we drive, and I go, wait a minute, stop the car. We just passed the Lenore farm.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
I said, okay, I know where I am now. We got to go back up here. We got to take. So we get back on the road. We finally get over to David's place, and
He said, "Where y'all in?"
Ryan was on me about it,
yeah.
and I said, that is that's just on me, really, because it was a high school, but it was not the right one.
May I say now what I'm almost certain, with maybe the option of 10, 12 people, on behalf of the 1.2 million people that are saying the same thing in their mind right now, listening.
America's favorite radio show, coming to you from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the world. Glad that you are here today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And welcome back, Mr. Red, White, and Blue himself, Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here. It's a show where we love America. We love freedom.
Love it. Doggone America.
We want you to reach your maximum potential, whatever you want to do.
America.
And that's what we're doing here today, just having a good time.
Well, we got a couple of
Thank you, Lord.
A couple of friends with us. That was actually an arrangement by Charles Billingsley of America the Beautiful. If you weren't watching on YouTube, because those of you that watch on YouTube, you're not allowed to enjoy music.
No.
But we are thankful that the rest of you are here.
We've asked Elon to look into it.
Right, and Tubers, we're glad you're here too. We always have to tell you how good the song sounded, because you have no idea. But we're glad that you're here, and we want you to be here. We believe that the world should be like this. If you don't like the Rick and Bubba Show and you don't desire the Rick and Bubba Show, those are your own issues. Then don't watch or listen. What we don't want is you would love to be part of the show and you have no way to get it. We don't want that.
Right.
So we want to be on every platform we possibly can to give you maximum access. And this hour, we welcome to the show again, first time in the No Name Studio.
Yeah.
Charles Billingsley and Adam Lancaster. This is y'all are newbies to this place.
Oh, this, and it's beautiful.
Yeah,
I love all the stuffed coyotes and things.
Yeah,
yeah. Well, you never know here.
You just don't.
I'm just glad to see the big boy made it over.
Adam, didn't that make here? Did you see Adam's face light up like a little glowworm?
Yeah.
I mean, he looked over, and because Big Boy was. I don't know that you guys ever came to the Big Boy Bluff, that studio, the Red Velvet Lounge. I don't know if we were friends.
Where we had the
one,
window overlooking the city, and he was out on hanging over a cliff.
You would look out of the window, and he would be looking over Birmingham, Alabama, which is where the show's located.
Oh, beautiful.
So
that's back before Charles hung out with us.
Yeah, that was,
That was when you were still saying, I don't know about these guys. Should I be associated with them? Still trying to figure that out. Still praying through that.
Still praying.
Yeah, but anyway, then they moved us to the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, and then there was nowhere for Big Boy. And Big Boy it was awkward. He was in storage.
Mm-hmm.
Then we found a way to put him in local storage, and we'd roll him out to the window, then roll him back. And so when they designed this studio, we said there must be a place for Big Boy. They literally took this window out,
set him inside,
and put it back up, and he's here forever.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. So speaking of the building of that studio, we had something in the break.
There's a picture of it right there.
There's Big Boy Bluff.
People used to come by and get their picture made in front of it.
You kind of it's like the Mona Lisa, where you can't really tell where he's looking.
Yeah, I know. Don't you love that?
You always just feel like he's looking right at you.
Yeah. It's Mona Lisa without the plexiglass.
Yeah.
But by the way, if you're ever in the Louvre, they don't want you to take flash pictures. Learn that the hard way.
Okay.
All right. So let me say this. But don't take my wife away. She won't do it again. But anyway, the building of the studio caused one young man to nearly just lose his will to live. And that was young John Scruggs, our engineer. And he shares a birthday today with my mom, and his wife, Bobby, reminded us of that, and something special happened in the break. Now, keep in mind, we told him the studio had a problem; he needed to get here immediately. And he's heard that before. So anyway, here's what happened in the break to celebrate young Scruggs' birthday today. So you see if he's coming in, Bubba's showing him the problem. Look at his face.
The issue is it's your birthday today. It is my birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to you.
Look at that guy.
Happy birthday, John Scruggs. Happy birthday to you.
Come on over here, John. John, come on over here. Your beautiful wife, Bobby, has a cake for you.
Yeah, you got
Hey, Bobby said, "Help me a cake." How happy are you right now that there's nothing wrong? And we just brought you in here so we can do it. We told him if something happened with the studio, he's in here.
I had a 50-50 shot that this is what this was.
Hey, look at him. He's so excited right now.
Look at young Sheriff. Of course, he had
Really,
some.
we had Billingsley in here. He probably should have sung. He
I know.
done a better job.
Well, we thought he jumped in.
You know, but everywhere Charlie goes, everybody wants him to sing.
That's right.
You know,
That's
it's-
right. Here we go.
Oh, look at that right there. Happy, boy.
36. What a
You're going to need a bigger knife to cut
What
that
a
cake
youngster.
with.
Hey,
Happy birthday, buddy. Appreciate it. Hey,
There
man.
you
Love you, bud.
Yeah,
man.
Thanks, Bobby.
You better thank your wife.
Hey, birthday boy.
Did Greg smile? It was the cake.
Yeah.
I think Greg smiled.
But he was looking at
I've
the
never
cake.
seen
wasn't
it.
he? He was staring at the cake.
He was always so. John, happy birthday, buddy.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thanks for all your hard work you've done and continue to do here at the show.
I enjoy helping you guys out.
And you're only 36. My favorite pair of underwear is exactly the same age.
Yeah. So let's see. What year does that?
Was
mean
that
you
the
were-
same size or the
what year
same
were you
age?
born, John?
Some days I feel like your old underwear.
Yeah, that's true. I know you do, buddy, and I love you so much. I love you as much as a straight man can. And
Thanks for putting up with us.
Yeah. So did you said you had a 50-50. Did you think, please, Lord, let this be some way for them to wish me a happy birthday?
I was hoping that it was this versus an actual problem.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, Scruggs came up to me during the break. He was like, dude, what's the problem? What are you hearing? And I was like, I don't know. Speedy was here, and ask him.
I know. Adler, you're not good with the keep the secret thing.
No, I'm terrible. And then I just ran to the bathroom. That's what I did. I gotta poop. I gotta poop. Bye.
And that took up the break.
Yeah, it really
Yeah, he was
did.
gone the whole time.
He was gone the whole time.
So, John, what year were you born?
1986.
Oh, Bubba. 1986.
You were out of high school, weren't you?
Oh, yeah. I've been out for 3 years.
I've been out 4.
Those was what I refer to as the dark years. But anyway, I was so funny. A guy called the show one time. He said, first time I met you, I didn't like you. I said, when was it? And he said, 1988. I said, that sounds about right.
Yep. I didn't like me either.
I didn't either. I have no defense for me in 88.
That's right.
But anyway, so John, we did, and I told Charles and I told Adam, and Bubba, you know this, being a former engineer. The last studio we were in, they built it over 8 months. They asked Scruggs to build this one in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was never.
That included tearing out their old studio.
Oh, wow.
And moving.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. So you definitely don't want to
Over Christmas.
You don't want to have a Christmas like
was
that
fun.
again.
That was about
No,
a 15, 16-hour-a-day job every day. So I think you took off a little early on Christmas Eve since you had small children.
Yeah.
Yeah. I came by here one day because we were getting close to the first show of the new studio, and I was on vacation, but I came by to put some stuff in my office, and I saw you, and I thought, he's not going to make it.
Yeah.
I mean, you looked
You could see through
rough.
And I was sick the whole time we did
sick
it,
the whole
too.
time. You broke out in some sort of hive. I mean, it was stressful, wasn't it, buddy?
It was.
Well.
We will not have a Christmas like that again.
No, this year your family gets to have happy Christmas.
Yes.
Yeah. So thank you and happy birthday.
Yeah. Thank y'all.
And you
And
share,
let's go ahead and cut that cake.
you share a birthday today. Greg, our mom today. You and my mom on the same day. My mom is 81 years old today. So happy birthday!
Happy birthday, Miss Burgess.
Happy birthday, Mama! And when I put out my thank you to her, and I did include this, that I was thankful for her love, I was thankful for her prayers, I was thankful for her support, I was thankful for her discipline, and I'm thankful for her grace. And I said, so all those I have benefited from. So she is 81, and when we come back, we'll tell you what Mama's going to do on her birthday. And that is go to concert tonight and hear Charles Billingsley.
Come on. Come on.
Taking Mama to the concert. So we'll talk about that with Charles and Adam when we come back. It's a Be Kind to John Scruggs Day. And Nana.
That's right.
Yeah, so it's a big day for Nana and Scruggs. So happy birthday, Mama. Happy birthday, Scruggs. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so leaving my office for the last time here at the Broadcast Plaza. When I come back from vacation, I don't even know where my office is. Look forward to getting to see it. Look right here. Bus, 14 years in this baby. Finishing up 27 years.
Rocket.
Hey, your office looks good. You got it ready to go?
Yeah, we're making good progress.
Yeah, you're getting ready. You think we're going to be on the air on January 4th?
Bye, Bubba. See you, buddy. Well, folks, we're heading out. Sure, it looks like there's still some things in my office. We're not going to talk about that. Let's face it, if I leave it in here, what are they going to do to me? So we're about to head out. See y'all in, hopefully, January.
Well, here I go, leaving the old studio for the last time. Yep, just heading on out here. Getting on out. Getting out of the studio here. Let's see. For the last time. Headed to the new studio.
Why did you not just put in David's taxidermy and processor?
Well,
at the very beginning and let it take you right to it.
Because I knew that I didn't need to do that if I just turned it to school.
Right, but if you'd have put in the name of the place you were going.
Will you accept this? I couldn't spell taxidermy.
Well, let me ask you
But
this,
if you just Googled it, it would come up.
Did you think that school was Isabella High School that you normally turned at?
No, well, what it is,
Say hey to Coach Green while you're there.
because of my time at the Lenores and because of looking at some property out there, I just simply plugged Isabella High School into the hole that should have been Thorsby High
Hey, Greg,
School.
Greg,
That's
listen,
all.
Greg, I can't spell taxidermy, but Isabella I got.
And I'm still missing why he thought Isabella High School was where he don't
know. Well, I know them both. I know them both, and I just plugged one. I mean, they're not. They're.
I mean, you
they're
could put
actually pretty
Oxford High
close
School
together.
in for that.
Well, no, they're fairly close
You
together.
knew it was in the same county.
And I knew it was right down there. I'd been by it
Don't you know
before.
the name of David's place?
Yeah, well, I knew it was David's.
If you put in deer processing in Jemison, you got it.
Rick, I have the full address now. I'm gonna contact you. It'll be easy to go to. I know exactly how to get there.
Oh my goodness!
But I was tired, and it was you know.
Ryan, I got it.
Hey, long day of hunting.
I got this.
It was a second trip. You know, early onset, all that stuff. You know.
Hey, let me ask you this, because I go to David's all the time because it's
I thought
very
y'all gave me more on early onset.
it's very close, very very close to where I hunt and where we have.
Yeah.
But so have you?
Oh, you talking about anybody Isabella High School?
Yeah.
See, we almost got some land over there one time to hunt next to the Lenore, so
Yeah.
I was familiar with it.
Yeah, but
It looks different in the dark, I'll tell you that.
But what I'm talking about, when you pulled up, did little fella take care of you? The little guy the little kid that runs, the little boy that'll run that you pull up and he'll run the whole thing for you. I'm talking about you. I ain't never seen
He
him
got it, huh?
I tell you, the system they got set up there for deer is unbelievable.
Number one.
Once you found it, yeah.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
"21 minutes past the hour. Take that, Michael Bublé. We're back. Charles Billingsley, Adam Lancaster with us, and we interviewed. By the way, Charles, you've had a lot of firsts on the show. You know that you've got a lot of stories about the show. And one of them now you go down in history. I think, Bubba, it was the only podcast we've ever done with someone in a van. And the van's rolling. I mean, they're not sitting. They're not
No,
in
the
they
entire
didn't
time we were
stop.
rolling.
And we interviewed 45 minutes. We talked to Charles.
Charles, you don't understand. I told them ahead. I said this ain't gonna work, guys.
Right, yeah.
There's no way we're gonna lose him about 3 times.
Yep.
It's gonna be horrible. The edits are gonna be so bad. I said, y'all, we're wasting our time. And then it held together like a top.
Yep.
Well, and for 45 minutes, I tried to get a truck driver to blow his horn,
Right.
and it failed every time.
Yeah, I think the shirt had a lot to do with that.
Well,
But I think the trucker's like, I'm not sure what this guy wants.
He was due for a truck stop up ahead. He really didn't want to engage.
I'm not going to honk my horn for anybody in sleeves. So Charles, let's talk a little bit. In case someone missed that magical podcast, it is available in the archives with Rick and Bubba University, wherever you get podcasts.
And we're really glad you're one of our guests that hasn't been put in prison yet.
That's true.
Yeah,
we had that today.
One of the few.
again.
Oh, you did?
Well, what was sad is when we saw that Greg Phillips was put in jail after being on the podcast. Bubba and I, unfortunately, cannot say that's the first time that people who've been on the show have been put in jail.
More than once.
Yeah, it's happened more than once, including a listener.
Yeah.
Including a listener once.
Wow, really?
On a trip that we took them
Man.
on.
Well, hopefully I'll at least stay out through tomorrow.
Yeah, let's hope so. So tonight, the tour comes to Birmingham, Alabama, the Wright Center, Samford University, and this is you do a lot of things, and including conferences and all that. We've talked about that, but this is unique. This new album, The Shadow of Your Smile, you took on a little bit of a different project.
Oh yeah, man! This is a totally different genre. It's big band, it's classical, it's jazz, and it's been so fun just doing these songs around the country. But this is really only our second big symphony date. So I'm thrilled to come back to Wright Center. It's been 30 years. I graduated 30 years ago from Sanford. Haven't ever sung on campus since. So this is a first.
How can you not have a statue over there as successful as you've been?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know, but I'm just thrilled to be back.
You would think these plays in Sanford is a great place, but you think they would be, they would make a bigger deal when they have alumnists who reach the heights of their career like you have.
Well, I mean, I guess there's a lot of different definitions to heights.
Well, certainly not this show.
Well,
right.
There's Big Boy and then there's Statue of Liberty.
Right.
So there's different things.
Right.
But I've had a wonderful time, and it's been great 30 years, and I'm thrilled to be back. I graduated May of 1992.
I mean, you hadn't even been back to flip the coin at a football game or something. I mean,
not yet, but I'm back tonight, so I'm happy.
Okay. Well, the Wright Center's a great room too. This is not going to.
They
help.
may surprise you.
This is not.
Knows?
This is not going to help your desire to feel prestigious at all. But believe it or not, Bubba and I and our band have actually played the Wright Center.
Well. You know what?
We've done several events over there. And speaking of jail, with one of them,
we had the Rick and Bubba We Ain't Never Been Nowhere tour. We've been in there for that.
Never been nowhere.
Yeah. That was our 20-year anniversary.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
So I don't want to downgrade that.
No.
Tonight, but
And tonight will be much different than
it
that.
will be.
Yeah, a lot different.
But in the back of your mind right now, and I'm watching Adam's face, he's thinking, so they let Rick and Bubba play this room twice. Twice.
Rick, we've done some other events there too.
Twice.
Have we? What happened?
What'd you do there?
What do you?
Oh no!
Well, I'll remind you.
Tell me in the break.
Yeah.
I don't like the look on his face
Yeah,
at
that was
all.
a look.
Now I'm thinking, should I be going to this show tonight? Will I be allowed back in? But anyway, so it is tonight, the Wright Center, and there are still some tickets available, right?
Yeah, there are some tickets available, especially on the downside, on the orchestra sides, each left and right side are great seats.
Yeah.
And it's a big room, so we're excited and got a lot of wonderful guests, a lot of great corporate sponsors, and the graduates of the alumni of the Lovelady Center, They'll have about 250 of them there tonight, and so
that's awesome.
Really cool. It's sponsored by Portraits of Hope. In the lobby, when you walk in the Wright Center tonight, you'll see all these portraits that have been painted with the stories of all these graduates from the Lovelady Center. And so it's a really neat, special night. And, of course, the full symphony, Alabama Symphony Orchestra singing with me.
So the symphony tonight,
playing
and we know that Michael Adler, Chris Adler's dad, he's going to be, he's got the choir coming tonight.
Oh, yeah,
right?
we got a little choir,
little
too.
choir
and,
action.
It's going to be fun. Yeah, it's going to be awesome.
So we're doing American standards.
Yeah, American standards, jazz stuff. Some
jazz stuff.
Maybe one or two classical things, and then some big band stuff, and songs that everybody knows. It'll be a blast. We're going to do one original.
Now, this album is the forerunner to your upcoming bluegrass album.
That is
right?
correct.
Is that correct?
That's right. Yeah, with special guest Rick and Bubba.
Yeah. It's actually already got a title, Not So Bluegrass.
Well, it'll be a hidden track.
Right. Well, because when you see Charles, think about what you're saying. You think he's ever been sad?
Oh,
well,
I mean, it's like you.
Well, Rick,
it has a, yeah.
That one time he almost died from COVID.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, that was a sad time.
Yeah, that was sad.
Adam, have you seen him sad?
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Where was I saddest, Adam? When Rocky died?
Well, it's always.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, my bulldog died.
I don't know. I mean, by the time he died.
Yeah.
Well, I heard you were kind of done.
You know, honestly, I was kind of happy at that time.
I heard you were sad on your last double bogey.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Now, are we talking sad or mad?
Because
those are
sad or
man,
mad.
Those are two different things.
Speedy, I can't remember the last time I had a double bogey. I'm just kidding.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, wait,
wow.
last time I played golf.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So now your Instagram post on Rocky feels completely different to me.
No, just kidding. Bless his heart.
Well, you had to see it coming, though. I mean,
well, yeah, he was struggling. He was struggling, man. We couldn't get him out the door, and
God love him.
95 pounds of dead weight. That was
You know, Bubba's sitting right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got to add a little to that, Charles. Yep.
Can't get out the door anymore.
Yeah.
But no, but you're right. Sometimes you get the point where like the thing to do is to almost wish that they're suffering win.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. And,
they're under the curse of Adam too.
Yeah. And
That's right.
I keep checking the porch to see if mine's still there, and he just keeps pushing right through. But anyway, what a resilient little dog he is.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I tried to give Rick to give him to me.
And I walk out there sometimes hopeful because he's in this little thing he sleeps on.
Yeah.
And then the little head will raise up. I go, oh, well, still alive.
Got another one.
Yes.
Oh, there he is. There's a picture of Rocky right down there.
Oh, Adler, what are you doing? Don't bring this emotion up right here.
And
Charles.
that's Rambo right there, the other dog, my other dog, and he's had like 13 lives.
Right.
He's almost died 4 times from swallowing pieces of his toys and stuff.
What kind of dog is he?
We revived him twice. Well, he's a $20,000 dog because I've had 2 $6,000 surgeries just to
When
keep
you
that
say
dog alive.
we revived him, who is we?
Well, my wife.
Okay,
Yeah,
just making sure.
Yeah. And the greatest moment was we get him out of the hospital. I'm just ticked off because I just spent $6,000 to save this little animal's life. And my wife is holding him, and she looks at me and she looks at the dog and she says, "Rambo, there's Daddy. He almost had you killed."
The fact his name is Rambo is belongs to me too.
Thank you.
We'll come back more with Charles Billingsley tonight in concert. And the new project, if you don't have it, The Shadow of Your Smile by Charles Billingsley, wherever music is sold. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Earth, Wind, and Fire. Yeah, I guess what it's come to, I understand you got 2 different names. Maybe since these indoor deals have gotten such weird shaped, they no longer consider it a dome unless it's dome shaped. It's just an indoor stadium.
Well, can't they open the top of it?
Yeah, but it's not working currently.
It's not working real good.
They haven't got that part worked out yet.
I think they're
So
calling
they
it.
built a dome and the window won't work.
Yeah, they built an indoor stadium, not a dome. As they call
It's
it.
got the little round part at the top that opens, but they haven't. It hadn't been operating right. So next year they think they'll have it open in the corner.
Okay.
Right. Well, look, as long as the lights are on and you can play, I guess it's all right.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's a dome. We never went to Fulton County Dome because it was a stadium.
But what was it? Was it the? I don't know enough about. Was it Chicago Bulls that played in a place called the state?
Yeah, wasn't it called Chicago Stadium? And it was inside. It was an arena. They called it Chicago Stadium
or something. I don't remember.
What is the true definition of stadium?
Right.
I know.
Well, I think a stadium is a place you go to see things.
I agree with
Well,
that.
that this would qualify.
I'm just
But
saying
a
what the
dome
actual,
means you don't have to wear your big coat.
Well, yeah, right. But
It
what
could
I'm
be
saying,
an indoor stadium.
yeah, what I'm saying though, basketball always plays indoors. Those aren't called domes. All of them.
That's a good point.
Well, but in football they are.
Well, not really. Not anymore. I guess not.
An indoor
Well,
stadium has traditionally been called a dome.
If it's football.
If you look
go
at
to
the
Georgia Dome.
if you go to retail stores and you don't have to go outside, it's called a mall.
And I'm like you. I think it's the shape of it considers.
Yeah,
whether it's a
maybe
dome
it
or
is.
not.
I'm just guessing.
Superdome,
yeah.
Astrodome,
Yeah, I'm just
Georgia
guessing.
Dome. They all had the dome.
They have the dome. Yeah.
Well, this still looks like a dome. It's just got
No, this
some
looks like
funky
a
design.
this looks
on
like
it.
a spaceship,
A robot,
Weird
yeah.
looking
It
deal.
looks kind of like
pretty
a
awesome.
Jiffy Pop
Yeah,
thing.
I bet it's pretty awesome.
It is, and that
big,
thing
too.
in
What
the
does
middle.
it? What does it look like? There really isn't a way to
The
describe
thing in the
it.
middle is supposed to twist and open up, but they haven't quite got that.
It's
work.
like an eye.
Yeah.
Oh, like a camera lens open.
Oh
exactly.
yeah.
Oh, but it ain't working.
It's not working.
That hurt.
Boy, I bet there'll be some lawsuits over that baby.
I'm
Well,
sure.
I doubt
I'm
it
sure
hurt
it will. They probably were like, "Hey, let's just get this puppy going, and then we'll worry about the."
Yeah, but I always think this. I do. It's just because being a businessman, you just can't help but think this. I'm picturing the conference room. All right. So when do y'all think about us opening it? Well, got some bad news on opening it. We have not been able to open it. What? So we built something. What? Show me the blueprint.
It's not
on how
working good.
On how this thing's supposed to open. This is how it's supposed to open it, but it's not. It's not.
Oh, Rick,
So
how much
wait a minute,
more?
wait. So we built it so it would open, and it won't open. That is correct.
But how much more did they pay so it would open?
That's what I'm saying.
You know.
That's
I
quite a little investment.
Oh,
Wow.
somebody, you're right. Somebody's getting either charged extra until you get it. What it will open.
I bet every day somebody's
penalty.
paying.
Yeah.
Well, and things like that, there's two things you always do, and then you see how it works out. You grease it, and then you unplug it and plug it back up.
Because you kept hearing rumors when it was getting close to the Alabama Florida State game was going to be the initial game there. People were saying, they're not going to be done. They're not going to be done. And then they come up with, they're going to be done, but we can't open and close it. Right. That's been the holdup. The rest of it did get done.
But you know what it becomes now, Bubba? Let me tell you what it becomes now. The guy who keeps venturing back to it. Guys, I like to go back to it opening. I mean, I understand we didn't get it open by the first game, but we've gone through a whole season about the national championship. I'd like to revisit. I know it wouldn't open. It's going to be cold, fine. But I'd like to go back to that. Will it open? I mean, is it ever going to open?
And I want to go, what are you going to do different than we have now that will make it open? Because what you have now is not working.
Right.
I mean, you got the motors in it. You got the wire.
Yeah.
I
I mean, whoever drew it up had a great idea, but it will not work for some reason.
Yeah.
Well,
See, that's a
we'll
dome.
learn more about that.
Yeah.
See, that's a dome.
Well, that's a classic dome.
And that is
format.
also, okay, so there it is with
no,
it
that,
open.
that's supposed to be open, which, we know that's simulated.
That's just a drawing,
there.
yeah. But that,
It sure is not open.
Yeah.
And I asked, I guess if they want to drop the cash, but it's confusing for Mercedes to have two stadiums named after them. That's confusing.
It is. You'd like to see one just be called the Mercedes, whatever, because then you go, well, you know where we're going.
Yeah.
If I bring it Mercedes now, you have to go, is it the dome or the stadium?
Mm-hmm. Well, we were watching.
Well, I mean, for Mercedes, I'd have as many domes as I could,
Oh,
and then just
but I'm
really
just saying
rely
it is
on the
confusing.
city. The Mercedes Dome in Atlanta, the Mercedes Dome in blah, blah, blah,
New
blah.
Orleans. Basically what they're doing.
Yeah.
Mercedes Dome in Birmingham.
Kind of like Disney Europe.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, just go with the same thing, but highlight
Disneyland, Disney World.
Wow,
they had to change a little bit of name so you know where you're going.
Sure.
Is Disneyland kind of lame compared to Disney World? Is Disney World kind of the walking dog?
The world is the walking dog. Land was first; they just didn't have the technology, and it's a lot bigger.
They kind of get blocked too. They don't have much acreage, like
Well, see,
World
he went to World where nobody wanted it. It was throwaway land.
Right.
Very wisely created his own city, so other people couldn't come in and regulate him.
People
Now,
got
that's
on
pretty
Central
smart.
Florida saying you don't have any beach. You know what they said? We got Disney World, and we got UCF. We're undefeated.
You talking about somebody that made something out of land
National champions, they claim.
that nobody wanted?
Better step out there.
You talking about nobody wanted land and made something out of it?
It's 35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, Charles Billingsley, Adam Lancaster with us. Now, this is the one cut Bubba did.
He's on flute.
It's on flute.
It's a great flute solo, Bubba. You sound great.
The classic, The Shadow of Your Smile. Charles Billingsley, tonight, the concert. Bubba, I just realized something that I need to probably rethink.
Spaghetti dinner's off tonight.
You know, Charles just told me, it's benefiting Portraits of Hope tonight and all the great work of the Love Lady Center and some of the incredible stories of these women that have overcome substance abuse.
It's a great deal.
Well, I was going to put a big picture of Mom because of her birthday in the lobby, and I realized now everybody will think my mom had substance abuse problems.
Right. Yeah, you might want to wait
So
on that.
looking back, probably don't want to. I mean, you just Mom. Our heart for these women, but I'm sure Mom wouldn't want to walk in on her birthday and go, "You have me as one of the Portraits of Hope." I was like, "No, this is for your birthday." So
Yeah.
I'm going to probably rethink that.
Well, we could always just take a picture with her or something. Just later on,
Right, and of course, just know that my dad is coming too. So get ready for anything.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, get ready.
Mom and Dad coming. You're on the fourth row. Got your seats on the fourth row.
Oh boy,
it's gonna be awesome. If you get up and start slow dancing during Shadow of Your Smile.
Yes, Sherry and I will definitely do that.
I would love to see that.
Yeah, Sherry loves the American standards and some jazz.
And the good news,
Who doesn't?
the good news, Rick, the tickets are cheaper than Adele.
Boy.
You are not kidding. And Michael Bublé.
Did you see those ticket prices?
Oh, my!
$38,000 for the front row.
What? What?
Yeah, it's the
Do
theater
people
in
realize
Vegas.
they could just download the songs online for free?
Right, and let's face it, you're not going to get to see Fat Adele. It's a skinny one.
Yeah, I mean, so there's less Adele to see.
Right, it's not even the same Adele. It's a whole different Adele. Yeah, you're not even seeing the one that put the first album out.
I mean, I always wonder, do they still have that push to get that air out? You know what I mean?
That's right. Well, it does mess with your diaphragm. When I lost 40 pounds, I couldn't hardly sustain a note for like 6 months.
Straight up.
Yeah, straight up.
Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. That explains my inability to breathe.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
The good news, I can still hold a note a long time.
Oh, you think you
I'm
could?
like a bag pop.
hey, listen, these opera
I don't even have to
singers,
take it in.
Find a skinny opera singer, right?
No, there isn't any. That or a good chef.
There's not a
Supports
lot
the
of
diaphragm.
Yeah. So, Bubba, you and I noticed it. We noticed it when musician extraordinaire Adam Lancaster, when he sat down, it's like he couldn't keep his eyes off of it. He was looking over at that wheel.
Oh, no, he's been staring at it the whole morning.
And so, you know what? Let's make a dream come true.
Let's make it
Oh,
happen.
wow, come on.
Let's make it happen.
Adam, spin the wheel.
I thought he wanted
Come
birthday
on.
cake this whole time.
Well, that's me. I'd like some cake, but it's
Watch Speedy light it up, Charles.
Come on. Oh, baby.
Look at that, Adam.
Yes, Adam, yes. I hope he gets the horse head.
It is the wonderful Wheel of Meat. Adam Lancaster will be our guest spinner today. If you would like Adam to spin one for you, 866 We Be Big is our number, and he'll let it rip. Now, Adam, I don't know if you know this. You're listening for a phrase from the audience, and do you know the phrase you must hear?
Wow, what a wheel.
And that's somebody that knows right there. That's somebody
that knows the show. That's right.
That's a man that knows the show.
And Rick, as a little added bonus, we have our own in-house band that Charles and company will get to listen to.
You don't know about this, do you?
No.
Rock and Roll City is their name.
It's one of the greatest two-man rock bands in history.
It's pretty awesome. Yeah.
Greg Burgess on the drums and Adler on the axe. So
that's amazing.
Yeah, Rock and Roll
Really
City. Hey,
so
welcome to
good.
Rock and Roll City.
Hey, thanks. It's good to be part of the city. It really is.
All right, so
a two-man group hadn't rocked like this since Wham.
Yeah, cake's even stronger than Sonny and Cher.
Yeah, Greg wanted to name it something that rhymes with Ram, but we're not going. All right, so let's talk about HarryandDavid.com. They provide the meat. 1-800-Flowers. The Flowers Moultrie has the game cameras. Chord Buddy, if you would like to play guitar today, just attach the Chord Buddy to the neck of the guitar, and you'll be strumming day one. Got one of those on the wheel. Wow. Rick and Bubba stuff out of the Rick and Bubba store. But there are pitfalls. You could be eaten by jaws. You could land on, hey, you can't have nothing. And that means you don't win anything. Or you could get Henry the Horse. We win, but you don't.
I got Henry the Horse one time.
You did. You did spin a Henry the Horse.
It's quite the sight.
He said it was terrifying.
It really was.
Sean is in Hazel Green, Alabama. Sean, what do you say to Adam?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Adam.
Come on, Adam.
A reverse spin right out of the gate.
Reverse spin. A reverse.
A big
You
spin.
can't do a reverse spin, can
He
you?
put his knees and legs into that one, Rick. That was a good one.
Come on, real.
Let's go, Sean. Adam Lancaster, reverse spin right out of the gate, being unpredictable. Speaker, 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 hear it! So here's the waterproof Bluetooth speaker. You can hear, of course, Charles Billingsley's music.
Yep.
Also, anything Rick and Bubba. Greg, how about a go for Sean? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Sean, congratulations. Waterproof Rick and Bubba speaker from the Rick and Bubba store. Why is this show still in the air?
I don't know. Rick, Adam's so confused. He's going back to his
I'm
seat.
just so lost. I just feel like I feel like a Baptist in a Catholic mass. I don't know what to do.
Stand, sit. All right, Sean, we're putting you on hold.
Send your email to Charles directly.
Yeah, thank you.
Save me. I won't forward it.
Tonight's music for Protestants and Catholics.
That's right. That's right.
Clint in Thomasville. Clint, welcome to Rick and Bubba. What do you say to Adam?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let's see what happens here. All right, Adam.
Come on. Oh, regular. Okay.
Oh, two-hander.
That's a big spin, Rick.
That's a lot
Don't
of
break
spin.
that wheel, Adam. Don't break that wheel.
No
That
wonder.
thing may not stop till next segment.
No,
What a spin.
that thing may go longer than an open E.
Handler!
Oh, no, are you kidding me?
He's
Henry
coming
the horse.
in from the back
Oh, my
40.
God.
Henry the horse. Here he comes. Oh,
he's hurt.
What's wrong with him?
He's limping.
What's wrong with him?
He's
Why?
limping
What's
a little
wrong?
bit.
What's up, guys?
What's wrong,
Henry,
bud?
how are you?
I'm feeling rough.
What's wrong?
Well, I can actually explain why the Phillies could not get a single hit the other night.
Oh,
Why's that?
Well, me and the team, the night before, we all went out with the Philly fanatic.
Oh, no.
That guy parties harder than Hunter Biden.
There he goes. Oh, there he goes.
Henry, you don't want to limp too much. Old Elmer will be looking for you.
That's right. Henry the horse. Let's all sing it, gentlemen. Ba-da, ba-da. Everybody sing. Ba-da, ba-da. Ba-da, ba-da. Hey, yeah. We got our own big band, buddy.
Oh, it's amazing.
Huh?
Yeah.
Why don't y'all play the horse tonight?
Well, bring them in.
Right. Let's go to Dustin in Florence, WLAY. Dustin, can Adam spin a win for you? Drummers.
So,
What do you say?
wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip. Let it rip. Oh, other side. What is this even?
Oh, wow, the push.
What is that even?
It's a run by. He did a run by.
Unprecedented.
Never have had a run by spin ever.
Let's see how it works for Dustin. Dustin.
Knocked your logo crooked, but other than that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Rick and Bubba.
What does it mean?
Rick and Bubba. What this means, Dustin, is you can get anything you want from the Rick and Bubba store. Go to the Rick and Bubba store and say, I want that.
Wow.
That's how that works. How about a go for Dustin?
What a gift. A go for Dustin?
A go for Dustin. Go! Go! Go, 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 go! So Dustin will put you on hold. Anything you want from the Rick and Bubba store. If it's
Did we surprise Greg there?
No, I think Greg got caught in a stare. He
No, he was saying, no, we need to take that off of there because he doesn't want to have to be the guy that has to ship the prize to the
I
person.
see. Greg's complaining about a winner.
Come on, Greg.
All right, let's go to Birmingham, Alabama, where Charles Billingsley will have us on our feet tonight. Caleb is standing by. Caleb, welcome to Rick and Bubba. What do you say to Adam?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Adam. No,
wow.
with his
No
foot.
way. Come on. Oh, my
With his foot. Never have. Adam's out of control.
He's inventing new spins
It's like
every
he
time.
and the wheel are one. Let's see what happens. Oh, chord buddy, strum it. Well, this is an uncomfortable question, and I wish Charles and Adam weren't here for it. But for me to send you your chord buddy, Caleb, I must ask this uncomfortable question. With what hand will you strum?
Oh, wow.
Right-handed.
Right-handed strummer. We have to know that for some reason. All right, so Chord Buddy will send you a Chord Buddy instruction book, free app lesson and plan video, and a song book with over 100 songs.
Amazing.
With the Chord Buddy, you'll be playing guitar as soon as it gets there, my friend. Caleb, if you'll
Smoke
hold
on the water is just minutes away.
you will absolutely play Smoke on the Water. All right. Hey, we got Smoke on the Water?
Adler?
Yeah! All right, Rock and Roll City, one more. And then Rock and Roll City for the tubers. They have a concert in the break. Debbie is out of Haleyville. Debbie, what do you say to Adam for his final spin?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Adam. Let it rip. Winnie's pinky. He's got a pinky pull.
Pinky pull.
There it is. It's Adam Lancaster. That's a strong pinky. You know what people will say? The wheel was at one place before Adam. It was another place after.
Yeah. He's been a trendsetter, Rick.
Let's see what happens.
Trendsetter.
That move's called the Lancaster. Oh, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba. Debbie, you have got the Rick and Bubba 94 hat. This hat has the year the show was created on it. Has Rick and Bubba right there. It's kind of a blue jean looking setup. And wear it with pride, Debbie. Let everybody know, if you so desire, that yes, I listen to this program. So, Debbie, we'll put you on hold. We'll ship that right to you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Let's give it up for Adam.
Yeah, let's give it up for Adam. Good job.
That's right. Charles Billingsley tonight, the Wright Center, Sanford University. Looking forward to being there. Can't wait to enjoy the concert. If you hear this, you're like, man, I'd like to go to that. We'll go. Tickets are still available, and we will see you there tonight. Charles Adams, thanks for being here, buddy.
Thank you, guys.
Both. Great job, Adam. You're a trendsetter. In the future, they'll say that move right there was a Lancaster.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, Greg. Okay, buddy. You ready? You ready to rock and roll, Greg? So let's do Smoke on the Water, but this is a Smoke on the Water version that goes out to Hunter Biden. Here we go. Smoke from a crack pipe. He is a crack smoking guy. Smoke from a crack pipe. He is a smack smoking guy. And now time for a drum solo, Greg, go! Rock and Roll City. Welcome to Rock and Roll City, where we prefer you not to smoke crack.
Yeah, we got to talk about UCF today. They are declaring themselves national champions. They're even having a parade.
And I can certainly see the case they make, but it's fine if that's the fun they want to have. They certainly have a chance
about
to
a
do
great, outstanding year and ended it on a great note, but you're not national champion.
that. No, especially when we've laid out how we declare a national champion now. It's no longer opinions. I mean, there's a system to become the national champion, and you didn't make it.
So you're going to have to play some people.
Yeah, we'll be back. College football playoff will have their national championship game in Atlanta Monday night. It's Alabama against Georgia. So that covers a huge, huge part of the Rick and Bubba audience. Or maybe you're somebody that just wants to go see that game no matter where you live. We have 2 tickets. And really, they're good tickets as far as, your location. You're going to be right around the 40, 50-yard line. It's going to be up, but you're going to be right there at a good part of the field where you can see really well.
9 rows up, section 335.
On the upper deck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is, did I say something wrong?
No.
335, row 9, tickets 15 and 16, I believe, was the number on them. But it is in the upper deck, but I have sit in the Georgia Dome, basically in that same area in the upper deck, and you really have a great view. On some of these stadiums, even in the lower bowl, the way the grade of the seats going back, sometimes it's not the best view. You got a great view of the field from that height.
Right, and so if you go into the game, you've got a 1 in 10 shot of winning. If you want to get the tickets and sell them and make money off of them, you can do that too.
And look, if you're an Alabama Georgia fan, you don't care where the ticket's at.
Well,
you're at a national title game and your team is there.
Yeah, well, I tell Bubba that
that ought to fire you up.
We were texting back and forth, and I agree with him. I would rather be around the 50, in the front part of the upper deck than to be in the corner.
Yeah,
or the end zone down on the bottom. You can see the game perfectly.
Now I haven't been to the new Mercedes Dome, but the Georgia Dome, the lower bowl, to me it wasn't pitched steep enough. And you had to stand up.
You do.
When I went to the state championship game last year, you had to stand up to see.
A lot of stadiums are like that.
Yeah, I went to the Georgia Dome probably 4 times, and even having
the closer to the field, the worse the seat.
Even having a son on the team, I remember watching like an SEC championship from where the seats were for the team parents.
Yeah,
and you're just like, okay, I know we're down here, but you really can see very little of the game.
I know.
I mean, it has to almost be right there on you to see it.
I mean, I'd stand up the whole time to see it.
Yeah. So anyway, these tickets, if you'll look on the various ticket services, you see they're going for thousands of dollars a piece. And so we got a pair, and you got a 1 in 10 chance of winning them if you're one of our 10 qualifiers. Tiffany Brightwell, Hartselle, Alabama, already qualified, so there's 9 more slots available. We'll do one this hour. So be listening to be qualified.
And speaking of national champs, the University of Central Florida has declared themselves national champ to celebrate their perfect season.
Well, good.
Their win over Auburn, who defeated the 2 teams who are in the national championship game. They're going to hang a banner saying that they're national champs. They're also going to have a parade.
I don't have a problem.
Why don't they just hang a banner and say perfect season?
Yeah,
well, national champ. You're not national champ.
Well, the reason why,
and Rick, they're going to Disney World to have their parade.
Well, good. I mean, good for them. They're Central Florida. Disney's there. We just talked about that. I mean, they can have all the fun with it they want to. And I will say this: they had a great season. You can only beat the people that are on your schedule. They beat them all. They did go play an SEC team that was considered probably the 3rd best team in the SEC. That team did beat the 2 that are in the national championship game. That is a fact.
Yeah.
And Central Florida beat them. Now Georgia did go back and kind of rectify their loss. But really, if you look at it, if it was baseball, it'd just be 1 game apiece.
Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
8 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. If you want to listen to Charles Billingsley's new album or the Rick and Bubba Show or anything that you would normally listen to, it's going to sound better on Raycon earbuds, and you can get them right now by going to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Boy, the audience is in love with these earbuds. We get so many great emails on this. One of the main reasons is it's a premium audio brand, no doubt, but about half the price of the others that are in the same category that have a similar quality. About half the price, and then we get you an additional 15% off. But what we're going to do now is to take that even to a bigger place. Right now, there's an opportunity for you to get 20% off site-wide, anything on the site, by going to buyraycon.com/Bubba and use the code EARLYBF. Early, the letter B, the letter F. So that gets 20% off site-wide. Now, when you look for the holiday bundles, those will be 30% off. So go to buyraycon.com/Bubba, use the code EARLYBF, 20% off anything, 30% off the holiday bundles, okay? This is a great time to stack up and get these for gifts. Everybody loves them. They fit so comfortably. They sound so good. They give you different sound profiles. You can do noise isolation. You can do awareness mode, whichever you want to use. So go to buyraycon.com/Bubba right now with the code EARLYBF and let the savings begin. So you're not going to ask Charles about that on the air, are you?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, we ain't speak about that on the air? Okay, all right. Well, no, I'm just checking with you. We were having a discussion with Charles about something. So, but that's all fair?
Yes.
Okay, so we're not supposed to talk about that? All right. Kind of wish I...
you better watch out.
I know. Let me just... See, this is that thing, Bubba, where it's... I mean, Charles right now is a squirrel, and I'm a dog. You know it? And I'm looking over there, and I want to ask him the question, but we forget, just like our guests do, that we're actually on the air.
Right.
So we cannot say things that we should say.
Right.
All right, so some of the things that we were laughing about with Elon Musk. Elon Musk is having so much fun. I mean, it just seems like that every time you turn around, everybody gets upset and serious, and he just sits there and has a laugh.
Here comes the money.
Elon Musk update. Everybody say it. Hey! Dollar.
Ding, 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 ding.
Elon Musk having a blast with Twitter.
Let me point out one other thing that I don't think has ever happened in American society. Last night, Joe Biden addresses the nation. He's out there trying to scare. Do you notice that they accuse Republicans of trying to scare everybody, and all he did was try to scare everybody last night? Have y'all noticed that?
Well, remember, I call you what I am.
Yeah.
I think for the first time ever, a Democrat U.S. president has been fact-checked by Twitter.
Yeah, that's never happened.
Never happened. Happened last night.
No.
Biden was claiming victory for handing out larger Social Security checks. Of course, that's tied to cost of living, which is tied to inflation.
Well, now Trump got fact-checked all the time.
Well, I mean a Democrat.
Democrat.
A Democrat.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
President. Okay. So last night, Biden claims victory for upping Social Security checks. Okay. Twitter pointed out saying that this was because of record inflation.
Right.
Not political, just the facts. I don't think it's ever happened to Joe Biden before.
No.
Because, they could have fact-checked a lot of things.
Well,
But that to begin with. Then we had the always elegant AOC.
Oh, my goodness.
Who was making fun of Elon for wanting people to pay $8 for their blue mark, their check.
Correct.
And do we have her quote exactly, or do we have?
No, it's up there, yeah.
Okay, here it is. She says, laughing my rear end off at a billionaire trying to sell people on the idea that free speech is actually $8 a month subscription plan.
Right, right.
Elon, he tweeted back. He answered that by saying, your feedback is appreciated. Now pay the $8. There's a certain amount of, hey, I don't care, and I love it. And he has more fun with her than, he just doesn't let her get away with stuff. You got to love that.
No.
You got to love it.
Then he sent a picture of what something cost on her website, merchandise. And then she claimed last night that her Twitter account wasn't working.
Look,
it was a fun 24 hours.
Rick, please look at that drawing. Okay, happy because of the coffee at Starbucks being $8. Mad because the check mark is $8.
Yeah, and when he put out her sweatshirt, that if you're a big supporter of hers, $58. So you can support her for the people.
Yeah.
Rick, that is, I don't care who you are, that's funny.
Oh,
that
it is funny. It is. Well, and again,
he is owning me with that.
And it is. I just love when somebody is in a position where you can't really do anything to him to scare him into getting in line.
I know it.
And the left doesn't know what to do with people that they can't sick a mob on and cause the complete annihilation of that person. They don't know what to do, and they can't do that.
As a matter of fact, the White House had to go back and delete their misleading tweet on Social Security. Yeah. Never happened before.
No.
Hello, free speech.
Yeah, it's there.
Here comes the money.
Here we go.
And
now, he's got to be a busy guy. Tesla's got a little bit going on. One of my favorite pictures was the day he came in with the kitchen sink. And right after that, he had the Tesla engineers coming in to reprogram Twitter.
Yeah, how about
they all
that?
had their Tesla coveralls on.
He's also cut 50% of all Twitter jobs. He's eliminated work from anywhere policy. And then you mentioned the $8 a month blue tick charge. All that is happening right now. So he's getting leaner, and he's maximum.
And 50 successful rocket launches this year.
Yep, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Right. So really, we don't know who Auburn and Georgia, both fans can claim we beat you, we beat you too, we beat you too, but we beat you in the championship game. And then you look at Auburn's season. If I don't know that it would have worked this way because of the way the programs, when you see the difference in the two programs and their legacy and all that, may not have been the same. But there is one line of thinking that if Auburn had just simply beat LSU, that they may have definitely if they beat Clemson and LSU, that even if they had lost in the championship game against Georgia the second time, they probably would have got Alabama's slot since they beat Alabama in the Iron Bowl. I don't know that they would have got it with still having that loss to Clemson, and that would have been their second loss. I'm not sure about that. I think Alabama's tradition and the fact they only had one loss in a rivalry game gave them a little more standing than Auburn would have had, I think.
Yeah, I think
but
so,
anyway, so some people say that might be a bit of a stretch. But the bottom line, if you're Central Florida, saying that you beat Auburn, who beat Georgia and Alabama, and you're undefeated, that is accurate.
That's funny. Rick,
now, it doesn't make you national champion, but it is accurate.
Now, Rick, they've even changed their Twitter display. It is now 2017 national champions, and they have a logo designed to match. It says national champions. The O in champions has a peach logo or a peach drawing, and then it says the only 2017 undefeated champion underneath.
Well, there is something that's taking place, and I didn't want to bring this out, and I'm not sure who all's available. They're checking the roster. Central Florida will now play the 2004 Auburn team.
Yeah, they need to play. Go hunt them up.
See if they can go find them. And but how about this? Central Florida, I saw them in that game. It's the only time I saw them all year. And I will say that the starters they have on the field were as good as any team I saw play this year. Yeah. They were legitimately a good team. Now, they're not the national champion because that's not how we have a national champion. But now, if they want to celebrate, if they want to celebrate this perfect season and
which is hard to do,
and do their own national championship deal, that's perfectly fine. And I think those players probably deserve something like that. What they did was incredible, and they were a straight up good team. And what would they have done if they got into some sort of playoff situation? I don't know. No. It'd been a nice Cinderella story. But I go back to what everybody else said. There is a difference, though, when you have to – let's take Auburn, for instance. There's a big difference than the last three games that Central Florida played before playing Auburn and the last three games Auburn played before playing Central Florida. There's a big difference. Mm-hmm. And there's also a big difference in the mentality of Auburn coming into that game and Central Florida coming into that game. Now, you still got to have some sort of pride if you're Auburn to stand up and be ready to play. And I'm not saying that – I'm not even saying Central Florida won because Auburn wasn't ready. I think Central Florida lined up and whipped them straight up. Auburn had a chance to tie the game. They didn't get it done. But comparing these two things is apples and oranges. It's one thing – I don't know who – somebody find who Central Florida's last three games were. A little different than
I know Memphis was their conference championship.
And Memphis pretty good this year.
And the last game of the season was really South Florida, I think.
Yeah. South Florida wasn't bad.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a great game too.
But I don't think Memphis and South Florida are better than Alabama and Georgia.
No.
And before that, the Juggernaut Temple.
Yeah.
And Connecticut and SMU.
That's a little different.
It is.
Than Auburn's last
Austin
little run there.
Navy.
You know what I mean?
Like I say, it's to beat on a given day is one thing, but to line them up and have to hit about four in a row.
That's where the difference. That SEC West and now with Jimbo Fisher at A&M, it's just what a meat grinder.
Yeah. So anyway, and see the thing about Auburn's situation, you say, well, SEC wasn't that great this year, but Auburn played the two teams that are great, and had to play them in 3 weeks in a row. One of them twice. So that is a little different than what Central Florida had to do. But I do give them props. They do have a good team. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
To Josh, who is standing by. Josh, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you, sir? Go ahead.
Good morning. I thought y'all might find it interesting that Central Florida has said that they're even going to pay their coaches their bonuses as if they won the national championship. And, of course, that's interesting because the entire coaching staff is no longer at Central Florida. They're going to Nebraska.
Yeah, I thought that was strange. If they were staying, I could see that, but they're forking out like a couple of $100,000 to give somebody a going away gift.
Yeah, to take to Nebraska with them.
Yeah.
They earned it.
Well,
I think they said the total number is like $325,000 they're going to be paying.
Well, but I think also, Josh, when you look at that, I think if you watch the behavior of Central Florida right now, it tells you everything. They even understand it. I mean, no one is faulting these coaches for leaving and going to Nebraska. No. Nobody. It's not an angry thing. It's so not an angry thing. They're going to pay them bonuses for something that officially didn't happen. They did not officially win the national championship, so they're being paid like they did. It's almost like Central Florida is aware of their place in the world.
Yeah,
and they're
having a little fun.
Yeah, and they're celebrating. So I think some of the people out there are trying to make a case for them that Central Florida's not even trying to make.
Yeah,
I mean, they're having fun with it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they understand what they've done. They understand, if you're paying these coaches like they won the national championship, and everybody signed a big poster for them and said, "Good luck in your next endeavor." No one is saying that this coaching staff shouldn't have gone to Nebraska. Think about that.
Oh, I know.
I mean, it's so. I think they understand where they are, and what they've done is incredible. And these coaches did do an incredible job. These players did an incredible job. They are a good team.
2
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks you for being with us today. Active show today. Another hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang all here. Big boy in his proper spot, reassuringly looking at us. The wheel of meat has spun. It is behind us. What a glorious run it had today. We saw a pioneer on the wheel today, Adam Lancaster, and welcome back.
He was a pioneer.
Bill Bubba Bussing. I
Rick,
told him
there's several moves now that we'll go, well, there's a Lancaster.
He's going with the Lancaster.
Yep.
So
we saw the pinky pull.
We did.
We saw the run by, and we saw the Kickstarter.
Yeah, those were all
new, never before seen on the wheel.
Never before seen. So anyway, looking forward to seeing Charles Billingsley was here with us last hour. He's in concert tonight. If you would like to go to that show, tickets are still available. And it's going to be with the Alabama Symphony. Michael Adler, Chris Adler's dad, worship leader, will be bringing in a choir from Shades Mountain. I don't know if it's an all-star choir, Adler, or are they all from Shades Mountain? Is it a mix or all from Shades? All from Shades? You don't know. They didn't let you in on it.
Now, Rick, I heard, I don't know if it's true or not, but a rumor that there could be some surprises tonight. So who knows?
Oh, I'm telling you, maybe even some big announcements.
Yeah, who knows?
So anyway, and I'm not just talking about we all sing Happy Birthday to my mom. It's more than that. By the way, my mom is like, what do you please? You know, my mom is one of the few Burgesses that does not want any attention of any kind, and so I love to her and Brody, and so what I love to do is to actually bring maximum attention, you know, because it makes her so uncomfortable, and so you know me, that's just the way I am. If I find that there's something that you're not that crazy about, you know, I'll just bring heaps of it. Mm-hmm. You know that you experienced that for 28 years.
Oh yeah. I see it quite often, Rick. You know, I got to talk to Camtastic's mom yesterday for a little while.
Well, that's right.
Yeah.
She told me that's Brody's girlfriend, Camtastic.
I guess it's Mama Camtastic.
And it's interesting. It's this topic that will not go away on the show.
Well, I don't know if you want to go into all that.
Well,
but
no, look.
But she was asking experience that I'd had with the Topaz procedure.
Well, I know. I can't believe it. Yeah, this Topaz
so there it
thing.
is. It's Topaz. Did you get her a shirt to wear?
You know what?
You better get her a shirt.
Hey, do me. Who can do this favor? Speedy, can you run in my office? If you go to the big computer, the one that I wish, you know, all computers were this big still, go to that one and then look right to the right. You'll see a little card about merchandise that's in all the BuzzBox stuff. I showed this to Bubba and it slayed me the other day. So anyway, it ties into this topic. But I could not believe it when Camtastic's mom said, "Hey, is there any way I could get in touch with Bubba to ask him about a little bit of Topaz?" Yeah. I couldn't believe what I was reading. Yeah. I thought to myself, this thing, it has a life of its own. This Topaz thing on the program.
I think it's still my number one email, by the way.
So those of you that are subscribers to BuzzBox Coffee, and 10% of that goes to the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund. Well, you get cards periodically in your box of coffee every month, just letting you know what's going on with the ministries that you're supporting, letting you know what's going on with the show, and you know the ministry stuff that's going on too. And so I thought with Christmas coming up, they were asking me what kind of card. You got any card ideas? You know, they got any card ideas.
How about a card?
And I said, well, let's feature some merch, and if you're a BuzzBox subscriber, you get a discount code to get 15% off anything in the Rick and Bubba store. And so just think about of all the things that are in the store. So they were like, anything specific? And I said, well, you certainly want to tie things to coffee if you can, some of our mugs and cups and stuff like that. But really just go there and just grab a few items and feature them to kind of show, you know, hey, go to the store. Of all the items that they could pick. There is a coffee mug in there, and then there's the tea glass thing that we have. Look at the shirt. Of all the shirts, the one they picked. Little topaz. Can you imagine somebody reading this that's not that familiar with the show, or they get this, they're like, "What does this say?"
A little bit.
Thought
of
about a little topaz. Of all the shirts that was featured this month,
You know what? I bet they think it's a type of coffee.
Well, you know what? They probably do. I didn't even think about that.
Hey, we got to try that topaz blend. They even have a shirt about it.
Oh, that's good.
It must be new.
Did you know I put Greg on coffee probation?
Yeah, I snuck one out on you.
Did you?
Yep.
Well, I it's one of these things. When you
Does
try,
that mean steal?
When you
This makes sense now.
yeah, when you try to you love on your little baby brother, and it's
And I
kind
know
of
you
it's
like
it's
to.
kind of the way
Snuggly mug.
it's kind of the way Don Day feels.
Right.
Better
Oh, Don done good today.
He did.
Exact words he used. I'm gonna grab a bag. Rick can eat it. And I thought, what is he talking about?
There it is.
Hey, you tried to put the dark roast on me. I made it
Well,
audible.
here's what happened. Here's what happened. When our coffee when our coffee comes in every month, I usually go to Bubba because Betty really likes it and say, "Here's Betty's bag."
Yeah.
And then I go to Greg and say, "Here's Lisa's bag or your bag, whoever you has it at home." Well, I walk in one day and they're accumulating, and I said, "Are you not taking this coffee
I was getting
home?"
them as they come by.
I said,
stocking them.
"Are you not taking this coffee home?" I said, I'm giving you this coffee and you're not using it. So I said, "That's it, no coffee for you." And I said, "So you're on coffee probation." And then this month, I said, "I will let you have a smaller bag of one of the featured blends." And there's a holiday Christmas dark blend, and he pouted about it. And I said, "But that's the only coffee you can have this month. You get a small bag, and you get the special coffee of the month. You don't get Papua New Guinea." And
So he went in there and got Papua New Guinea and said you could
He
eat
did. He did. We always, right after the kickoff hour,
Told me to eat it.
Craig and our routine is we'll go to the long journey of the restroom, but we'll start our coffee.
Yeah,
We'll
I
get our
love that too.
coffee
Thank
going.
y'all for doing that. It's fantastic.
So that's our routine, and he just openly out loud said, "Well, I'm grabbing this bag, and Rick can eat it." And I'm like,
"That's better.
What's
Could have
going
been
on?
cram it."
Yeah.
But
I'm just
right.
saying I like that roast better. But see, the deal.
No, it's a
I'm
fantastic
I'm
roast.
stocking them in my office, but I'm wait till I'm out at home, then I transfer it to there.
Greg, you had a
I
pile.
got a little head. 'Cause
You had
I
a
was
pile.
afraid. I
and
thought I was going to get frozen.
And I'm
out.
like, well, I'm not wasting coffee in this hole in here.
Yeah.
You know,
I didn't want to not have any.
Right. Well, I gave you a holiday roast you can try.
You did.
And a tiny
I'm
bag.
big on
But
dark
imagine,
roast,
see,
really.
I didn't know that this was going on,
ain't big
and then
on
he
dark
gives
roast.
me the line, and I'm like,
But wait a minute,
what's going on?
you like your peanuts dark, but not your dark roast.
Exactly.
By the way, I've had an awakening. I didn't know because I was a coffee rookie when I first started.
Yeah.
When I got
you tried to
coffee,
question
and
me
Before
about
you
coffee.
became the king of
the
Camino
king,
Island.
before I was, I was the king of Camino Island.
I was decades ahead of you on coffee.
I know,
Decades.
and you were, and so I didn't know. I thought that dark meant stronger. I didn't realize it was a flavor.
Yeah.
Well, I just
Because I've actually found out that some of the light roast actually are stronger with caffeine.
Yeah.
So it's a taste preference. I didn't know that. I thought, well, if it's light, it's weaker. If it's medium, it's stronger, and if it's dark, it's even the strongest.
Correct.
And I realized that has nothing to do with it. It's flavor.
You got any of them?
Yeah,
You
right.
got any of them dark peanuts in there?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Bubba. There's a whole pile of them.
Don Day took care of it.
Can I get a bag of
Gosh,
them?
yeah,
A
Bubba-
bag.
Yeah, Bubba.
I've noticed he's not giving anybody out their moon pies they were supposed to get,
Right.
and he hoards
Now,
those
I haven't even
peanuts.
seen a moon.
No.
Okay, I meant to bring them back out because you
Yeah,
get a scam.
he always means to do it.
That's
You
the only
mean
reason
to
I-
bring
You
them
mean
back
well,
out.
Greg.
You've
Next
never
segment,
brought 'em
moon
out.
pies.
I tell you what
back
you are.
out.
You're a taker. You're not a giver.
That's so good.
Well, look, Don Day came in here to the Wednesday Bible study. He comes in here like the
I
mob's
know.
after
Boy,
him.
Don
You know what I
showed-
mean?
he
He's all
showed out
he's
this
all
week.
he's all nervous. Here, take these to Greg's office. And I'm like, Don,
he
it's
knows
fine.
I appreciate it.
Don't let him be mad at me.
Yeah,
No,
Don't be mad with me, Greg.
He's dialed in on the roast too. It's perfect.
yeah, he is.
None of us would know.
Yeah, we stand no
I'm
chance.
sorry, but
Here's Bubba over here. He's been fasting for all this testing. You can't get him a moon pie and a bag of peanuts.
I got.
I mean, he's only had a cake big as a plate
right.
today. I mean,
You didn't
sure.
eat that. You did not eat that piece of
Did you
cake.
eat
It was
that?
over there.
It
No
was
way
just-
you ate that.
It was just.
His liver started screaming.
You didn't eat that.
Don't do it to me again.
I thought I tried to tell you.
You know what his liver said? Don't be mad with me. He didn't have anything to do with it.
Quit feeding me.
Y'all stay out of my peanuts.
Bubba, no way. Please tell me you didn't eat that piece of cake that Speedy cut as a raise. I mean, don't let him do that.
It wasn't as big as you thought it was.
I was
What's
a
the
huge
optical
one.
illusion? Bubba, I couldn't even see Greg.
Well,
No,
you can see the top of my head over.
You could have used it as a flotation device.
It kept me from having to go back and get seconds.
If it was in a boat, it would sink.
Boy, it was good though. Wasn't it?
Oh, it was real good. Edgar's kicked
again.
it out of the park again.
That doggone Edgar's.
You know, because when we cut you a big piece, you don't have to eat it all. It's just really for show.
I want that flavor for my next birthday in July.
What is the flavor?
Peanut butter and chocolate.
Yeah.
Quit being bossy.
I don't know what that was.
That's his liver, Rick.
We'll
I
be
feel
back.
like the liver would have a deeper voice.
Yeah, I do too.
Quit being bossy.
We'll be right back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ago they were 0-12.
Right.
That's amazing.
It's a phenomenal thing. And beating Auburn in the bowl game was a big deal. It's a big deal. It is a big deal.
Absolutely.
Let's go to Derek. Derek, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
How you doing? In Monroe, Louisiana. How you doing, Rick?
Man, loving it. And
First time caller.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, man,
we appreciate it.
Hey, bring it in here, Monroe.
Yes, sir. I don't know if this is going to be in fighting words, but I'm from New Orleans, and I used to listen to Walton and Johnson, but I'm digging y'all up here.
Thank you very much. Look, he's a good guy, but there's no way he could take us if it was one-on-one.
yeah, absolutely not. I wanted to chime in about the Central Florida. What's going on with the playoff systems? Can we get a fifth play-in game, or are they going to have to schedule SEC opponents next season? Because I think that's what they should really do.
Yeah, now, here's the problem that everybody has on this, Derek, and this is one of the things even Coach Saban tried to make this point. He said, everybody tells us we need to play non-conference games that mean more, and he goes, and I agree with that, but you got to make people play you.
Yeah.
I mean, some people are going to look at Central Florida and go, I don't think so.
Play them, yeah.
I don't think I want to
Because
schedule
what's
that.
the upscale versus I could get beat?
Yeah. That's
right. I can only go off the top of my head. I know a couple years back, I think it was in like 2007 or the 8 seasons with LSU playing Washington. I mean, that was a big game out of conference.
Yeah.
And it's just, you would think more of these little, or they need to change their conference.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Florida's in,
and that may happen. And I think at some point we may get to the point, we've talked about it, where you have an 8-team playoff. You know, the 4 of them are the conference champions from the Big Four or something like that, or even you can go as far as go 6, you know, the 6 big conferences, and then have two that you go out and grab from anywhere. And that would be somewhere where Central Florida would have got in this time.
Yeah, I don't think there's a stomach to expand it yet. They're still trying to be sure that this is going to work, that the money's going to work, that the advertising is there, that the viewership is there, and get all the kinks worked out. But and I know from the president's standpoint, they just doesn't appear to be a stomach to expand it right now. But I think 3 or 4 years down the road, once this is kind of stable, once they see the viewership, the money coming in, you will definitely see it expanded, and that will cover a lot of that. And I'm like you, Rick. I think the conferences want that conference championship because they get the money from that, and it's very important to the conference. So I think you will see them go to conference champions and then a couple of wild cards. And that will take care of a lot of things. It would take care, like this year, Alabama, because they wasn't in the conference championship. As long as you keep that conference championship as like a first-round de facto playoff, you keep the season important, you keep the money in line and the power for the conference and schools. I think that would work out long-term.
And I am open to doing away with East, West, North, South, and all that, and just saying the 2 best teams out of the conference play in the conference championship if we're going to make it a game that puts somebody in the playoff. Because what's bad is when you got a side of your conference that's not any good, and all of a sudden you're in the conference game, and one team is 7-4, and the other team is undefeated, and the 7-4 team pulls some upset, and you're like, okay.
Well, you know what it does.
Or they just smoke the team, and you go grab a team that wasn't in the championship because they're better than the team that got there.
On any playoff system, there's always this argument between who's hot right now and body of work for the whole season. So if you go with conference champions, and I'm like you, if you did away with East-West, you saw some of that, but I doubt you're going to see that much movement that quick. But if you go to conference champions, you get body of work people for the whole season. And then if you pick wild cards, you can get who's hot, or in some case like Alabama this year, obviously one of the best teams that didn't even win the West. or Ohio State or some of these others that, you always have these little fluke things come up. But I think that would solve it if they go to 8, go 6 conference champions or 5 and 3 wild cards. You'd solve all those problems.
Yeah, and those of you that
have
get out,
money coming in.
And those of you that get out there and say this, it's just not true. Well, it just means that the regular season doesn't mean as much anymore.
No, it does.
Yeah. Ask Auburn if the regular season meant a lot when that LSU game haunted them. It meant everything. They win that LSU game, they're in a completely different situation than they found themselves in. So that game was big. The loss to Clemson was big.
If they had won either one of those games, it would have been fine. And see, that went back early in the year. That even haunted them. The way they lost the LSU game looked bad, too, on paper.
Yeah.
So
way down so deep, I'm in a blue haze.
It is 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, we sure are glad that you are here. Adler, I'm going to do a story here, but prepare video number 9. That's one we hadn't got to yet. I'm really intrigued by video 10, too, by the way. Yeah. I have a feeling that's going to freak me out a little bit. But before we get to that video, Bubba, it has been revealed, Daily Mail's got this one for us today, Kanye West can't sell White Lives Matter apparel because the trademark is owned by 2 black activists who want to prevent anyone from profiting off the pain.
Rick, I saw that story. I could not believe someone had already trademarked that before Kanye started that.
Didn't want anybody profiting off the pain. It's painful to say White Lives Matter. So,
I would, because those shirts he had out, the pictures of him wearing it was, I mean, that was several weeks ago.
Yep.
I'm shocked that it took this long for this to come out. I thought, it would have been earlier.
Yeah. So Kanye may have run into another roadblock on that one. He's not having a good month. Or it's a new month now, and a good last 30 days or so. All right, and this is the other one. I love that Adler titles Joy Behar the dumbest person on television. You're having to, the Biden administration, as Bubba mentioned last hour? Yeah, last hour. That they're getting fact checked a lot lately, and this is a new thing for them. They're not. They've got some leaks in the old wall that protects them. And Joey Behar is going to say that Joe Biden's administration has actually lowered crime levels and crime rates.
Rick, I mean, what?
So here is Joy saying this phrase.
I want to say there is no both sides here. No. And a lot of them like to say it, including Ted Cruz when he was here. And I'd like to remind everybody that it was the Democrats, not the Democrats, who stormed the government that day and tried to kill the vice president. Yeah. Okay. And the Republicans now coming up to the next election, which is next week, by the way, all they do is talk about crime. Well, I looked it up. Murders in major cities have fallen by 4% so far in 2022 compared with the same period a year ago. So crime is not on the rise. It's actually going down.
I check those numbers.
Yeah, the reality is crime has actually surged under Joe Biden to unprecedented 21st century levels. That's the fact.
Yeah. And a big part of that is that when these people are committing a crime, we're not taking them off the street. They have the no cash bail. They're doing their paperwork. They're rolling right back out on the street and continuing to do what they were doing because there's no repercussions.
2 things. That reverses a decades-long trend of crime going down.
Right.
Since Biden has taken office, that trend of crime going down has reversed, and that was a decades-long trend. And it's the same inflation argument. Just because it's down a little bit from last year, it's still way up.
Gasoline,
and that's so untrue. Yeah. Here's a quick clip if you guys want it. It's 14 seconds long, and this is along what we're talking about. And this is Biden. Another clip from Biden's speech last night. If you guys want it,
let's hear it.
Mm-hmm. We don't settle our differences in America with a riot, a mob, or a bullet, or a hammer. We settle them peaceably at the ballot box. The ballot box.
Oh my gosh. It couldn't be
The
any
battle
worse.
bot.
We don't settle
Oh my goodness.
our differences in America with a riot. It's just what Joe Biden
Let's hear it
just
one
said.
more time. Let's hear it one more
In
time.
the battle box.
That's what he
the
said.
battle bot.
Again, this was at his speech last night where he didn't mention inflation, gas prices, everything you guys named earlier in the show.
We don't settle our differences in America with a riot, a mob, or a bullet, or a hammer. We settle them peaceably at the battle box. The ballot box.
Oh my goodness.
The battle
Seriously,
bot.
I don't think he can mess that up anymore. If I said, I want you to go out here and read this and see if you can mess it up as much as you can.
By the way, the battle
I
bot
don't
is
know.
actually when those robots fight. It's a show.
Yeah, I remember.
Good
I remember.
show. Good show.
Really pretty cool.
Yeah, and that's not where we settle our differences.
No, it isn't. Maybe we should settle it with a ballot bot.
Wouldn't be bad. But this is the thing where the Democrats say things. If they just say them, it somehow makes them true. So am I to? I'm going to give the president an opportunity here. So am I allowed to say the president is including in that speech that he disagrees with the reaction and the behavior of Black Lives Matters? And all of the different mobs that we had, the summer of mob rule.
Yep.
Antifa.
Antifa, is he saying he disagrees with them? Does he say that's not the way we settle our differences? Now, if he wants to go across the board, I'm with him, okay?
Yeah.
But I'm not going to allow him to pick and choose what he calls bad behavior, not the way we solve our problems, because
a challenge to democracy.
What I heard from the left was when we were watching the mobs of Antifa and Black Lives Matter, what we were watching was freedom of expression. That's what I was told.
Rick, do you remember that in Seattle they held a federal courthouse hostage for almost a month?
Oh yeah.
Are you talking about the fiery but mostly peaceful protest?
Yeah. Mostly
we watched
peaceful.
The cities. We saw it. We saw the cities burn, and those people were allowed to do that while we weren't allowed to go to church, while we weren't allowed to see our grandparents. They allowed that to happen, but we weren't allowed to go to church.
You and Aaron and Ruby in the hospital by yourself.
Yes.
Nobody could come see her.
100%. Yes.
Yeah, but if you wanted to burn a neighborhood to the ground, you were free to do that.
Because the Democrats are the party of riots work. That is what the official elected Democrats have said, and that's the stance they take.
But then January 6th happens, and of course that behavior.
That's a challenge to democracy.
By the way, I want to go back to Joy Behar. They're going to kill the vice president? What? Mike Pence?
There were some people screaming things about him and Nancy and everybody else.
Yeah.
It wasn't a guarantee either way. Mm-hmm. But again, let's compare the way that people – and look, it shouldn't have happened. What happened to Paul Pelosi, and I don't know the details, should not have happened. What happened to Brett Kavanaugh should not have happened. Same group, silent as a church mouse on that issue. We had Supreme Court justices that were we had attempted assassination attempts, attempted kidnapping, nothing. Matter of fact, they wouldn't vote to give them more security.
They still protest outside their homes every night.
Which is illegal, by the way. You cannot protest outside a federal judge's house or Supreme Court either. Illegal. They let it happen anyway. They just act like it doesn't exist.
So is the president saying he thinks all this behavior is bad or just some of it?
And he's referring to, because he brought up Hammer, this deal with Pelosi, politics, this is a lunatic. This is a crazy person. And the same thing with the guy who's probably going after Kavanaugh. This had nothing to do with politics. This is a crazy idiot who's causing mayhem. It's not, the only reason he's doing it, he'd be normal if he didn't hear conservative views on politics.
Right.
He would be normal.
Yeah.
No, he's crazy. And he'd find another reason to go in there.
It didn't look like he supported conservative views on politics.
Exactly. It has nothing to do, he's mentally ill.
Right.
He's a lunatic.
Looney bin.
And it has nothing to do with either side.
The Pelosi's also got to work on their security. I mean, that
yeah, if you're number 3 on the depth chart, you might have a little tighter security than that. That's
bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
You solve a lot of those problems, but it'll evolve. Look, we used to argue every year about who was number 1 when the season was over because we didn't have a way to settle it on the field. Then when we had the BCS, we argued about who number 2 was to get into that game. Now we're arguing about who number 5 is to get into that, which is better. And eventually, you're always going to argue. You could have like in basketball, you'd have a 64-team field, and you argue about who number 65 is. But the further you go down that line, the better the game, the system is, and we get better football, better entertainment.
Ask Ohio State if the regular season matters.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
Nobody forgave them for that.
No, it was brutal.
Yeah,
it was brutal.
So, this garbage that a playoff means the regular season doesn't matter, it absolutely matters. Ask Ohio State. Ask Auburn if it matters. It matters a lot. You know what? So we'll be back. We'll get a qualifier when we come back. We'll figure out how we're going to do it. National championship game.
We're going to get one this hour.
Yeah, we got to do it next. Atlanta, Georgia, Monday night. Georgia against Bama. And you can be there if you win when we draw it out at the end of the show tomorrow. But being that drawing, you got to be at one of our 10 qualifiers, and we'll get a qualifier next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's biggest fan. He's the main weatherman. He's the mighty James Spann.
I have 2 words. Let's start with Stella out of the great state of Florida. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Hello, Stella.
Hello. Yes, hello. It's great to contact you. I am from Miami, Florida. In fact, I am working here in the United States for many years. We have, I have detected a problem there in Argentina for a journalist, a great hero in Argentina, in a city named Esquina Corrientes. It's a very, very dramatic city because there was a lot of problems with drugs and stuff. And
anybody got any?
I was so focused on trying to understand, I let the clock get by. I'm sorry.
I was too.
Anybody got anything?
I was locked in.
I was with you, Bub. I'm sorry.
She was from a city that had a lot of problems, including a lot of dogs.
Dogs and stuff.
Argentina.
I heard something about a hero.
Hero of Argentina.
Yeah, the city was named after him.
What about the dogs, though?
But there's a problem with dogs.
Is there a city in Argentina where she's originally from that's having a problem with dogs, and the city's named after a hero of Argentina?
I would like her to call back.
That's what we got to.
And why would you call here to say that?
I would like her to call back.
Call back.
Yes, please.
Call back, and I will go ahead and grant you a timeout.
Yes, I'd like to hear
I'm
that.
sorry. It was on me. I was trying to get it up, but I was trying to listen, get the flag up and throw it because I was trying to concentrate.
Greg, how can you say why call this show? The show can do anything.
Yeah, I was just curious. I mean, I don't know what
Understood.
You can go to the
Argentina's going to be tough for us to get to.
I'm flattered by the call.
Here.
That there's something we make it do.
We can handle something in
There's
Argentina.
been a little talk we need to expand the show in South America.
Yeah,
because I think this thing will be huge.
Well, now that are they?
No, they're going to call it Gringos in the morning.
You're right. Is there hope that Argentina?
Grande Gringos.
Yeah.
Has the dictatorship thing finally failed again? Now, are they getting back on their feet? Or are they still in a handle?
I thought Madonna was the president.
Thank you, Bubba.
Okay.
All right, let's continue. Let's go to
Venezuela struck.
John in Birmingham. 1047 ZZK. Big John, how you doing, buddy?
I like that.
First of all, guys, have you published the pictures of the bike in Hawaii?
No. There's one picture of me standing there with the bike that I don't know whether Adler or Helmsy got that.
It's out there on Facebook.
Greg's got
and
the
Twitter
one with the
and
whole
Instagram.
family.
Well, I'm pretty disappointed in you, Rick. I mean, for years you preached to us anything for the Army, and you let your wife handle you like this.
Well, see,
there needs to be an investigation, possible punishment.
Yeah,
I don't know if you should phrase it that way based on the picture, the way Rick described it.
I may talk to you once or twice a year. I see her every day.
Great point.
Yeah. It's very funny though.
Anything for the show.
And also, John, I will say this: just be patient. We continue. All right, Stella's back.
Oh, Stella.
Yes.
Stella has a.
I'm sorry. I got disconnected.
Oh yeah,
Stella, go ahead. You're on. You're on.
Darn phone lines.
Okay, what I need is to put this great journalist that was really reporting many irregularities back in there in Esquina Corrientes. He says,
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Good to be here. MyPillow.com/Bubba. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Go there for all the information. Bubba asked me about that today. Somebody emailed, said, now, where do I need to go to get all the Rick and Bubba savings? That's it. MyPillow.com/Bubba. And boy, Lindell has said, look, inflation's real, so there's one way I can help you, lower prices. And we're talking about substantially. For example, the MyPillow Giza Dream bed sheets are now only $39.98. MyPillow's the Purcell sheet sets. Boy, say that fast. And you'll have a moment on Rick and Bubba history. They offer that cool, crisp sleep. Low is $29.98. Men's and women's My Sleepwear and Loungewear, 80% off. Insane savings there. Down comforters, throw blankets, 50% off. Bath towels, 50% off. My slippers, only $49.98. My sandals, $19.98. All this is going on and more if you'll just simply go to MyPillow.com/Bubba. That's MyPillow.com/Bubba. Adler, the piece I sent you from Marco Rubio's campaign. So I don't know. Do you know, or does it say, Adler? I know what I sent you. I don't think it does say. I'm not sure what this actress's name is.
Was it Jennifer Lewis?
Maybe. I know. To me, when I see it, I think it's the woman that plays the mother in Blackish, but she's been in a number of things, and she is a very funny lady.
She's a very funny.
Is it this lady right here? Rick?
Yeah, that's her.
Yeah,
Correct.
Jennifer Lewis.
Okay.
Yeah, Jennifer Lewis, a very, very funny lady. But she's asked a stump speech for whoever's running against Rubio, but this kind of stuff, though, we have to kind of get to where we're listening. You're going to hear her say some very moving things, and is going to run off a list of American heroes. And not just American heroes, because Mandela's listed too, but world heroes who truly have been heroes to stand up against tyranny and the mistreatment of people just because of their ethnicity, and they should be applauded for that on being pioneers. But I'm not sure what it has to do with Marco Rubio. That's what you're going to find. You're going to have a very difficult time drawing the line. She just starts naming them off, and I guess wants the audience to believe that if you vote for Marco Rubio, you're not like these people. And if you're for the person she's supporting, and I don't know this person's name, it's on her shirt, to vote for the anti-Rubio candidate, the Democrat, is to be like these people. But I don't know how that is. She doesn't really. But if you say things a certain way and you're emotional about it, then everybody seems to be moved by it. But what she says is really almost like a hall of fame of people who fought for justice for minorities, which, again, they should be applauded. But I'm not sure what it has to do with this election. What has Marco Rubio ever done to hold black people down? So anyway, and she doesn't really tell us. Just listen to how it's laid out. It doesn't seem. It's got a lot of emotion, but it just doesn't seem to. To have a narrative.
Marco Rubio is a minority too.
Correct. So
That's true.
So just listen. See if you can figure this out. And Rubio's campaign put this out, and it's against him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Marco Rubio is a liar.
A lie?
A liar.
He is. Y'all see that debate? Lied his ass off.
Classy?
Val Demings will win. She will win. She will win. So I say to Marco and all those other weak men, before you lie to us, remember Rosa sat on that bus.
What's
Just stay with it.
What's that got to do?
Before you tell your tale, remember Mandela sat in that jail.
Apartheid?
Rubio got
Before
something to do
you
with it?
do anything You remember Dr. King? Before you cheat and steal, I dare you to Google Emmett Till.
Emmett Till's in it now. Look, and she thinks she's really said
What does
something.
that
Look, she thinks she's really said something.
Oh, look.
But it's got a.
Emmett Till, you say it! Emmett Till!
Is she in the movie that's coming out on
Say
Emmett Till?
it again! Emmett Till!
What, I mean, horrible thing, but what?
Terrible thing. But what does it got to do with this? So, guys,
What,
can
what does
anybody
that have to, so I stand up there and yell out things that were obviously, like the Emmett Till thing. That's a terrible situation. But what electing Marco Rubio? What's he got to? And the lie that he told. Won't you elaborate on the lie?
So
and
yeah.
tell us why it's not true.
Marco Rubio, if you're her,
You don't just yell
lied
out civil rights leaders.
Marco Rubio lied when he said this.
Yeah.
Now, of course, I think she's forgotten that he too is a minority. But
But what has it got to do with what's happening?
Well, Greg, that's my question. I don't know the answer.
So I
to
stand there and just yell out names of, like, say, civil rights activists and
No
heroes and all that, but I don't tie it to Marco Rubio lied about something.
Really, it's like she gives.
What's the
It's
point?
like she gives one speech, and I hate to break it to her, but if you go down the road of the Democratic Party right now, they're really more about tyranny and picking winners and losers, and some people are more valuable than other people. They're more like those regimes than you need to research that a little
Exactly.
bit. Yeah, and should we shout the things the Democratic Party did to the people you just listed, other than Mandela? That was apartheid. But I mean, I'm not. Is she wanting us?
Why should this
to
lady
tie
win over Rubio based on these examples she gave?
So first of all, what did Rubio lie about? And the lie, how is that tied to holding black people down?
Yeah.
Marco Rubio's going to hold black people
And
down.
how's it? The
I
Emmett
don't-
Till thing, which was horrible. And,
Yeah, but how's that
what's
tied to
got-
Marco Rubio?
Yeah, and whether
Well,
he's-
the whole
Can you
thing
follow
of
it?
trying to tie look, she had to make a speech.
Right.
She was asked to make a speech, and they
Right.
wanted her to really bring the energy. And your candidate does not have any policy to stand on.
Right.
Rubio's been a good senator for Florida. Florida is doing very well. Florida did very well coming through the pandemic, thanks to the leadership of their elected officials. And Rick, I don't know. I mean, sometimes you've got to give a speech and you just don't have anything to give it on.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well,
I
that's
guess
a great
you-
example of it.
Yeah, you just start hollering about things that are emotional and
it.
some terrible things in history.
Oh, terrible!
And somehow Mark Rubio had nothing to do with
or policy. His policies
yeah,
have nothing to do with
anything to do with Mandela, Rosa Parks. Matter of fact, the party of your candidate had a lot to do with that. Which we, as you point out, Rick, we just seem to forget.
I don't know.
And whitewash over, no pun intended. But if you want to debate Rubio on tax and things he's voted for or not in Florida, that's fair game. This is just a bunch of mumbo jumbo that has nothing to do with this election or either one of these.
And you can't just say Rubio's a lie and go, okay, give me an example. Talk to me. And then you insult people's intelligence. I say that, and then I yell out all these, past victims of horrible things. And since I did that, that means don't vote for Marco Rubio.
Yeah,
but I have no fact on why.
Yeah, I don't.
Has nothing to do with it. I just yell out some
Well,
examples
I tell you what
of
it
some very
sounds like.
emotional things, and then it doesn't make any sense.
It's the racial version of when people throw things out that sound like patriotic terms, but what they're talking about makes no sense.
Exactly.
America, great country. Our flag, and you're just like, I'm not sure what that. What?
Yeah, why?
What are you talking about?
These colors don't run.
Yeah, these colors don't run. And with this flag, and then you really want to throw them a curve and say, "Can you tell us the history of the flag?
Yeah.
Can you tell us what all this stands
But
for?"
in this case here, Marco Rubio is a liar. Well, spend your time telling what his lies are and show the evidence you have to back up that they're lies.
Back to what Bubba said.
I mean,
didn't have that to make the speech, so I had to just start saying things. I like how she struts around and like, you saw me bring that up, didn't you? Well, yeah, these are all people that should be applauded. And
I like her on Blackish a lot better.
Yeah, but
I'm insulted
I don't
if
see how this is tied to the election. I mean, it's
look, if you got to give a speech and fire everybody up, and you don't really have anything to give it on, I guess all you can do.
That's true. It's a great point.
Yeah. So I mean, it would be like me getting.
But don't fall for that.
It would be like me getting up there. If I was stood up at a speech against her candidate, and because she's a Democrat, I get up there and I say, "Well, it's obvious that she must." You remember when you vote for her, you vote for George Wallace. And everybody be like, "What? How's that tied to her?" And I'd be like, "Well, George Wallace was bad. To black people." Until he changed his mind and then they actually helped vote him in. The Democrats, the like you said, don't want to use it, you have to say this word. The way they've whitewashed their past, but they won't let anybody else evolve or change.
You pay for everything.
They have successfully taken the Republican Party, where the people standing up for minorities, and flipped it, and somehow have convinced you that Democrats do.
She forgot to say Abraham Lincoln.
What about Honest Abe?
The Civil Rights Act of 1957.
Everybody who ran against George Wallace in Alabama during those times. Albert Brewer.
She would yell these names out and not even give good reasons on why she yelled the name out. She just yelled the name out.
I don't know.
It was a tough job. I hate to be asked to give a speech.
Good night.
She predicted this person's going to win, too, but I wouldn't take any of that action.
Yeah.
Well, if you vote based on her
speech. Like
speech.
Bear picking somebody.
Yeah.
It is a touristic city for fishing. They come people from all over the world. So what we need is to put the radio back, and we need contact with the government. It's very difficult, because some campus embassies don't take reports like this. So what I need is to get in touch with the Argentinian embassy to take the report in order to talk to the president, that is a very friend of Mr. Trump. They are very friendly. They are doing many great things in Argentina. So what we need is to get in touch with the president or with the people of the president to put this radio back into.
Okay. Let me ask you, Stella, what time do you want the President Trump to call you today?
What time?
No, she wants the Argentinian president.
But she wants to do it through Trump.
He wants lose his time with me.
Greg, to answer your question, she thinks we know Trump.
Got it.
Well, that and she wants.
Anytime he can, but it cannot be like this. But anytime.
Easy, Stella.
What I would like is to help me with the Argentinian embassy in order to get in touch with President Macri or his people in order to put the radio back, because he's a hero reporting many things.
It's radio.
No.
I got it.
Yeah, I do too.
I got it.
All right, Stella, I'm going to just
Did
ask
she
you.
lose Rick and Bubba in Argentina?
Yes.
I'm just.
She's lost radio in the news and those types. It sounds
Okay,
like.
so
Not necessarily us.
Right, I know that under Chavez, the Argentina was under. Is it Chavez?
He's Venezuela.
Okay, which one's Argentina?
No, Chavez never.
Is that the one where Madonna's
Chavez is
president?
from Venezuela.
Yes.
No, Chavez, no.
Okay,
Venezuela,
Argentina.
they're eating dogs there.
Okay, in Argentina,
What
this is
about
the
the
one
dog
where
problem?
Argentina's the one, like Bubba said, that Madonna's the president, right?
Oh, yes, she went there. She did a great job, show about this.
Don't cry for me, Argentina. All right, so listen, Stella. In Argentina, they no longer have access to what radio?
Radio Impacto, IMPACTO, like intact,
Impacto.
with a final O, 97.5 Esquina, that is ESQUINA, Esquina, that's the city.
I think I've got it. Stella wants the national championship ticket.
Corrientes, Argentina.
You're the third qualifier. All right, all right. Listen, Stella. Stella,
I think she wants to use the.
Let me hear. Let me talk. His phone is.
Listen, this is Donald Trump.
Yes.
Stella,
What?
we have no idea what you want. All right, so
Stella, we have Trump on the line.
Get in touch with the Trump's embassy of Argentina to take this report.
So you want
They don't take reports.
Right, you want the Argentinian embassy in Washington to take your phone call to take a report.
Yeah, but they don't do it, because they are very pompous and they don't take this
Government
this kind of
workers
report.
can't do nothing with them.
What does she
Even
want?
in South America.
What does she want the embassy to do?
Something about a radio station.
Rick, she's wanting to file a report.
You're a friend of Mr. Don't tell me. Everybody knows that you're a friend of Mr. Trump.
There it is. I told y'all that was it.
She wants
So
to influence.
you want them to take your call so you can file a report about a radio problem you've got back in Argentina.
Exactly, because he's a hero. He's a hero reporting irregularities. You
Yo
know, that's
hablo
kind of the
español.
problem when they had our communication and technology.
This
that
is
we
Donald
have
Trump.
here in the United States.
This is Donald Trump. This is Donald Trump.
All right, tell him what you need to tell him.
Well, this is I need Donald Trump.
This is Donald Trump.
The embassy. No, don't juggle me. I know you are.
All right, so I got it. You want us to come do a live show?
Everybody knows you're a good friend of Mr. Trump, and you have
Absolutely.
access to the White House.
I'm texting him right now. What am I texting?
Somebody get Cliff Sims on the phone.
Yeah.
We got a problem.
Come on, he listens to you. He loves this radio. Please, this show especially. What I need is that I don't know if you can do something for really. I can mail you if you want. I can mail you all the information about this guy. You were going to have to call him and
Stella,
help him in something.
What's the guy's name?
Stella, how do you think this show would play there in Argentina?
I think very well.
Well, no, in Argentina, they don't act. They don't speak Spanish. They don't speak English. They don't know you.
Well, neither
I
do
know you,
we.
but
Yeah, we neither do we.
I'm from the United States.
This is
I'm
Donald
not
Trump.
a hero.
do anything with Argentina anymore.
We're back 9 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big. So we early in the show, Charles Billingsley was with us in concert tonight in Birmingham, Alabama. Now look, as Kevin Derryberry says, you have to be in Birmingham tonight. So if you what we got 5 pairs of tickets to see Charles Billingsley tonight at the Wright Center, Samford University. Concert starts at 7. And you can go, 5 of you, the first 5 people who call and want those at 866 We Be Big. We'll send you there tonight, and I'll be there tonight with Mom and Dad and Sherry. So we're looking forward to it. So first 5 callers at 866 We Be Big, you get to go see Charles Billingsley with the Alabama Symphony tonight at the Wright Center at Samford. 866 We Be Big, and first 5, we'll give each one of y'all a pair of tickets. We'll take your name, we'll put them at will call, and you can pick those tickets up when you get there tonight, and there'll be good seats, and you can enjoy the concert tonight. And I look forward to being there as well as we celebrate Mom's birthday, and we've celebrated young Scruggs' birthday. We've done a lot of celebrating
Rick,
birthdays.
a lot of people don't know about tonight, though. I'm going to go ahead and let the cat out of the bag.
All right.
Bubba's going to sit in on the cello on a couple of tunes.
Yeah, yes.
He's been practicing. I kept it under wraps. He's been working on it.
Well, a lot of people
The
don't know
orchestra's there.
my woodwind experiences with the oboe.
Oh, that's that too.
Have you ever? Is there an instrument that you've always wanted to play? I mean, I'm not talking about you're going to make the effort to
You
do
know,
it. I
when
know
I
you
was
tried the
in,
guitar for a little while.
Well, when I was in 6th, 7th grade, I was in the concert band. I played the trumpet a little bit.
Did not know that.
And but I wasn't very good.
What if you're the kid?
I didn't have the natural touch you needed to carry on.
So you
with
went
that.
through it.
Did your guitar thing ever get off the ground?
Well, no, not really.
Because you bought a guitar and an amp.
Oh,
Well,
he
it just
brought him a nice amp.
I ended up giving it to Adler.
Yeah.
It just looks like it would be more fun than it is when you have to practice.
It's a lot of work.
Them fingers
It
start
is.
hurting early, but once they heal over, they're good.
That's what Chord Buddy's for.
I know you're right.
That's true.
But
man.
I didn't
He was
have
before the
Chord
Chord Buddy,
and
yeah.
if I had, I might have. But I tried to learn it. I just don't have that natural talent.
I thought you always wanted to play that 20J or whatever it's called. What is it?
I don't want an instrument that's so big that I need a trailer to carry it on.
Right.
I rule those out pretty quick.
Right.
Yeah. How about have you ever seen them people when they pick up the saxophone that's like as long as from here? It's like 5 foot tall,
That big one,
and
yeah.
it's huge. And they're like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It only comes out briefly.
You know, and Rick, I had the run where I wanted to learn to play the bagpipes, and I never really followed up on that because I kept thinking Bailey Brothers would carry them, but they didn't.
No, hard to find a bagpipe.
They're hard to find.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
somebody
it looks,
teach you.
Yeah, and it looks like some kind of spider monster from another planet attacking you. So
Yeah.
it really, I never got off the ground with that.
Yeah, if it could, I don't think I can. I don't think I can put the time into it. And I've said it on the show before, but I really do regret that I didn't learn to play piano and guitar. I wish I could play both of them.
It's never too late.
I think you
Yeah,
can.
it actually is.
You can learn to play, but there's some people that there's a natural ability.
Oh, no,
there.
no, yeah.
You know, like an Adler.
Well,
you know,
yeah.
an Adler can pick up. They could pick up anything, a dojo, and make it play.
Yeah,
and,
and I'm gonna tell you, they could put on a dojo.
I'd like to see Rick
play a dobro.
I'd like to see Rick play a little pedal steel over there.
I would. That's funny,
guys. I didn't know this was real, but what Greg was talking about is called a contrabass saxophone.
That big giant one.
Do you guys want to see it? You
It's
want to hear?
huge.
it? You wanna hear it?
Yeah.
All right.
Picture Bubba.
Isn't that what they play on "Let Me Clear My Throat"?
Is that right?
I think they are.
But is there ever really needed?
Boy, it gets down there, doesn't it?
No, I think that's what they
Salty
play
dog.
on "Let Me Clear My Throat." Yeah, I think that's it.
You need help when you're
One of the
playing.
greatest. I love that. I love that.
Rick, when he's clearing his throat.
Oh,
you kidding me?
I love that.
That's the
What was
greatest
that?
ever.
What was that instrument that your Sunday school teacher used to play, and she had it in her lap, and it had the
Yeah,
buttons you push?
yeah, what
and
was
she'd
that?
Strum it. It looked like
the little.
Oh, it was huge in folk music.
It was
They
a little
loved
bitty
it. What is
thing.
that thing? Adam?
I know exactly what
that
you're
thing
saying.
they
I
always
don't
play
know.
in folk music.
It
I
looks
tell-
like
hey,
a harp.
Can I tell you used to who
It's
would
like
get-
a lap harp.
Hey,
or something.
Johnny Cash's
Yes.
wife,
June Carter.
June
She'd play
Carter
one.
played one. She could rip on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but
That'd be easy to carry around.
yeah, that seems pretty easy.
You're right, though. Kindergarten teachers had it.
Yeah, every Sunday school teacher had one.
But I would like to tell some of the percussion guys, and Adler, this is unfortunately going to hit. I don't see you doing this. So you're not guilty of this. I understand we came out with these boxes you can sit on, but they do not replace a drum set. Some of y'all have just gotten lazy carrying the gear around.
Drums are hard to carry around.
And y'all are trying to make that box work in situations it doesn't work.
Well,
okay,
Rick, everybody knows electronic drums sound as good as the normal.
Oh,
Don't start that.
my
I
goodness.
found June Carter on the auto harp.
So it's called auto harp. Yeah. Hey, June can rip on it.
Oh, yeah. We're going to get.
Go, June.
Uh-oh. Got a solo going. There it is.
That's it right there.
Wow.
What if when you, like Bubba was talking about, when you're in junior band, you're trying to learn if you're play an instrument, you try out and they hand you the triangle. That's all you get.
All right, then. Ding. That's bad.
Well, the
isn't it?
drummers had those.
Yeah. So
You're going to play the triangle. Okay, great.
yeah, great. Do you want to see this baby crocodile thing? All right. So.
Oh, yeah.
Video
I wanted
10,
to see that. Yeah.
We have a frightening bird called the shoebill, and it can actually decapitate baby crocodiles.
I don't have footage of that, but I do have the footage of the sound that it makes with its bill.
Oh, Greg,
That is no way that's real.
It's click clacking its bill together.
look at it. See it? It's like a machine gun.
My goodness.
All right, and y'all aren't ready for how big this thing is. I'm going to show
So
you.
we can't see it bite a head off an alligator?
I don't have footage of it biting the head off an alligator,
Well,
but I do have footage of it next to a person.
Thanks
It's
for-
not going to hurt the person.
Thanks for nothing.
It's not going to hurt the person, but it's going to intimidate them. But please
Oh,
look how
Greg.
big it is. It's gigantic. Its face is way bigger than
No,
a
there
person's
shouldn't be a bird
face.
that big. There shouldn't be a bird that. Hey, it can
bites
hurt
her head off.
you. It can hurt you. Get away from it.
Look
It
how
can
big
take
it
the
is.
head off of a crocodile.
Why is that woman up there with it?
I don't know. Y'all, that thing has got.
I saw Adler. It's funny you brought that
Where
bird
these
up.
come
I saw a
from?
clip
Whoa.
the other day. It was a guy, and it was petting one out near some water.
I don't want that.
Did y'all see
Where are
that
these
going up?
located at?
That's a shoe bill stork, is what it's
Wow.
called.
That one was seen in Hoax Bluff.
Uh-oh,
That's
watch
what
it
I
now.
heard.
Down in Mays Bend.
That's ball play.
Hey, let me tell you, I don't want anything to do with the shoebill. That's too big a bird. And I don't like the fact that he walks around and apparently would come over and bite on you.
They live.
I don't like that at all. I don't like the way he looked at you.
I don't either. His eyes were awful.
We
They
don't
live in
have time to cover it today. Did I hear one of you say that the naked cowboy had come out and endorsed somebody for governor of New York?
Well, I'm sure he has.
Yeah, he's endorsed the Republican. It looks like.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm sure
Well,
he's got a
that's a
song to
shoe-in.
go with it.
The shoe bill lives in Tanzania and Zambia. So
I don't want
stay
nothing to do
away
with
from
it.
there if you don't want to see one.
Well,
Greg.
some idiot will make them an exotic pet, and we'll have one run around the neighborhood.
Great.
Yeah. Also, we'll find headless dogs.
Yep.
All right. Top of the hour. Thanks for being with us. If you're wrapping up your time,
Weird animal.
really.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.